You can keep talking.
Oh yeah, I was just checking out my StreamYard here. I was freaking out for a second.
But yeah, they tried to recreate the magic with Perfect Dark. I remember that. That never.
They just
I
released GoldenEye. The re-released it on Xbox like earlier this year.
Oh
It's
yeah.
like, it's like
I,
free too.
I highly doubt it lives up, or I don't have an Xbox, so.
Mm. I think it's PC portable though if you have Game Pass.
Oh yeah, I mean, I still play whatever Mario 3 and like
There
all
you
that
go.
stuff.
Mario 3, like,
Yeah, straight like original Nintendo NES Mario 3 classic game.
ugh, I've met people like you.
Yeah,
Um,
good people.
I mean, I don't get it. Like, that kind of. I mean, like, I get like going back and having fun with an old game. Fair enough, right? But there's just much better things out there now, or more varied experiences. I mean, just like
I love some newer games for sure, but like nothing beats like I mean, not a game doesn't have to be complicated to be good. Like Tetris, I think
true.
is
Yeah,
like
I'm not saying it
like
has to be complicated. I didn't say complicated games. I'm
fair
just being
enough.
like modern. Yeah.
But modern doesn't mean better per se, or
I said varied experiences, right? Like
okay,
much
you
more
did.
varied. Yeah.
But
Um.
I think there's nothing that really like beats like Tetris. Tetris is simple, timeless, and like uh,
Okay.
I can always revisit that uh, nonstop.
All right.
Same thing with
I'm
Doctor
imagining in
Mario.
10 years. Yeah, oh, fuck. I'm imagining in 10 years, like people saying that about Candy Crush, and it's just funny. Candy Crush is a classic, great game. All right, I can always revisit Candy Crush, get my endorphins up, get that dopamine kick from those beautiful dings and sounds as I get 5 in a row.
Maybe I've never played Candy Crush, so I don't know what from what I understand. It's like I guess loosely similar to Tetris, but like just like people still play Scrabble, and I don't think there's really a place for like there's similar apps for that, but I think people still just
Yeah, I
like
mean,
a
like with
round
your
of Scrabble.
grandpa, sure, it makes sense. Play Scrabble, but like,
He's dead, Prime.
aren't I the
Jesus
asshole?
fuck, bro.
I'm joking. Like my grandfather is not really a good person, so no skin off my back.
It's fine.
Just
Um,
joking.
I just want
Is
to say,
anybody's grandpa like a good person? Because I feel like if your grandpa is a good person, you probably don't know them well. I feel like if you genuinely know your grandpa really well, like sure, there's outliers, right? Like there are definitely without a doubt like, oh my grandfather was a humanitarian, you know what I mean, that was pushing the edges of like, was progressive. But like I feel like if you go and you look back at most of your grandparents, your grandpas, right? Like they probably did horrible things to women that they haven't told you about. Like they
My grandmother,
probably
yeah,
like
that's a large reason why I say my grandfather not a good person
I
based off
mean,
how he
it's
treated my
probably relative.
grandmother. Absolutely.
I had like
might
one
have
grandpa.
questionable views on race, you know what I mean? Like that they
not.
decided to
I'm
start
not
being
sure it's
quiet about.
questionable. It's probably pretty obvious.
They were explicitly bigoted. I have no problem saying my grandfather explicitly bigoted and very vocal about it.
You want to say
And
something, Gibbs?
I was
Test.
one grandpa who, like, ironically, probably not racist, but he was just the biggest con man ever, right? Like, was swindling people, terrible person. Then the other side, I like the
Only color
saint.
he knows is green, and he's gonna
Yeah,
fucking get it.
yeah, basically. He died poor, so fuck that dude. Anyway, but then I had the other grandfather who's like the
Con men
saint.
usually do.
Yeah, like the pillar of the community. Just like everybody loved him, and all these things. But I don't think there's enough people around him for him to have had
But he
to be
beat your
that
mom.
person. Nah, I don't think he gave
No.
me spankings.
Lactoid, were you
Look,
gonna say something about you?
My grandfather was involved in the Civil Rights Act, so he was out there marching with King and
well,
others.
in which direction?
The one that Prime would like, yeah, the
he
good
was
one.
he was what we call a dog walker.
Lactoid. What would you think your grandpa would say now with your particular views?
I don't know. We don't talk about it.
I bet not. Okay. My maternal grandfather abandoned my grandmother and my mother, and he went and had a separate family. And it like crushed my mother. Like it
Yeah,
was a
because you
big
used to be
trauma
able to
for
do
her.
that, like before, like
Uh,
GPS and
I don't
Find My
know.
iPhone. Like dudes just did that shit.
I as
Back when men were
as
free.
Right. You know.
As this moment, because I like literally while I'm telling you this, I realized I don't know if he actually ever married my grandmother. Like that part that no one even
Because he was
talks
already
about.
married
So,
to
like,
another person.
no. My grandmother was the first to give him a child, and that caused acrimony with his crazy ass second wife, who's like literally fucking insane. It's unbelievable. She's one of those dark triad types that drives everyone around her miserable. And then so like that's his fate for that. But then on my other side, my paternal grandfather was a police officer in the old country. So obviously, a problem there. But no, apparently, from what I hear, quite a good one, and pillar of the community. Except he didn't leave my grandmother, but he like just fucked everyone that he could see. He had so many kids with him. He had so many. Like I have so many cousins that I don't know who those people are. Like I could walk past them. I have no idea. He fucked so many people. It's unbelievable. He died from diabetes, but yeah.
I thought you were fixing to say syphilis there at the end. He's fucked so many people, he got super syphilis and
Yeah.
died.
Measles.
Oh no. That was untreated diabetes. He's a police officer in the old country, and have medical technology they needed, or the knowledge anyway, try to treat the syphilis, or not syphilis. Fuck, you got me saying it. Diabetes.
Yeah,
So
grandparents definitely interesting individuals.
there was I can tell a little bit of a story. So there's an old family cemetery that's associated with my family, and going back quite a long time, right? Because my mom came here on a boat, but my dad didn't. And the cemetery is a square, but there's a little square jutting, like a smaller square that juts out from the bigger square. And what happened was, so many, I don't know how long ago, it was a long time ago, somebody in my family got pregnant with a black child, and the kid died in childbirth and was buried outside of the cemetery because of race, right? And then my grandfather and great aunt went out there and tore down the fence in that one area, and then built the fence to expand around that specific grave.
It's a good story. Yeah, that's
Solid,
heartwarming.
And now
I
that
mean,
was trying to get the fifth
as
one back up.
heartwarming as a dead child could be, but yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Well,
Right. I was like, I mean, I don't know if I feel uplifted by
well, yeah, I understand.
having to
Yeah.
fucking.
Hmm.
It makes me think of the Yellow Wolf line from To Whom It May Concern, where he has that part where he says, "Creek water's holding secrets." I don't know why it just popped in my head.
Mhm.
You've heard
Is it-
you've heard the song before, I'm sure. No, dude, you should listen to Yellow Wolf's To Whom It May Concern. It's a good song.
Okay. Oh, send us a link. Fairy Queen, you going to say something?
I was going to say, if we're on the conversation of grandparents being terrible, like, isn't it fair to say that, your grandparents probably had to put up with a lot of stuff that maybe you didn't? I mean, I know, like, my maternal grandfather, he struggled with cancer his entire life. It's a genetic illness. It's, what is it? I can't pronounce it. It's the acronym is FAP. It's familial antoninus polyposis. It's essentially like it's polyps inside of your large intestines. And up until like I think like the 90s, like there's a specific surgery if you have FAP where your entire large intestines are removed and your small intestines are reconnected. But it's a huge major surgery. At the time, like my uncle almost died from it, and he was lucky to get the surgery at the time. But my grandfather lived an entire lifetime of dealing with the disease. He had to go in routinely to have polyps burned out of his rectum. And that took a toll on him. It meant that he partied. It meant that he had a lot of experience with women as a consequence of living with this disease. So I think it's maybe important to consider know, like
yeah,
how
it
different,
is.
Judging
life.
in fucking 60 years, like we all hold opinions. I don't know what they are, but like whatever fucking culture or society exists in America, assuming the great meteor doesn't come, right? Is gonna be like everyone's gonna be like, Jesus Christ, granddad, I can't believe you said something so disgusting as that. And you're gonna be like,
ate meat.
I don't like right,
Oh.
yeah, some shit like that. Like, yeah, like after they force us to eat the bugs. I mean, like, you see cheeseburgers nearly every day. What the fuck is wrong with you, Grandpa? You're a murderer. You're a monster. And I'd be like, oh, you
I'd be
fucking
like,
retarded.
watch
Hey,
me
kids."
fuck this.
that was never
Watch me actually fuck this hamburger. I'm gonna put my dick in it.
that was
Like,
never
that's
my
how
view.
feel.
I think I'm very progressive
Well,
in that regard.
I
But
I just
go ahead,
That was
Jess.
yeah,
one example, bitch. Like,
I
calm down.
I just think it's important to remember. Like, I think it's easy maybe to. I mean, it depends obviously on like what we're talking about. Like, if your grandfather murdered someone, right, or did something absolutely beyond the pale, maybe that's a person beyond redemption, right? But if we're talking about like I think it's important to keep the time period, and the life experience that maybe your grandparents went through in
No doubt.
context as to the kind of people they were,
Is this
right?
what womansplaining
Yeah, I
is?
agree.
This is womansplaining, isn't it?
Well,
Where
no,
like I tell a joke about problematic views, and they're like, "Well, let's think about it. Let's contextualize it.
That's better than what I was
We're
gonna
not too
do.
harsh on our grandparents." You're womansplaining to me right now.
No,
All right?
let me tell you, that's better than what I was gonna do. She
That's
said
a great freeze
FAP.
frame. There's a freeze frame when you like.
I'll
Yeah,
tell you
I
what.
saw that too.
I was gonna be way worse. She said FAP. I think all men deal with FAP at some point. Oh wait,
No,
not
no,
that.
don't fucking ruin it. Don't Admiral Gibbs, don't
Oh my
ruin it.
god.
but well, go
Well,
ahead.
you go first.
I was gonna say, like, to your point, Fairy Queen. Like, I agree with you in terms of like I can somewhat cognitively contextualize like my grandfather specifically, given whatever their generation and their views. But let's just say, I think my grandfather and grandmother are, I think, good examples. As in, like, my grandmother, who has like a heart of gold, has every reason to have like problematic views, and like to have problematic behavior, and yet despite that, like, just has like nothing but good intentions and just an overall like really great person. As opposed to like my grandfather, I would say arguably didn't struggle all that much and just has like some of the most insane worst behavior. Where it's like, yeah, I think
Oh,
my grandmother has every justifiable reason to be like bitter based off how she's
mhm.
been treated and her experiences by my grandfather, and my grandfather has like almost no reason except for the generational aspect to be such a not
Well,
good person.
I'm not even making like a generational comment, right? Like, it's not even just about the time period in which they lived. It's also about like the circumstances, right? The economic circumstances that they had. Like, my grandfather's great struggle was just because the surgery did not exist at that time, right? Like, that's why the time period mattered. It mattered because it didn't exist, it had huge consequences for him. It had consequences for his wife, my grandmother. The fact that they were Catholic and that they were deeply Catholic meant that they didn't use birth control, which meant that they had 4 children, and there's a 1 in 4 chance that one of their children would have inherited the disease, and one of those children was my uncle. I mean, these are the sorts of realities, right, that are a part of your life, like when you just don't have access to this type of medical health care, which is more true like when you're looking into the past as opposed to the future.
Um,
I'm just thinking of Emma Willman talking about her mom now because Corey Campbell brought up how unproblematic she was, where she said that she's like old school, prim and proper, but also like degenerate. So like she was getting slapped around in sex, and then she called her mom, was like, "What do I do?" And she goes, "On a Tuesday? She wants you to smack her on a Tuesday? What's gonna happen on a Friday? Get out of there." No, nobody's seen it. All right, whatever.
so DB, I saw,
Context dependent jokes aren't funny. Got it.
DB,
I
I
know
saw
what you're talking
your frog lips moving. Oh, before, were you trying to say something? I assume not because I don't hear you. Okay. But I have so that was super interesting, and I actually kind of want to at some point like circle back to that. That might be really interesting for like a larger conversation. But I have something else I want to ask you guys about, like completely different, right? Completely different. So I I have had like I don't know how I'll start this conversation. It's I have a degenerate sleep schedule, right? Like,
As do we all.
yeah. I mean, I think I'm among friends here. But yeah, like I have like I'm a night owl. have been for forever. And I love it. The night times when I'm most active and all that, right? Uh, but then uh, I had this encounter with this woman, and she is like the opposite, like the exact opposite, and that she demands like 8 to 9 hours of sleep, right? And like at a certain times, like it's like a 10 or right, like she like needs to be going to bed, or like she's like literally you can't even start talking to her after 10. She just like gets wonky, right?
She's a
Um,
lady of the day, not a
and
lady of the night, right?
yeah, exactly. But yeah, she then she likes to have her, and then even more. So it's she like needs it quiet. She needs it like
Oh
quiet as a
no.
mouse. And in fact, she doesn't even really want anyone in her home, right? In her apartment or whatever when it's happening, right? And it's not like a me thing, right? It's like a thing for forever. And I
Just a
believe her.
blanket rule. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just it is what it is, right? And it made me think of this article that I read a few years ago, like 3 years ago, on NBC News, from a woman talking about her relationship with her husband and how they sleep in separate bedrooms, right? And at the time, I didn't like truly appreciate what she was trying to say, right? Like of course, married couples sleep together, right? Like it made me think of like the fucking Brady Bunch, right? The TV show where like the mother and father separate beds. It's like, what the fuck is it? But they talked about like how like because of their sleep schedules or like their habits, however, they found out their marriage works better in separate rooms. And they still have a great sex life according to her, and like they get together, everything's great,
Great
but
sex
like
life could be
they
no sex
yeah
for some people.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. But he heads back to his place afterwards, like in the other room. So anyway, the reason I bring it all together, for us who do have these degenerate schedules, like if you've met someone like this lady that I had those experiences with, right? Like would you be okay with sleeping in separate bedrooms? What would you think
So
of that?
I've had, well, not only do I have some, let's say, some experience with that, but two, going back to the grandmother, grandfather, uh, they lived in separate houses. I'm like far away, not cute, not cute side by side neighbors, as in like an hour's drive away, for a variety of reasons. One is like, yeah, successful marriage to keep the peace because again, they couldn't really.
So they couldn't murder. So they could murder each
Oh
other.
dear.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, it was till death do us part, but like they lived in separate houses. And there was
Make sure that didn't come sooner. We got it.
yeah. And like yeah, I've totally had the experience pretty much almost like exactly as you described, like with like a former partner, like after like 8 p.m., it's like don't even bother trying to like
Mhm.
interact with this person. It's like, yeah, unless they're going to consume a bunch of coffee. It's just like, yeah, past 8 p.m. Not gonna happen, and they need to be in bed, and you're like kicked out at a certain time. The curfew is
So
being enforced, and I would be totally okay potentially with separate bedrooms to answer the question.
Hmm.
so my ex, that is my baby mama, my ex, right?
Hmm.
Didn't wasn't great and super fun during the relationship before we had kids because we were on separate sleep schedules. And also I'm but I was okay with it because I have to sleep in a different bed most of the time anyways, because I'm 6'5", about 265 right now, and I kick in my sleep. So I will engage in domestic violence in my sleep and beat the shit out of you. Like I have discovered more than once, multiple times, I have discovered holes in my wall that just occurred while I was asleep, and I never woke up. I'll just punch a hole in the wall asleep because I can hit hard enough to go through sheetrock and not wake up. And then wake up and be like, oh, I guess I fucking did it again. And if that's your face, you don't fucking want to be there, right? I had night terrors as a kid and then like sleep
Oh,
paralysis stuff. And
sorry,
so
buddy.
I do weird shit while I'm asleep. But once we had kids, it was fucking amazing
Mhm.
because the fact that we were on separate sleep schedules was like, oh, it's 8 o'clock at night, honey, go to sleep. I'm wide the fuck awake. I got my son Like I can rock him back to sleep. Oh, he woke up at 1 o'clock in the morning. That's fine. Go back to sleep. It's okay. I'll wake up. It's fine. I'm a night owl, whatever. And then 6 o'clock comes around. I'm not waking up. These are your hours. All right. These are my sleep hours. Like, no, this is you. Like, I know you have to be at work at 7:30. Like, go ahead and put him back to sleep. So it was actually pretty good. Like it was pretty good.
Others?
There are benefits. I'm just saying.
I mean, I'm definitely a night person. I don't know. I've always been a night person. I don't know. I was gonna say one comment to that story is maybe move the bed away from the wall if you're punching through sheetrock. I'm kind of fat. I'd be
Yeah, but
afraid
that's
to
not
roll
feng
into
shui,
it.
bro.
Oh, well, what are we gonna do then?
It depends on in the room. You know what I mean? Like there are some rooms where I'm not up against the wall, and there are others where I am. Like it just depends on the layout.
Yeah. Like FQ, what would you think if your partner, like you guys had like, differing preferences? Like, would you think it'd be acceptable to be in different rooms?
So, I mean, obviously it depends. So the situation that Scott brought up had to do with kids, right? It doesn't sound like you two have kids, as far as I know anyway. So that sort of changes things a little bit, right? Like if it were me personally, I would want to date someone. I wouldn't want to be involved with somebody in the long term if that person wanted to sleep in a separate room. To be honest with you, like
about the house?
maybe in the house, no, especially not. No, for me, unless there was there was a really good reason, like maybe there's a medical reason, unless it was something like I'd have to be given like a really justifiable reason. But otherwise, I would take it as a personal insult. I would feel
Really?
insulted. I would feel less connected. I
You
personally
like to be hit,
prefer
Fairy Queen? Because I mean, like we
no, but I
can
like
stay in the
I
same
like
bed.
uh,
You know what I mean? You just
I
gotta
like
take
to
a
be
few
cuddled.
punches.
She'd be
Okay,
insulted if
like
you don't hit her, really.
no,
You know?
because
Right, you know?
it just kind of like because here's the thing, like part of like I think anyway, just be personally, if you're going to coexist with another human being, right? That means that you put up with them snoring, right? The risk that they might fart when they go to sleep, right? The fact
No
that I mean
risk,
this
guaranteed.
I mean, but that like well, but that's like what it is to really care about somebody else and to love somebody else. It is to accept to a reasonable degree that their humanity to a degree, like the fact that they are that they can be gross, that they can be weird, that they can be annoying, right? So when somebody tells you that they're banishing you to an entirely separate room, right? I don't know, I would feel I would feel very judged and rejected. But that's just me personally, and different situations certainly apply.
Yeah,
So
yeah. I mean, it's really cold in Maine, so I expected that really. That
I am not from Maine for the last time. My family is mostly situated in Iowa, okay? Boo you.
But and to be clear, right? It was a very short-term experience with this lady. It's not like an ongoing thing, right? It was just but it made me think of this because like she was so extreme, right? Anyway, Lactoid, you were shaking your head at what FQ was saying.
No, I was agreeing. I don't believe in such things as well, yeah, I don't believe in the concept of
I mean, fuck, I'm divorced, so like maybe y'all are right. I don't fucking
what's the term?
You know what I mean? Like,
Somebody in the waiting room.
A deal breaker. I don't believe in the concept of a deal breaker. I just think that
oh yeah,
yeah. My logic on this is just I think that everybody has a certain amount of points, like positive and negative points for whatever you want to get out of them. And so if you have somebody who you're looking to date, I think not being able to sleep in the same bed is a pretty big negative. I think there's a lot of negative points that would suck. So they would have to be real rich and real pretty to overcome the barrier that they've set for themselves by having to sleep in a separate room.
It's funny
wait. So
that you
there's
bring
no
that
deal
up.
breakers though. Like I want to hear more about that. There's like absolutely nothing that would be negative too many points to be a deal breaker.
Well, no,
Like, say they were like a serial killer.
Sure, but like, let's say you have a serial killer who there's a large amount of negative points, okay? But let's say they had a fuck ton of positive points. Like I could like think of
like
a serial
Ted
killer
Bundy,
that
if you were a girl,
maybe
you'd be
not.
a girl in America.
No, not like Ted Bundy, but like let's say it was like a serial
We
killer,
loving Ted Bundy. I'm just saying.
a serial killer that you knew wouldn't kill you and was a multi-billionaire who was going to give you half their money. I would date that person. Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
That's
Well,
fair.
what if it was like a
Wait,
justified
I'm
serial killer
curious.
too, right?
I'm
That might be
curious.
They
Slade.
only
I think you might
hunted
have
down
Slade.
pedophiles.
I want to push this, as in like
Oh, Dexter.
for you, Lactoid, is being male a deal
Yeah.
breaker?
A lot of negative points, but I don't believe in deal breakers.
Okay, yeah, fair. I just testing the
I would get with Bill Gates. So if you're watching Bill Gates and you got one, for enough
you would
money,
get with Bill Gates.
Bill Gates can do better than you or I, but
that's true. That's true. Yeah.
And he has many times apparently.
I'm just saying, like there needs to be like money involved. I'm like you could, you know what I'm saying? Like it's no deal breakers.
So enough Bill. Well, like I'm curious, as in a guaranteed money, or it's like Bill Gates with the possibility of $1 billion.
You're getting too weird.
It would have to be like a reasonable risk. So how I think about this, and this is how
you're getting so weird.
No, this is
soft.
How about
it doesn't have to be weird.
Hypothetical gay relationships.
Like just think about it this way, right? So with half of Bill Gates' money, I could save so many African children, right? And so I see money in terms of like African lives. It's like a unit of measurement. And so like as long as the overall utilitarian calculus adds up to more African lives, I will do whatever X for that amount of money to save N+1. That's the answer.
I can respect that. Yeah.
Literally every utilitarian feels this way. Like it's not great. Like you guys are being crazy for being like no deal breakers. His logic is so fucking obvious. Like this is silly.
No, he. I think I'm pretty sure.
Like
you thought about it, Lacto, when I asked you about the male aspect, as in you didn't have a.
I was trying to think about like which one would be worse for me, like a male or a serial killer, and that's a tough one for me.
I'm gonna circle back to the actual conversation, right, and not like what Lactoid wouldn't do, what he wouldn't allow up his butt for.
Y'all give me shit about the Anne song all the time. But like Lactoid come in with some weird fucking shit, and y'all be like, "Let's talk about IQ tests and voting for the next 4 hours," even though that's not.
Speaking of that, no,
it was fun.
You know what I'm saying?
You don't like fun? You're against the concept. Corey, did you have fun? Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, I did. I understand if Scott isn't star of the show, it's really problematic for him. Like,
yeah,
it's not problematic. It's just not fun
it's not interesting, but it needs to be on the grounds of like, Scott punching walls. That's like, that's the domain that we need to go to. But like, asking Lactoid about his sexual preferences, that's a bridge too far. We need to talk about, Scott's night terrors.
No,
that's really the
No,
topic.
I like this point system a lot.
The logic is obvious.
Oh,
it's like I'm just saying you're smarter than this. Don't pretend to be dumb. Like you got it.
Okay, so
like what Lactoid said made sense.
I am circling back to the topic. Okay, all right. And to catch up our friend Aiko. Hello, hi, friend. Glad that you're here. Nice haircut. Just on the top though, not anywhere else.
See, everyone keeps saying that, but I think my beard looks totally different.
It does.
Don't
let him lie to you.
It does. It does.
It looks good.
All of my students say only the hair, like the beard's exactly the same. Like
no, it's not. It's definitely not. No, you're right.
It's you can tell a little bit.
So I brought up a story about like a woman I had encounters with. Anyway, that she had a very specific sleep schedule, right? Very like rigid sleep schedule, and I have a very fluid, non-traditional sleep schedule, as you might be aware, right?
As with all streamers, yeah.
Yeah. And so anyway, how that like interacted very badly with each other, and so I was asking. Would you be okay, for a person you married or like a long-term partner, if you slept in separate rooms? And I wanted to, because I just quickly Lactoid, because you brought up like, someone who was rich, in terms of sodomizing you, but like in terms of a conversation, the woman I'm talking about is actually, I mean, that's where we're going. But anyway, so the woman that I'm talking about, like, has like traditionally dated very, very wealthy men, like extremely wealthy men, and she for one relationship she was.
Are you dating
like
Lav?
A mansion. A Lab?
Sorry, go keep going. Keep talking. Sorry.
She was in a her boyfriend were like in a mansion, and even him like in his mansion, far away, right? His presence there like bothered her. It was like. She's like super serious about this. She just like
she's neurotic.
You can't be in her abode.
Yeah, well, hold on. Is she rich though? That's the question.
No, and I mean, like this explains. I mean, this very much explains why our interactions were short. Of course. But anyway,
actually, I don't think it's.
Okay.
If
I was just
Right.
I don't think it's that weird. I have a my sleep schedule is fucked, I guess. But for me, it's always worked. Right, I sleep like 4 hours a night, and I've been doing that for as long as I can remember. Right, and it works for me. I actually can't sleep longer, like physically. But my fiance will sleep fucking 12 hours somehow on the weekends, just like a fucking log. Just sleeps. I don't know how she. Right, so I guess if you had an issue where like you're getting out of bed and that caused you to wake their partner up or whatever, and this caused like problems or whatever in the relationship, I guess it would make sense to just get another bed, have a separate space. When we first moved in together, I had a problem because her fucking dogs would crawl into the bed with us. So it was the two of us and three little dogs on the bed. Fucking drove me insane. Okay, because it was like I think it was like a queen size bed at the time that she had. Within like
With
like
your
3 months,
legs over the
I had to
side.
upgrade. I had to upgrade it right to like I upgraded to like a king size. Yeah, I updated. I was gonna get the California king. I ended up just getting the king, right? Because I needed the extra width versus the length, just because of the fucking dogs. Just they get on the bed and they lay sideways. They lay on top of you. They get on top of your head, and if I move, I just this barking scream out of fucking nowhere, in the middle of the night, and then I turn my head. There's a little dog in my face, just growling like it's gonna kill me, right? It's just not a good situation, right? So I can understand, and she just will not. She refuses to have them sleep on the floor. Right? They have their little beds. They refuse to sleep on the beds. They want. So I've kind of cheated the system. I got a bed frame that's very high off the floor, so they can't get on the bed themselves now. And sometimes I just sneak them off while she's sleeping. And that usually works.
Oh
But yeah, I can
yeah.
I
understand
hope
for
she
the
doesn't
breeding
watch
issue,
the
right?
stream.
Like I can understand
She
just having your own
doesn't.
space, having another bed.
Yeah.
do you
Okay.
guys not
Interesting.
do you guys not let your cats come in or your pets come and sleep with you, like your dogs or your cats?
This
Is
is a
that a strange
self-report
thing
right
to
here.
do?
Depends.
Yeah.
What do you mean it
My
The
depends?
most awkward thing. So yeah, I'm gonna get like to TMI for a second, okay? Waking up in the middle of the night, you're kind of horny, you want to have sex, and you got to like navigate around all these
Okay.
fucking creatures on
Okay.
the bed and get them
No.
out of the way, and they're
Stop.
growling at you and making
Stop.
faces. It's so fucking annoying. I hate it.
Yep.
Okay, well,
Doobie, I'm with you, Booby.
I'll
I'm with
That's
you.
why I
say
said
I
it
mean,
And you
depends.
get them on the floor, and then they're sitting there staring at you while you're trying to have sex. It's just awkward. Like, I don't want.
You don't want to get the wrong ideas while you're in the act.
Doobie's a real one, man. I
I
love
don't
him.
want to pull.
Wow.
People have different sleeping arrangements. It's not that crazy, right? Like my ex would fucking like to watch reality TV shows late at night. And then I would come in to have sex and everything would be great. And then like at some point in time during sex, I would notice that the TV was on because I'm ADHD and it would be like my 600-pound life. And I'm trying to have sex. And then I would just hear in the background be like, I need to get more of the sody pops. Mommy says if I get a diet one, that it undoes the sugars in the regular one. And I'm like, yo, what the fuck, man? Like, and I'm like trying to like block it out now. And now sex becomes like this mechanical thing where
Yeah.
it's just like becomes like a rhythmic fucking habit that I'm not enjoying because I'm having to like drown out like morbidly obese people crying about their abusive stepdad whilst they like shove french fries in their face and like, oh god, like, you know what I mean? Like there's just people do different shit when they go to sleep and sometimes it doesn't match up. It's not that crazy that people get around that behavior because they still love the person by like having different arrangements or doing, making compromises. It's not that
Yeah.
crazy. I just don't
Yeah.
I don't know. It seems weird.
Yeah, as for the
And
pets thing, my animals have a will to live. I'm just imagining rolling over on one of them in their sleep. I won't have that cat no more.
um, I just think it's interesting that I wouldn't get anything from old Tom, or I don't think I go in this situation yet, so I want to hear from them as well. But like, I think it's interesting that FQ and Lactoid feel the way that they do. And I'm not trying to like turn this into a debate like that you're wrong or anything. It's like I'm like
On a
exploring.
debate panel.
I know. Fair enough, right? But I'm not trying to say like you're wrong to feel the way you do. And again, like I felt that way previously, but like it because you said FQ that like within reason, right? You're supposed to accept your partners, right? Like, well, Like, what if their sleep schedule is just unreasonable? Like, I had a roommate in college who was like, he did the ROTC, right? And me, being up late, like watching TV. I remember I had the TV down to the lowest possible volume and like had my ear to it because I wanted to try to be considerate. But like I just can't be asleep when he's asleep, right? Which is normal times when he was asleep. And eventually he just had to he change rooms because of that, right? He was nice about it, but like clearly like this wasn't working. And if he was like an attractive woman, which would have been nice, but if he was, right, I wouldn't want to let that relationship go just because of that, right? Like, and I feel like I don't want it to seem as like an insult if I suggested to her that like maybe we should sleep in separate rooms, you know. And remember, when you're sleeping, you're not like doing anything, right? Like that's the time where you're like deactivated, and so like we can spend all our time, our waking hours together. She can come to me, I can come to her, and but like why looking at it as like an insult, I think is like interesting, you know. Like,
mean, it's subjective. Like, I mean, other people on this panel have said that they like have agreed to different sleeping arrangements because that's what worked for them, and like I think that's fine. I'm just saying that my knee-jerk reaction, like if my partner were to say that to me, I would take that as an insult, and probably I would feel like my knee-jerk reaction would be to feel upset and to ask why. And even if I logically understood it and accepted it at first, in the long run, I think I probably would feel a bit bitter to be honest. And that's and different people have different expectations. They have different desires for what they want out of their relationships. For me, I want a spouse that wants to go to bed with me at the same time, right? And stays with me until the next morning, right? And I think, and I will go so far as to say, I think that's probably a normie take.
yeah, that's. I think
Yeah.
you're right. I think you're correct on that.
Yeah.
Tom Foolery and Aiko, curious what your thoughts are, and then we can move on to our actual topics.
Yeah, I definitely would rather be able to sleep in the bed with my partner. But right before this show, I was talking to somebody about the fact that like my sleep schedule is so fucked right now. I'm sleeping like 4 hours, then awake for like 4 or 5 hours, then sleeping another 4 hours, then awake for another 4 or 5 hours, then sleeping 4 hours, and it's just so messed up. I can't like get a good schedule, and I can't stay asleep. I just can't do it, and it's just getting more and more fucked. And I've always had problems with sleep schedules, whether it's like going to sleep at 6 a.m. or something like that. Like I've always had problems with this. So while I would much rather be able to sleep in the bed with my partner, that would be much better. I also know that I'm like definitely a problem. I'm like my shit is fucked. And even when I do go to sleep, I need to like watch some shit and pass out. Like I need to be so completely tired that I cannot possibly stay awake anymore to finally fall asleep. And other people may not want to deal with that. They may not want like TV playing all night, or me fucking around with video games all night or some shit. So it would totally make sense that yeah, they wouldn't want to deal with that. I'd probably be a little offended, but I'd also understand, because yeah, in order for me to be able to have a partner, I would probably have to be willing to make some concessions like that with as many problems as I have with sleep.
Oh, quick side note, because Scott also brought this up. He talked about the TV in the bedroom. None of that. Like I've always had a TV in the bedroom, like when I've been solo. Right? I've always had that, but like no, none of that with a partner. It gets in the way of sex. So having that. But Aiko.
Yeah, this to me is strange because everything in a relationship is a negotiation, and it seems like something like this is also a negotiation. And I've never been in a relationship where we went to bed at the exact same time and got up at the exact same time. And so it's really more that sometimes you're in the bed by yourself, and sometimes people are your partner's like arriving and leaving at different times, or you might be in the bed working on your laptop or doing some reading or something while the other partner is asleep or something like that. And I definitely disagree with you about the nothing's going on when you're both asleep sort of thing, because that's probably when some of the most important intimacy occurs, is when you're just like asleep and the positions in which you're asleep, just cuddling, being aware of each
Getting
other's
punched in the
presence,
face, maybe.
sort of getting used to your partner's like breathing rhythms. Like there's so many like aspects of that you sort of become super accustomed to and become like an intrinsic, like almost a critical part of your relationship are those moments. And I think
Tearing the
that
blankets off you.
so that doesn't mean that there aren't hours at a time at night where I might be awake and she's asleep and maybe I'm not even in the room, but that doesn't
When
mean
your
I'm
arm's
sleeping
asleep.
somewhere different. Yeah. That happens. Yes, right. The true test of a relationship is whether you'll shove her off your arm because she cut off your blood flow. Yeah. Yeah. So I think that you have to. There are those moments when you're going to be alone, but I don't think I'd ever get to the point where I'd rather sleep in a different location. I think there are times when I won't be asleep at the same time, and I think there are times when I doubt if we even wake each other up when one of us arrives or leaves. I don't think that really happens. It just becomes so natural.
FQ?
So, on the question of negotiation, so I put this poll out. I guess it's almost exactly a month ago, and this is the poll, and I'm curious to hear what you say, and then I'll tell you what the results of the poll were. Over 300 people answered this poll that I put up on my Twitter page. So this is gentlemen only. You meet your ideal partner, beauty, brains, the works. She has a full-time career and she makes $100,000 a year. She wants you to be a stay-at-home dad, to cook, to clean, and to be sexually submissive. Would you marry her?
Only
Fuck
100K?
no.
Only
Okay.
100K?
Right?
no.
Like first of all,
Ugh.
like median income right now is about 60K. So that's not even wealthy. That's like barely middle class in America. First of all. Second of all, sexually submissive. I gotta get pegged for just barely getting to fucking six figures. Fuck off. Second of all, I don't really care what the analysis of the Twitter poll is because it's a Twitter poll and it's based off your audience, right? Like, so who fucking know? Or people troll on it,
A
but
pro
even
pegging
still,
audience, we know
that's
that for sure.
right.
Or a
Okay.
bunch of
Who
bots.
knows? But like that is wild. And even if you do want to do it, like that shit's not gonna fucking last. Like, yeah, maybe it lasts for some people, but let's be honest, that relationship is doomed to fucking fail.
Okay. Interesting.
There is a hidden perk though for the people in relationships who don't sleep together in the same bed, which is that if it ends, you don't have to worry about having to like get used to that, right?
That's true.
True.
And
It's a terrible benefit.
well, I mean, to answer FQ more specifically, yeah, it's just like I mean, it's basically we're back to lactoid here, right? Like we're back to like negotiating as to like the price. Of course, there's a price, but that 100K is just not there, like not
For
anymore.
enough money,
Okay.
I'll stick around long enough to get the alimony payments. Yeah.
Fair
Okay.
enough. Yeah.
Does anybody else want to answer? Do you want me to give
No,
the?
I'd be open to it. I don't know exactly if it's as Scott described of sexually submissive. That means automatically pegging. I interpret that as multiply. I interpret that as
I was being
multiply.
hyperbolic.
I was
what-
deliberately
what
vague. I
else
did not
could that mean,
explain what that
though?
meant.
You
Like,
guys are so serious tonight, man. Every joke I tell, you guys are like, "Oh man."
Oh yeah,
that
we're so
hurts."
serious as you're like harassing me. No, don't talk, don't question lactoid. Oh, let's get off this. Let's get back to my night terrors. Yeah, super serious.
I never said that. You did.
But yeah, I'm open to that arrangement potentially, depending on exactly what sexually submissive means.
Yeah, you got to explain that, right? Because does submissive does
No.
that must mean something with the butt? Because if it means something with the butt, we're talking like.
Listen, I never explained. Okay,
Yeah,
I
we're
just
back to Bill Gates.
Lactoid, you've already
Sounded
defined
different.
what
It's a big
submissive
difference.
means.
Well, no, I
It's
have
like-
I have
it's just like-
definitions.
We
I
know
know.
in detail what you think submissive.
I have a whole
means,
theory.
right?
I have a
You've heard
whole
this before.
theory
Right,
on this. Yeah.
Like what if she's a dominatrix but she's really cool about it, and then like, or was she like a muscle mommy that's like trying to Amazon you? Like that could be fun once or twice, I guess, but like, You
Does
guys ever
anyone-
try
So
the
is that
Amazon position?
lactoid?
It's fun.
Is that
Try it.
lactoid deal breaker then? The butt stuff.
It's a lot of negative points.
For 100K.
No, no,
It is.
for
Yeah,
100K, yeah.
for 100K, I'd say
100K.
yeah.
It's 100K.
What if it was Bill Gates pegging you? That'd be a whole
No,
She's
no, no,
gonna
no, no,
finance my
no.
fucking
100K.
2019 Hyundai.
That's the number.
Ooh.
100K.
Yeah, 100K. That's like 100K. So no, I'm not gonna. Absolutely not.
No. I think
Okay.
no.
You guys want to know
Alright.
what the results of the poll are? Or
Sure.
It's
Well, I
left.
was
It's,
just gonna
it's
say-
left-wing men, I'm guessing, that are mostly
Ico?
taking this.
I was
poll.
just gonna say, for me, like,
Oh.
right up until the sexually submissive part, I was okay with it. I took a vow of simplicity years ago, so the 100K part wouldn't bother me at all, and being Mr. Mom wouldn't necessarily bother me. But yeah, so right up until the very end there, I was okay with it.
Okay. All right, folks. This is the drum roll, please. This is what the results of the poll are. Out of 308 votes, okay, 71.8% of the respondents said yes. They said yes to it. And 28.2% of the 308 people said no. So make of that what you will.
It's because they're Twitter users. They can't imagine 100K. It's like, holy shit.
Exactly. Right?
And I have to tell you, I
$100,000?
died when I got these answers.
Yeah, these people. Do these people live in third world countries where $100,000 sounds like a good
No.
deal?
Like-
What the fuck is going on?
Are they?
I This
are
is
they
the tweet
Canadian?
that I have.
And then like they're not used to like
That's
real money.
literally
They're just
poverty.
used
Like,
to
in
Canadian
Los
308
Angeles.
people.
Like,
And I'll
A
tell you
lot of
something
maple
else.
syrup, Brian. Don't judge.
I have
The
never
highest
had
rates of
more
depression are
engagement with
among
a tweet
people-
than I have with this one. This is the
Wow.
number one tweet.
They
The
just
most
don't want to
comments,
work. That's a
The
problem.
most likes, the most retweets, the most everything. It's
Let me just say,
hilarious.
the highest rates of depression are among people who are the highest earners, the one who may make the most money. That's where,
I'll take that.
and the highest suicide rates as well.
yeah,
Oh,
okay,
roll
sure,
the
but
dice on
like,
that
there's
shit.
right, like, so
Mhm.
so the research shows that like you don't gain any additional happiness. Really, you just gain stress that usually outweighs the happiness once you're able to live comfortably, which is you no longer stress
Mhm.
about bills. You
Right.
never worry about whether or not a bill is paid,
Mm.
and that you have enough money to
Mhm.
go out on the occasional yearly or bi-year vacation. So like once you can leave your area and once you have enough money to pay all your bills, like you don't, there's not that much there's basically almost no difference in happiness between someone that makes
That's
like
right.
150, 160K a year and a millionaire. But like, but also, right? Like if I'm going to get pegged, like I want to ride a wave runner. Like I want to do cool shit if I'm going to get pegged, you know? That's all I'm saying.
I've seen stats. I mean, maybe these. I've seen news stats where you see stress increase as income increases, up to
Yes.
a point, right? I think it was like when you hit 200K or something, then you start seeing stress decline, and then you get to like the 500,000 range, and then it's
It's
relatively
probably because
low.
of the type of work
they're-
you're
they're-
doing,
they're-
right? Like that
Yeah,
kind
there
of
are
range.
trends. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you get more, the more specific you get, the more information you're going to get, and the more you're going to see different trends that bulk the trends. This is true of any statistics, right? Like it's like, oh, this is true, and it's like, okay, well, let's look at Asians. Well, Asians are 4% of the population. Cool, things changed. The trend changed,
Yeah.
right? Anytime you get more specific, you'll see that you'll see either the trend stay the same or change, but that doesn't mean that the trend is no longer valid. It just means that
think-
the specific cohort isn't.
I think we should have a conversation about being able to buy happiness, because I've never been on this train like that, like, you know, at some point it peters out or something. Like I think that there are plenty of reasons why money can make everything better. Like everything better.
You could buy an aircraft. I mean, Bill Gates could buy like what, 3
No
aircraft
point.
carriers?
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
well-
I mean, it's just,
well, we can
that's
have
the thing
that
too. Is
debate.
like Lactoid said, right? Like if let's say you're an ER doctor, right? If you're an ER doctor, you're probably making 180K if you've done your residency and everything, right? And yet you're paying like 60K in medical malpractice insurance and all of these other payments. So you're really only making like 120. Oh, and by the way, you have a horrible sleep schedule and you deal with death and dying and tragedy and the most stressful shit over and over again.
I
So
watch
like, yeah,
Scrubs.
you're rich, but like that's a horrible fucking job for like your sanity.
Let's do this
This is-
maybe next week then.
I'm down.
But so just to, because now we're gonna move on to the actual real topic. I just wanted to say the one last thing on the actual thing that I brought up is that when I was having those experiences in the past with this lady, right? There would be I mean, every fucking time, every time. Either actually both of these would happen. I'd be in bed with this woman and I'd be trying to get to sleep, right, and like moving, not moving at all. To be as as least as disturbance as possible. My presence there was still a problem, but like just like not moving. And then waking up later on and also like not moving and like being in hell, like what the fuck? I can imagine like years of this, like years of being in bed like this, like trying to avoid. Cause it stressed me out. It like stressed me out. Like just trying to be kind
Yeah.
to her. I don't want to be rude, you know. But like so, I just it wouldn't have.
I'm glad you got that off your
It
chest, Prime. I'm glad you got that
it
taken care
wouldn't
of.
have worked for many reasons, that relationship, but like that's a big one, and I can imagine a person who I'm more compatible with, right? Like having a similar issue, and I just don't want to lose that, you know. If there's like a solution, a workable solution. Anyway, Trey, let's move on to the actual topics. Hello, all. This is the Very Roundtable. It should have 8 p.m. Eastern. We have a fantastic group of individuals here. Let's combine intros with your opening statements so we can get to this faster. Um, but yeah, we're gonna have a great time. Thank you, Wick, for the raid previously. And here we go. Topic one. In recent weeks, there has been an outbreak of measles across the US and other parts of the world. Responses to this highly contagious disease vary, but Florida has left it up to parents to decide if their children should quarantine. An article contrasts this with Ohio's response to a previous outbreak, where it was made clear that parents should follow CDC guidelines. In a time when unvaccinated rates are at an all-time high, is Florida's response reasonable? Should we vastly limit the number of MMR exemptions given? Or do parents really know better than so called experts as to what is best for their child? Um, so yeah, this is like an ongoing thing right now. Is this outbreak that's happening? It was centered around this one school in Florida, but apparently the outbreak started because of international travel or whatever. But in any case, like the virus has found a home here because there are a lot of people who are unvaccinated, and for small children, right? Like there a few who just can't get vaccinated for all kinds of reasons, right? Um, and so now the head of Florida's public health department or whatever has said, yeah, the parents can decide this on their own. And there's been a lot of consternation among epidemiologists about this. Um, but like how um, is this reasonable? I'll just leave it there. So Lactoid, start us off.
Yeah, I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. So I'm going to be a little bit careful with this one. I think we all know why. This is a little bit of a landmine you've set out, Prime. But my take on this is that Florida's policy is really not all that different from Ohio's here, and I think both are pretty reasonable. Which was recommendations and guidance saying, hey, please take this, and hey, if you do get sick, please don't send your sick kid around other kids for a period of 21 days. I have no problem with that. What I think is perhaps the more pressing question that this is hinting at is, should we force kids to get an MMR vaccine? Well, generally speaking...
Mute yourself.
Mute yourself. Jesus, we told you.
Is that me?
Is it
Yes,
whichever one of you is typing. Echo or Tom.
I'm not typing.
Okay, sorry. Then
Here,
I apologize, Echo. Tom.
Sorry, I was being mad. I'm sorry.
Stop framing Echo, Tom. All right, let's go to Lacto.
Generally speaking, I think the nuclear family has benefits, and I think that allowing parents to raise their children is important. Obviously, there are circumstances in which the state may have to intervene if there's abuse or if the kid's being put in unreasonable danger. Do I think this meets that unreasonable danger? I don't, but I could be convinced otherwise. If there's significant reason for me to believe this could be it, like denying it, like denying a kid a vaccine could be tantamount to child abuse. If you could prove to me that is the case in a way that's satisfactory to me, I can change my mind. But right now, it just doesn't seem so.
Majid BMAC, thank you for gifting the 5 subs to the channel. Much appreciated. Guys, support the community so that I can be providing you all these fun conversations like the ones we were having earlier. If that interests you, consider subscribing to the channel. Get the bits, gifting subs, hyper chats, or super chats on Twitch and YouTube. I also appreciate they get read, and we'll interact with those. Okay, let's go to our friend Scott.
Yeah, so no shocker here from anyone that's heard from me before. Oh, sorry, I'm Fabian Liberty. I'm streaming on YouTube, which I haven't streamed since April of last year, and so I decided I was going to start streaming on Mondays to do some other things. So if you want to check me out, you can find me Fabian Liberty pretty much everywhere. Check me out on YouTube. So no shocker here to anyone that's ever heard me speak that the anarchist here doesn't want the government putting vaccine mandates on anyone. Obviously, this is a landmine topic, as Lactoid put out, because certain arguments are no longer allowed on Twitch or YouTube. And YouTube still has asinine policies, such as it is against their policy to contradict World Health Organization, and this includes the World Health Organization contradicting the World Health Organization. So technically, it's impossible to talk about vaccines without breaking their TOS, because it would be impossible to broach any topics that the World Health Organization has ever talked about because they contradict themselves. So it's always against YouTube's policy to be able to have certain conversations at all, no matter what your opinion is. That being said, setting aside the censorship on this topic, I think that's actually shouldn't be set aside, because that's going to exacerbate the problem we have. After this, using the word, we'll say pandemic, and all of the other ways that you can say that word, the medical community has devastated any trust from parents and from people that aren't necessarily educated on this, because they have lied over and over and over and over again. And the United States government is, and many scientists to this day and doctors to this day, have been spreading medical misinformation over and over and over again. But they're allowed to do it because it fits the narrative of the state. So no, I don't care that there are guidelines, and I don't think the guidelines not being strict enough is somehow a problem. If you want your kid in a place where there are vaccine mandates, then that should exist in a public school. I'm sorry, in a private school. There should be absolute. If you're going to provide a service, then you don't get to then that is mandatory, that the state forces you to go to. You either have to have a private school education that they agree with, a homeschool education that meets their standards, or public school that they provide. Then you don't get to restrict access to it because people don't do certain things with their body that you don't like. Okay? Like it is insane to think that you get to force people to take a vaccine as a means of that. When we're talking about MMRV, right? MMR really isn't given that much anymore. It's MMRV is what's usually given. Varicella has been wrapped into the measles, mumps, rubella. We're usually talking about diseases that aren't necessarily that dangerous to children, right? Even if you catch it and you're vaccinated, the in modern medicine, the likelihood that you die from measles, mumps, rubella, et cetera, is basically zero. What we're worried about is immunocompromised people, and we're worried specifically when it comes to rubella, we're worried about pregnant females, right? Pregnant women, like they lose children left and right when it comes to rubella and sometimes measles outbreaks, right? So that's the actual danger, not the kids at school, it's pregnant women that we're concerned about. And that's what the herd immunity is for, right? Herd immunity being vaccination of a sterilizing vaccine, right? I think we all know other vaccines that are not sterilizing vaccines, but a sterilizing vaccine such as MMRV, when you're able to get the infection rate below 1.0, that's kind of what we're searching for. And so the concept here is really a collective one. And that's, I think, where the right and the left really start bumping heads here, is because you need a certain percentage of people vaccinated in order to ensure that infections and outbreaks don't occur or don't spread beyond the kind of the random spots they pop up. But again, if you want to solve this problem, then you should privatize education and abolish public schools because they're evil, not try and demand that people take drugs, especially after years of lying to people via medical misinformation, and try and push the same bullshit you did before. we don't trust you anymore. And that's unfortunate because we should trust science, but it's terrible and it's trash.
Let's go to a scientist now, Corey.
Well, I'm going to attempt to keep it brief, but sort of, I think I could be wrong, but on the topic of misinformation, isn't it true that you streamed last week, Scott? Or am I mistaken about that? That you were on YouTube last week?
I brought up that it streamed 1 week ago, and then before that, it was
Okay,
April of
fair
last
enough.
year.
Then I stand corrected. But yeah, so I'm Canadian, so I'm
That's not
operating.
medical misinformation.
I didn't say it was medical misinformation. So yeah, I'm Canadian, so I'm generally operating under the framework of, let's say public education. So like, yeah, when it comes to public education, in terms of like, yeah, I think, so when it comes to vaccine mandates, or rather to go to public schooling, requiring vaccination. So I'm in favor of medical exemptions, but at least how I understand them in the United States, or let's say for most of the states in the United States, they allow for medical exceptions for religious reasons or like philosophical reasons. I'm pretty much all in favor of like abolishing that, and that you need a justifiable medical reason for a medical exemption. And overall, I'm in favor of the guidelines in terms of enforcing MMR vaccines for public schooling children. And I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Gibbs, please.
Yeah. So I'm kind of torn on this one. I'm not like a sitting here prominent conservative anti-vaxxer type. That's just not who I am. I do have concerns sometimes when vaccines are pushed out too fast, as I kind of thought with the COVID vaccines, right? However, something like measles has been around for ages and we've had vaccines for, I'm a little less like lenient on. So the way I look at it though, is it comes down to this really for me. I'm not a scientist and I really but on this flip side, I just don't really trust the government. And so the idea that the government has bodily autonomy over me and that they wouldn't lie to me about something they're putting in my body, even then, it's not a foreign concept to me. I think that they would. And so I feel like you should have your right to whatever you put in your body. And that's the bottom line, I guess, in my opinion.
Thank you so much. FQ.
So here is my thoughts on this. First of all, I agree with Lactoid. I think that Florida's policy isn't that different from Ohio's. I think it's reasonable. But I also agree with Corey. I think that I think that it should be required by the state for children to have to be vaccinated against measles. And I think that and I kind of want to get quickly to the back and forth, but I think like the core key aspect of our question that we will get to, I think, is on what basis do parents have rights on over their child's health care? And I would contend that people who are against this policy, um, in my opinion, like most of the arguments that I've heard, essentially regard parental rights as an extension of property rights. And we can get into more of that later. But essentially the intrinsic reason why I am for the state forcing you to have your child vaccinated is because I think that the idea of thinking of your child as a piece of property is absurd. And we can get into more of that later. But that's where I'll leave it for now.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Tom.
Yeah, at first I'm on YouTube. I don't normally have many problems with the TOS. I have like a ton of vaccine debates here, so I'm fine with you guys making whatever arguments you want. I don't think it's gonna hurt me any. So the I'm definitely in favor. Yeah, I want to get to the back and forth as well. So I'm in favor of schools requiring the vaccines. From what I understand, most states are still doing MMR. It's very few that are doing MMRV right now, but I could be wrong on that. And then yeah, there's only 2 states now that are leaving it up to the parents. Everybody else requires it for schools. And I think that, yeah, like once you're around everybody else's kids, it's not a decision that you're making for just you and your family. It's a decision that you're making that affects everybody else's kids and everybody else's families now. So I do think that the states should require these things. But I'm sure this is going to just turn into a debate about like whether or not government should exist or whether or not public schools should be allowed. So we'll skip this debate, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, we already know the answer to those. No, clearly. All right, let's go to go. Muted friend.
Awesome points as always.
At least once a stream. It's required that I do that once a stream. Yeah. I think I'm glad Tom ended where he ended with like talking about other people's kids, because I was just looking at, because the name of the game, of course, is herd immunity. It's the idea is to be able to protect society at large rather than just individual kids. And some people might bring up, well, what does it matter if your kid's vaccinated, then no other kid is going to be a threat. But then, of course, when you look up the efficacy rate of these vaccines, they're never 100%. So it's 96% for measles and 89% for mumps. If you invert that, that means a 4%, I guess, for lack of a better word, inefficacy rate for measles and 11% for mumps, which means that I can have my kid like I can do everything responsible to make sure that they're vaccinated, and they can still there's an 11% chance with mumps that they'll still that they catch it and be harmed by it, from some other kid because they weren't vaccinated. It's the way in which these efficacy rates multiply as you pass from one person to another person to another person that gets you to that herd immunity. And so I would say that the number of exemptions that you give out should just be dependent on how many exemptions would still ensure herd immunity. I think that's the formula that you would need to use. And then once you know what that number is, you can find out like who you think like needs that the most. And also, like, of course, when you're dealing with very large groups of people, even if you accept that just getting the measles isn't necessarily going to kill a large percentage of kids, that mortality rate might not matter as much if you wind up in a place where you start dealing with large numbers of people who get it, because then you can start to get a fairly significant amount of people who are like seriously injured or killed by it as well. Although I do think, and I'm interested to see that if you don't trust government, if you think there might be, if anybody here thinks there might be a civil solution to this, which is to say, if an outbreak can be traced to your child who was not vaccinated, could you hold them responsible civilly? And might that be a solution?
So much. Let's go to Doobie.
I mean, yeah, I'm totally in favor of mandatory vaccines for public. I think if you'd like to avoid that, I mean, I think that should be the point at which you're told to go to a private school or maybe attend permanently through online courses. Or I don't think it makes sense to say that the individual uh, claim to freedom or bodily autonomy or whatever of these children or their parents is worth risking the lives of everybody else.
We heard everything you had said, Doobie, but you do sound a bit quiet. FYI.
Okay, yeah, I'll raise them.
Thank you. All right,
There you go.
open to the public.
I think we all agree.
So just
Sure.
a couple of things. I think Corey will appreciate this as well. Just so that we're clear when talking about vaccine efficacy. That efficacy is measured under, so it's defined by pharmaceutical companies, right? Like efficacy is not defined by any regulatory agency at all. What it is a pharmaceutical company says this is what we mean by efficacy with this specific um, treatment, whatever the treatment may be, right? Then it is either approved for the label by the FDA as like basically, okay, this is what it means, right? So when we're talking about like 96, 97% efficacy, right? What what that most often means is whether or not an infection occurs, which is what iCal was talking about, right? But the thing is that like if there's a 4% infection rate against someone that is against the population that is vaccinated, right? That doesn't mean that they have zero antibodies, right? So even of that 4% that were infected, they very often have antibodies. If you draw titers on them, you will find that they have elevated antibodies for whichever protein structures the vaccine is targeting. And so the severity of the sickness is often drastically reduced, which is of course something we heard with the last kind of thing, with the COVID vaccines, right? Obviously not much with like the Nova, but the Pfizer and J&J and Moderna is, there's a conversation. It's like, yeah, the infection rate is there, but there's some protection being granted here, right? And so then the question there's a couple of other things. So when we talk about targeting specific areas, with certain percentages of vaccination rates, it's kind of impossible to do. Like we can guess, epidemiologists can attempt to make predictions, and they have plenty of models where they can find areas that are at risk and areas that aren't at risk. But the thing is that there's a lot of other factors that we just don't know, right? Like we can't measure how many human interactions occur. We can only just expect that they're higher in populated areas, right? We can't we can't measure how cultural differences might change things, right? So like super spreaders, right? Like could be like, churches, for example, right? Like when Jews weren't allowed to go to synagogue in New York, even though, they were killing grandmas in nursing homes to hide the numbers, right? Like we knew that that was a super spreader event for them to go to church, but not to put infected people in nursing homes for whatever fucking reason. But regardless, we can know that both of those are problematic because of the density of people, right? So if people are more densely together, then they're more likely to be infectious because more likely to touch, et cetera. The other thing we don't know is with all vaccines, even sterilizing vaccines, there is a very, 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 very small risk of ADE, right? Antibody dependent enhancement, but more so than just ADE, which is very, very unlikely under most circumstances. There is a risk of vaccine immunity escape, which is if you only have like let's say 70% or 60% vaccinated, even though the vaccination rate is the infection rate is low, you start passing around this measles, and you pass it around enough to enough people that don't immediately kill the virus when they get it, then what you can have is you can have a mutation where now you have a new variant of measles that is out there. And now if it is aggressive enough in its infection rate, everyone else that was already vaccinated is no longer protected. And now we have to try and play catch up to stop a larger outbreak. And then lastly, the last piece of like important thing is that certain communities in certain areas, there will always be outbreaks. And the reason is because when you have a country, just looking at America alone, of 330 million people, there will be little spots where for whatever reason the virus got spread around a lot there, and there's like low vaccination rates there, or there's high susceptibility there, or factors that we just don't know about. So there's never a guarantee that you won't have outbreaks. It's really just about risk reduction, and that's mostly what the CDC and the DHS and Department of Health and et cetera, they're trying to look at risky areas and how do we reduce risk. And then that's where the conversation comes about like what rights can be violated to reduce risk, and et cetera. And we can have those debates. But I just want to get those couple of things out there because I think they're important to even understanding what's going on in the conversation.
Yeah, I agree. I think you made a great case for getting vaccinated, the importance of it. Of like, if you let a virus take hold of just like one case, it can mutate and then spread to other cases. As in, there's a reason why I think prior to 2022, there was no polio case, I think since like 1993. But if you allow it to actually make a comeback,
There was a
and
couple in North Africa.
I'm talking about the United. I think I specified the United States.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Yeah.
Have there been continental shifts that I haven't been aware of? Is now
No. I didn't hear you say that. Or my bad. I was. Yeah.
But yeah, I understand. But as far as I know, prior to 2022, I think the last polio case in the United States was, I think, around 1993. And there's a reason for that, where it's like, yeah, if polio, the way that polio would make a comeback and for it to even spread is, yeah, a case comes and maybe it mutates. I think polio vaccinations aren't really given anymore. But like, yeah, we eradicated that for a reason. All the more reason of like, if you're talking about, measles mutating, well, the best case to prevent that is to not have a case at all, and therefore to get vaccinated or to ensure that you have herd immunity so that it never actually makes a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, there's no guarantee, obviously, but yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
I'm not. Okay, you didn't. Did you have a hand up, Aiko? Yeah, yes, no, no. Okay, good. Gibbs, please.
So I mean, this is a quick question. So I don't know the answer to this. But so I know that we like stopped giving out polio vaccines, right? We stopped giving out smallpox vaccines because we've like eradicated it mostly in the wild, right? So since I'm not a scientist, to me, as somebody that tells me that there is some sort of risk with like giving people this vaccine, like the greater harm would be to like give everybody a vaccine they don't need, right? Or like whatever. So like why eradicate that? Why eradicate and stop giving it out if we're worried it might reappear? Why wouldn't they just give it to us in perpetuity? What is the logic there? Tell us lay people, somebody here.
Because
so when it comes,
go ahead, Scott.
Go ahead.
No.
I think we're both knowledgeable enough to answer it. It's fine.
I
talk enough on these panels. Go ahead.
Because at least residentially or whatever locally in the United States, countrywide. As in, I think the example that you gave of like I think polio or like is really only like in Pakistan or a few select countries where it's like yeah, it's eradicated. Like the virus doesn't exist here, at least in the United States, Canada, and largely developed countries. And so there should be, assuming our science is correct, which there is an overwhelming body of evidence that it's correct, that like it just does not exist. So unless it's going to pop into existence somehow, it's like exceptionally low, or you have some brand new evolutionary event of like once in a lifetime. It's like yeah, it's just like doesn't exist,
Yeah.
and so there's no risk.
Well, even
So
these
so
outbreaks
to
are
actually
related
answer
to
the question,
travel as well.
usually. So just to be clear, to actually answer, right? Like you gave a good reasoning, but not the actual answer, which is it's a risk assessment, right? There are always going to be contraindications with certain people that with vaccines that we don't discover until they get vaccinated. There are usually vaccination problems with like these old school ones are like injection site area. They're not that big of a deal. But like there are some people of any vaccine that you give that we find that just have serious medical complications. Now, is it one per million or 10 per million or 20 per million? Right, like it becomes then a risk of like, ought we mandate it? Like obviously you guys know my answer is we ought not mandate anything, because it's your body, your choice. I'm pro-choice, unlike some of you other people that aren't pro-choice. But regardless, being the pro-choice person that I am, like I understand that would be my position. But even still, there's a risk reward kind of scenario here, right? So, for
I agree with you.
example, smallpox, right? Smallpox used to be really, really prevalent in America. Well, we don't give it anymore. So why don't we give it anymore? Well, one, who the fuck catches smallpox in America? Not that big of a deal. It just we don't have that many cases. It's very rare that we have a case, and it's usually travel done. The other thing is like smallpox, for example, you have to use a bifurcated needle, and you have to use a live attenuated virus, right? Like much like nasal spray for the flu, as opposed to injection site flu. So what that means is you're not. It's not like Novavax where you have like a kind of like a synthetic spike protein, if you will. That's not technically right, Corey. Don't jump on me. I'm just trying to like not go into
Fair
long,
enough.
boring science, right? Kind of like that, right? Um, and so it's the same situation here where like with smallpox, you can actually risk an outbreak of smallpox by getting smallpox because it drains there's ooze and there's pus, and you have to be very careful to make sure you wear like flip-flops in the shower so that you don't accidentally get smallpox on your feet if you have any open wounds in your feet. Like you have to really take care of that. And so if we just gave smallpox to a large cohort of people, we might accidentally give smallpox to a bunch of people. Same thing is true with like yellow fever. We don't have sandflies that are like spreading yellow fever and leishmaniasis. So like we don't vaccinate against that here in America. So yeah.
Okay, so I wanted to know how this interacts with parental rights, right? Like I thought, like FQ, you were going someplace interesting. You were talking about how you feel people look at this as a property right,
Yeah,
um,
Mm.
I do.
and yeah,
Mhm.
that's a problem. Yeah, could you elaborate
I
more?
think that it is a problem. I think that so when I hear people say, and it intuitively makes sense, it's the parent's right to make this decision, right? It's the parent's right to decide whether or not my child is vaccinated or not, right? But then you ask them, okay, well, on what basis does that right really exist? Like, why do parents have this right to decide this for their children? And I think the answer for most people that I've argued with this is really it boils down to a sense of ownership, right? So it's I have the right to make this decision over my child's life because I have ownership over my child's life because this is my child. I made this child. This child belongs to me. And so you the guys of the state have no business coming into my house and telling me what to do with my property, aka my child. And I think that if you really follow that logic down the line, like just as Scott has accused me and many others here as having a pro genocide position, what you wind up with is a pro slavery position. You wind up with a position where they're really like from that justification. I don't know why there wouldn't be a justification for you to do pretty much whatever you want to your kids, right? Why, like, because if it's truly is, if your child truly is your property, the reason why you have this right over your child's life is because you made them, They are literally the product of your labor. You created them into being, and you had every right to create them into being. They belong to you. Well, why can't you do whatever you want with them? And I also and the response that I get with that, well, that wouldn't be reasonable. Like, because when they turn 18,
Who are
they
you
can't. They
arguing
have ownership.
against? Can you
You
keep
specifically, and
no,
also
not
lack
me.
of choice.
Not me. That's not my position. That's silly. That's nonsense. I'm just curious. You
No,
keep
I know,
saying
I know, I know
people
you don't
say
want it to be,
this.
but
No. You keep saying people say this, but you're arguing against a person that isn't here. So I'm just curious. Before I disabuse you of this nonsense, can you tell me
nonsense.
who are making these
Okay.
claims?
I typically speaking, like when we have the conversation, I've spoken to other people. I've
I
argued.
would
Do you have
say
any
your
names?
kids are practically your property. I would
Before I
definitely say.
disabuse you of the what a
Okay, so
statement.
Tom,
What a sentence.
Why aren't
okay,
they your
so
property?
so children are not your property because children
Why?
have bodily autonomy. You are
Why?
making the argument first. I will answer that. Don't you worry. I got you. I love to explain philosophy to people that don't understand it. So first and foremost, you are making the argument that the child is state property by saying that the child and the parents that are in charge of what the child can and can't do with their body, that they do not have that right. That the child does not have bodily autonomy because the interests of the state and or the presumed interests of the people that the state are representing have the right to enforce, or so you don't accidentally get smallpox, things against their bodily autonomy and their wishes for the greater good. So first
Yes,
and
but I'm
foremost, you
all.
are arguing that children are state property that are collectively owned by the people. So your position is pro-slavery, definitively, first and
Well,
foremost.
no, but but my
No,
retort to
yes.
that is that the other option is that they are the property of their parents. So they're
No,
property
that's
either
not true.
way. It's just a decision
They're
of
not
who
property
owns
of
them.
children. No, they're not my
It,
property.
it,
My children
it's
are not my property. My
it's
children have
just
bodily
oversimplified.
autonomy. No,
Why?
no.
They don't really have
You know,
bodily
let
autonomy.
me.
They have like
Yes, they do.
we get
Why?
rights like over time. Like even
No, we
like
don't. Rights are given at birth.
Let me give him a try. Give him a try, Tom. Go ahead,
Rights
Tom.
are extant. You're born with them. And it's also
so,
true if
so
you
you
believe in
have
the
some rights,
Constitution.
but you get more
All men
over
are
time.
created
So like
equal, are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights. They don't magically get them at 18, right? So
so
if you believe in the
there
Constitution or you're a libertarian.
Let Tom respond. Tom.
you gain the ability to like
Yeah, sorry.
consent and things at 18, sign contracts, own property. Like you get more and more things over time. Even at like at what is it in the third trimester is like when all of a sudden a baby would have a little bit more rights than they would in the first or second trimester, right? Like there are
Negative.
some rights that are given over time that you actually gain more and more. And yeah, if you're not able to consent, if you're not able to make your own decisions, if you're not able to own property, somebody else has to make those decisions for you. So it is kind of like they said, it's either your parents making those decisions for you or it's the state. The state can have requirements of what it is the parents have to do, but it's still the parents who like are making those decisions over time. In like a philosophical
Mhm.
sense, the kids
This is a
practically are your
pro-slavery
property.
position, for the record.
Correct.
So you both have pro-slavery positions.
No,
I'm
you
the
have the
only one
I'm
without
also
one.
in favor of.
On
No,
what
you're the
basis?
slaver. We're not the
On what
slaver.
basis?
Yeah.
On what
You
basis?
both explicitly stated.
Let-
You both
let me just-
explicitly state
Scott,
ownership.
Scott, let me ask you, okay? Why do you have a natural right
Mhm.
to property? On what basis do you have that right?
Oh boy.
Oh,
Here we
no.
go. Buckle up.
All right.
Why?
All right,
No,
hold
the
on.
basis-
Argumentation
Here we go.
method
Here we
101.
go.
In the beginning.
Yeah,
Most of you guys have
This is
got an hour and a half.
No, it's very fine. No,
This
it's
is
fine. It's fine. I don't need to go all the way back to like Aristotelian logic, right?
No, feel free.
Do you have a right of bodily
Let's start with the
autonomy?
basics. Just A equal A,
Yeah,
and then we can move on from there.
Right.
In 872, the
You have
Kushkovs conquered
no,
this
no.
continent.
You can meme all you want. You can meme all you want, right? But Fairy Queen, you have made the argument that the state owns children. Tomfoolery, you have made the argument that parents own children, and I am the only one making the argument that people are not property and that they're not owned.
And
I made
I'm
that point.
saying that
I made
you're
that
the
point.
found, and I'm saying something else. I'm saying the foundation about why you have a right to property in the first place because because you put labor into it, because you work for it, because you have an exchange
No.
of goods for it. If
I'm not a
that's well, then
communist. I don't believe in labor theory of value. And I
then
don't
why
believe that
do you
labor
then
makes
why
property.
then why do you have an intrinsic right to property?
Because there is unowned property that does not exist, right? That exists but is not owned by anyone. And there is a first user principle. When I am the first user of said property and I am border and I say this is my property and I create something that is intersubjectively communicated with whomever is around me, I'm communicating that I am the first user and I have first principle rights to this property. It's not the
Then why
mixing
doesn't a
of my
child
labor.
fall? Then why doesn't a child fall underneath that definition? Why does you having sex with a woman and bringing a child into being not fall underneath that?
Because people aren't property. I can't own other people. They have bodily autonomy. They're capable
That's a
of
bad
being
response.
moral agents and moral actors.
And I agree with you, but I still think that, like, Scott, the problem that I have, like, okay, you said because I'm on a
Right. The
first
problem that you
user
have is
basis,
that you just
because I'm the
you don't
no,
understand
okay,
libertarianism.
Scott. Okay,
So you're
let's
straw manning me.
Neither does
I'm not
Lactoid,
straw
though.
manning.
You're
I'm
not
not straw
libertarian.
manning you. Listen, I'm
I'm a
responding to what you
socialist.
said.
I forgot.
Over and over
The
again saying that I'm saying I'm pro-slavery
Let
and that
me
children are
answer you.
property when I'm
Listen, I'll
explicitly
help you
telling you
get there.
no, and then you're going, but no,
Pro-slavery.
I know
I
you don't
actually
want
know
it to
it.
mean that. I understand that it doesn't taste good to feel it.
Here,
but,
let me
like,
give
I
a
think that's
socialist take on libertarianism.
No,
I can
you-
explain this.
okay.
So,
Yeah,
so
right,
Fairy
exactly.
Queen.
It's fucking stupid.
No, so Fairy Queen.
No, it's not.
Here's the idea. So I actually don't agree with Scott on some of what he said. I do think that when you mix your labor in with some kind of unowned piece of material, that creates property because now that property is inextricably tied to your life. A human being is this really weird kind of exception, and it's in its own category for a reason, right? Because yeah, you're right. Like you do create a child, right? But like since a child is a person, right, and a person they themselves are also growing themselves, right? There is a ownership, and you can't own something that's already owned by somebody else, right? Unless that ownership is transferred. So so I guess you quote unquote make the child, but I'm not even sure I like to think about it that way. The child sort of makes themselves, also maybe. Yeah. So you essentially that's the reason why you can't own a person is because a person, when formed, whenever you think that a human life or a person begins, is they form themselves, right? As the individual unit of person, they are the thing that creates themselves, and they are the thing that now
Okay,
owns their
so
body, right? The body is
okay,
the irreducible self.
so can I'll answer the question. So suppose you have a piece of property, you have
Someone
land,
needs to
and you
burden the
plant
bees
orange
conversation.
trees, and you
Yeah.
plant orange trees like in the front yard. Do you not own the orange tree because the orange tree develops and grows of its own accord, even if you go out and you plant and water it every single day?
You do own the
Unless you're
orange
some kind of
trees.
moral actor
Right.
being
You
silly.
well, hold on. You do own the orange trees, but if the orange trees were people, then they would own themselves.
Okay, well,
A person is the only thing that can own things. It's this unique category, right? That's why when we're talking about like human
Property
beings,
rights
And
yeah, but
business.
your
stem
answer to me,
from
like on why
private
well,
I'm,
property rights
businesses are
stem
people, though,
from
Gibbs,
the
right?
right of bodily
Right.
autonomy. You can't use it. You
And
can't
some
use
trees.
private property rights stem from the right of bodily autonomy. Okay, so you can't violate bodily autonomy by some argument that my private property right supersedes your bodily autonomy because that's where they come from, right? Do you see what I'm
so
saying? Like
Well, and
okay,
even
but
the
one
idea
initiates
that
the
that
other.
have
the
any kind of
child
any right at
develops
all to
itself
say
is just a
what happens to
horrible
the
idea.
children,
Yeah.
what the children are? Okay, one second.
Maybe.
Would you guys say that parents have any sort of right at all to make any decisions about what their children are exposed to, or what they're like, what kind of medical,
Yes,
surgeries,
absolutely.
or okay, well, where's that?
Yeah. Right. So again, if you stop the assumption that the child is owned by the parent, and you instead start with the assumption that the child has bodily autonomy, but is incapable of expressing consent because they're not developed yet, then what you understand is what the parent is actually doing is homesteading the will of the child. They are the first. They are the first user, the female specifically, in natural childbirth. They are the first user, the first person that takes this will. And if you look at like a will of a child, kind of like a last will and testament. But now imagine that this last will and testament, you own a document that gives you the legal authority to distribute all of the belongings of said dead person, right? Now imagine that this will is, instead of being a document you gain instantly, is a document that has to be translated over time. And you can never perfectly understand anything in that document until they reach the age of majority. They reach the age of adulthood. And so as they get older, they're able to express their desire and their will a little bit better. But we recognize that a 13-year-old obviously can express their desires more than a toddler. But a 13-year-old still lacks the capacity to consent because they lack the ability to actually understand what the consequences of their actions are, what it is that they're doing. There are all these hormones, etc. And there's a certain
isn't that
place where
inherently a
we as a
restriction on their
society
bodily autonomy?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
These are contradictory
How?
statements to
Hold on,
state
like how are
No,
age
they're
bodily
not.
consent laws?
autonomy,
Right.
and they
Give
can't
me
let
the
Doobie
give me the
give it a try.
contradiction.
That's what autonomy is your ability to consent. That's what autonomy is. You can't
No, it
say both
isn't.
those things.
What?
Let
Yes,
Doobie give
yes,
it
I
a
can.
try.
You just said it's a contradiction
Oh
because
my
it's a
God.
contradiction. Explain it.
That's I know that's what autonomy is the ability to consent. I did explain.
Before we go down this
It's a
track, I want to
contradiction.
No,
Doobie.
consent is a behavior.
Oh my God,
Bodily
guys,
autonomy is
guys,
a right.
guys. Let Doobie give it a try.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get to flesh out like why age of consent laws, for example, are not inherently like restrictions on bodily autonomy. So if that 13-year-old decides that they want a 25-year-old boyfriend, and they express this, and they try to have sex with this boyfriend, not only does I assume, I hope that the parent will come in and try to stop them, but the state itself
Right.
will come in and try to restrict their autonomy to carry out this activity.
Yeah, I
Right?
already
It might
answered this
punish
question
them
in the thing. You're
and the
just
boy.
memeing.
I'm not. Hold on. I'm not memeing. Hold on. You're saying that this
Yes,
is
you
not
are.
that
You're trying
this
to make a
restriction on their
pro-pedophile
behavior
argument.
on whether.
Make a
No, I'm
fucking
not.
argument.
That's so silly. I'm not.
I've
trying to
already
make a
said why.
argument. No, you didn't.
My answer is the
I'm
same.
trying to get
Is
you to
that they're
explain
incapable
why
of
this is not a
consent
restriction on their bodily autonomy.
because they're incapable of consent. They're incapable of being
According-
able to understand their actions. The 13-year-old does not fully understand what it means to be engaged in a sexual relationship with a 25-year-old. If you think
What do you
that,
think the
I
difference
think you
between
belong in
consent
jail.
and autonomy are? What do you think the difference is?
Consent is an exercising of a right. Bodily autonomy is the right itself. What I'm saying is that you are born with that right by nature of being. Just because you're not capable of exercising it doesn't mean that you don't have said right.
That doesn't make. Hold on. They
Don't
are
I'm going to
laugh.
use
capable
that
of
It's
carrying out
argument.
this.
basically.
I'm going to use
They're
that against
capable
you
of
in a little
making this
bit.
decision, right? We might say that we would disagree with
Okay,
their ability to make
Doobie,
a decision.
do you have
We
a
might
right
say
to
that we
buy a
disagree,
wave runner?
that they're making the right decision, right, based on our like
Might get
social
pegged for a
standards.
wave runner.
But we are still restricting their bodily autonomy when we tell them they're not allowed to do.
Doobie,
Doobie can afford a wave runner, though. I
do you
think.
have a right to buy? Do you have a right to buy a wave runner?
I guess I don't.
Right. Okay. So you have the money to buy a wave runner. I'm too broke to buy a wave runner. Does that mean that you have a right that I don't have? Or does that mean that I have a right to buy a wave runner and you have a right to buy a wave runner, but you have the means to exercise that right and I don't have the means to exercise that right? Are you saying I lack rights because I don't have the money to buy a wave runner?
I don't think these two things are comparable, right? Because what
That's
we're
the
talking
ability.
about isn't that
Yes, because they're different things.
They
The
lack some
exercising of a right is not the same
lack
thing
money
as
What
a right.
we're saying
That's a
is
great
that
way of putting it,
they
actually,
have the ability
Scott.
to have sex. They'd like to have sex. They have the will to have sex, but they're not allowed to have sex because we're restricting that part of their bodily autonomy.
No, because we recognize that they don't have the capacity to make those decisions.
Doobie, the end of your sentences
Yeah,
are cutting
sound gates. Your sound gates
Oh,
probably
sorry.
a
Yeah,
little messed up.
Your noise.
Yeah, but we can understand most of what you're saying, though. But yeah, so you're saying, Doobie, and Gibbs, I see your hand there. I very cringe. Her hand is like doing a thing I saw. So yeah, sure. And I'm gonna.
I do love when this gets thrown into this because they realize how fucking stuck them on
and
vaccine knowledge, and
we're
that Corey
gonna-
Campbell and I are the only people that know what we're talking about here.
my
So
God.
now we're getting into meme territory about
my
age of consent because you pathetic fucks can't handle me.
Tom, and then
I love
we'll go
it.
to Tom.
I love knowing I've already
afterwards.
won.
Oh my God, FQ, Admiral Gibbs and Tom. But before then, Doobie, you're saying these things that Scott is uncomparable because a child has the means, the capacity, like we'll say like a teenager, just to keep things a little simple here, has a capacity to engage in sexual intercourse, but like we are specifically keeping them away from it rather than like there is something intrinsic that they're lacking, like in this case money, to like buy an object, right, Doobie?
Right. It's an activity they can do with their own body, with what they have access to every day. There's no extra thing they need to get or produce to have the sex, or to show somebody their tits or something. Okay, they can do this. They have the ability to do this. They have many times they have the desire to do the thing. But I think it doesn't make any sense to say that our restriction, us making a law around this, saying you're not allowed to do this, isn't inherently a restriction of their bodily autonomy.
Okay, so your argument is the state makes law A. Law A says you can't do a thing, therefore the right doesn't exist.
Well-
So here's the problem. Here's the problem with that logic, is that the moment that you make the argument that the state determines what a right is and what a right isn't, is the moment that you make the argument that rights do not exist in any capacity other than being granted by the state. So Hitler actually never violated any Jews' rights because the state had determined that it was okay to genocide the Jews. So therefore, there was no rights violated of the Jews. Right? Like, I know that that's an extreme example. Forgive me. You went to fucking age of consent laws, so I'm
No,
not
but you're-
really fucking feeling charitable
within Germany,
here
he didn't
and
violate-
using more appropriate.
Yeah,
Right,
within
exactly.
the context of Germany, he didn't violate the rights. These were their rights. These were the legal
Right.
capacity of.
Which
but
makes
nation
you
states can
right.
disagree with
Which
each other
makes
to
your
claim the right.
argument right. Your argument is now might makes right. What is moral is who has the most power. So it is morally acceptable for me to rape your fiance if I have more power than you, because your fiance is nothing but my fuck meat now.
I don't think that makes any sense.
If I have
because
more
I
power
think-
than you, it's right.
No, okay, but you're misunderstanding. When when you say somebody's right or moral, it sounds like you're making some kind of like spiritual claim. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that two people or two nations
I'm not making
can
a spiritual
disagree can disagree about what rights, quote unquote, somebody has, right? So the set of things that nation or that society has decided it's acceptable for a person to do or they're allowed to do. So two nations can disagree. Just about every nation does disagree. That I don't think any of these nations are actually right.
Well,
Right?
nations don't disagree
It's
or
not
agree.
written
People
anywhere.
do.
God hasn't come down and written it down on a stone. Yeah, but the nations are made up of people, right? So these nations disagree. So in Germany, in your like bullet, I guess. Yeah, within Germany, in the German context, it's true that in their like legal state or whatever set of laws they had, Hitler wasn't actually violating any of the rights because they didn't have any fucking rights. So they could do whatever the fuck they wanted.
Right.
to
So
in
you
Germany,
agree
and
with
that
me.
was totally
You
legal.
agree with me. If I have the power
But other nations can
to
disagree.
violate
Just as
rights,
I
they
would
disappear.
disagree with you. Just as I would disagree with you raping my fiance or raping anybody. And then they disagree, they fight it out, and whoever wins gets to say what's right going forward. That's how all nations.
Right.
Function.
You're agreeing with me. Right. You're agreeing with me that might makes right and that rights only exist by
I don't think
power.
I don't think it's like a spiritual status that we're giving to these rights.
Okay. I'm not giving a spiritual status. What I'm saying is that rights are extant and that they can be logically derived. If you don't accept that and you believe that might makes right, then you recognize that the concept of right, at least in your opinion, is a made up thing of power dynamics. Congratulations, you're a critical theorist, and we get it. You love CRT. I know it's your favorite thing, the sport.
I love CRT.
Right, but setting right. I know you love CRT in school because you have the exact same opinion as the critical race theorists. You and Ember McKinney,
CRT
your
and
philosophy is
CBT.
1 to 1.
Doobie, can I ask you a
Right.
question? When you said when you were talking about the disgusting thing that you're talking about earlier, well, they could do it. You would agree with me. There's a difference between being able to engage in sex and being able to consent to engaging in sex, right?
Sure, sort of. I think that when you get into the consent thing, a lot of that is going to be built up around like social understandings of what consent even means, right? There are plenty of cultures around the world where they do believe that a child can consent.
I'm not asking about those cultures. This is I'm asking you.
I'm going to expand it a bit. Okay, I'm going to.
And I know Papua New Guinea. I know Papua New Guinea. There's some weird shit going on over
I
there.
wasn't going to do it. I wasn't going to do the sound music.
All right, thank you.
But
Thank
this
you.
is something that I actually was thinking about like pretty deeply. I was really disturbed by a show called Love on the Spectrum. My fiance loves these fucking dating shows. Yeah? And there are the people on the show who seem like perfectly kind, wholesome people, but they're very obviously like mentally like not all there, right? They've some issues. I mean, it's called Love on the Spectrum because they're on the spectrum, and some of them are very, very on the spectrum. And these shows are like that, they're trying to get them to find love because these people want to find love too. And watching some of these interactions felt very, very fucking like wrong, right? Because I felt like we should not be encouraging these people to have sex or to kiss or to date or anything like this because it just didn't seem like they really understood anything, any part of it, right? So I think that in my instinct there is to say that, yeah, these people probably shouldn't be allowed to have sex. They probably shouldn't be dating people, right? Even other autistic people or whatever, just because it just seems like they're not able to fully grasp the situation. But I say that understanding that would be a restriction of their bodily autonomy. So I don't I don't know how we can make a law around something that like
No, I
something
can
as simple as
use your
sex,
example
and so
very
that
clearly.
law
So-
isn't restricting.
Super clear. Super clear. So in your example, using your example, right? Person A that is super autistic, right? You say we should restrict their capacity to engage in sex because we recognize that they lack the capacity to consent. Okay? But what you wouldn't say is that, but I can go fuck them whether they like it or not. Right? Because you recognize that they have bodily autonomy, that they have a right to their body, and that they have a right to not have someone have sex with them if they don't want to have sex with that person. But you also recognize that they lack the mental capacity to be able to appropriately consent to when to exercise that right that they have. They don't lose the right to not engage to their bodily autonomy or lose the right to not engage in that behavior. If that was true, then we would treat severely autistic people the same way you think we should treat dogs, and I'll put peanut butter on my dick and just let them fucking go to town if they really like peanut butter. We don't do that because that's fucking wrong, because they're a person that have bodily autonomy.
You do that with dogs?
Okay, well, one second. Okay.
No, Doobie has said
one
multiple
second.
times he would.
Yeah, yeah, of course. I love a letting dogs suck my dick, of course. So, really quickly,
You know
So I think-
why they're in the bed
Clipped.
with you now.
I think
Makes
I
sense.
think it is just I think maybe we are just using the word rights differently.
Nice.
Because I would say, so for example, if the United States banned hate speech, quote unquote, whatever the fuck they decide that means, I would
Right.
say, well, hey, you don't have free speech in the U.S. You don't have a right to free speech because, hey, here's a law restricting your speech, right? So clearly you don't have this
Yeah.
thing. You would say that that despite this law, you do have the right to free speech. It's just being like unfairly or illegitimately,
Actually-
compromised.
Actually, as a full blown anarcho capitalist, I would say that you can say whatever you want, but you don't have like the free speech is something that only exists because the government exists, right? So like you don't have a right to free speech on Twitter, right? But because the government exists and the government's involved with Twitter,
Well, I mean, we
and
could use
paying them
gun
money,
rights.
etc.
Or gun,
Yeah,
gun
yeah,
rights.
because
or
that's
right to-
private property rights. Yeah, you have a right to own gun ownership.
Yes, you would say
Sure.
you still have that right, actually, but the government is unfairly attacking it or punishing people for.
Yeah, I'm
exercising
saying
that
rights
right.
are extant.
Okay, yeah, then
Yeah, it doesn't matter that the government is infringing on them. They still exist as the founding fathers
So-
stated, right? When they wrote the Declaration of Independence, that
sure.
there's certain
I
all men are endowed
we're
by their
gonna
creator with
have
certain
to move forward.
unalienable
We gotta
rights.
move forward. We gotta move forward. So we gotta go to Gibbs, FQ, Tom.
All right, so I'm gonna change a little bit because I'm gonna be honest. None of this pertains to my argument at all, and I don't really give a
Or
shit
the
about
topic.
it. Yeah. So like we're talking about rights, and I think one of the big things we need to factor in is that like we don't live in anarcho-capital land. We live in a real world, right? And so we have to talk about the issues at hand. And I think the issue that really comes down to the hand in this one is custodianship, right? And so this is the governmental custodianship versus parental custodianship of a child, right? We agree that kids are a sliding scale when it comes to like their rights. Like say you commit a crime, you might get charged as an adult. They have Romeo and Juliet laws. I don't want to dive into this sliding scale today, but arbitrarily we pretty much decided 18 or 21 or where you get your rights on these things, right? 18, I guess, is when you get out the house. 21 is when you get liquor, like all these things. Those seem to be the arbitrary numbers our society has decided, right? And so parents at that time have basically custodianship over the child, right? And then the government, in some sense, since we've given our power, we live in the real world, has some sorts of custodianship over us, right? This comes down to states' rights, federalism, all this bullshit, right? And I think the real issue I'm having with this is not over property rights, but I mentioned bodily autonomy in it. And it's that, yes, we've given the government some power, but why should the government have the right to like make like a decision for me and my own? I get the argument, I think it comes down to this like kind of the sliding scale I mentioned earlier with like, is it measles? Is it smallpox? Is it going to affect all these other individual people? Like, yeah, that's one thing, but why? That's one bad thing, right? But what if I don't trust the government? And what if they do something? It's not like we haven't seen governments in the past take over this right and say like, we're going to use this to like round you up. Like y'all mentioned Nazi Germany, or we're going to use this or whatever to like in the Tuskegee Airmen or like any of the CIA stuff, and they just do this behind your back. So it's not like we don't have examples of our own government doing these kind of things. So for you to sit here and tell me, it's a bodily autonomy, it's individual rights, no, it's a custodianship issue, and it comes down to I don't trust the government, and why should I trust the government to do this if I want to have the ability to object? Now, if I trust the science, I can choose choose to opt in. And if enough people opt in, as far as I understand, that's great. But I should die of smallpox if I'm decide to choose I want to die of
Well,
smallpox.
if it's so Gibbs,
Yes.
so I'll
100.
respond to that. So Gibbs, I would respond to that. So I would agree that you, Admiral Gibbs, can make the decision for yourself as to whether or not you want to die of smallpox or not, whether or not you as an adult want to be vaccinated for smallpox or not. But because, as you stated before, like this is an issue of custodianship, right? Like, and the issues of custodianship necessarily has to involve what is in the best interests of the child, like what is in the best interest of the healthcare of the child, and that ultimately is decided by the court, right? So the question I would proffer to you, right? So there are cases of children who come from families of Jehovah's Witnesses, and there are cases where the families do not want their child to receive a blood transfusion, and they are sued by it in court. Do you think that they should be allowed to refuse treatment for their child if there is no other way, and if the child will surely die?
Well, that gets complicated because I know children in some cases like that do have the right, so if they're old enough, they can emancipate themselves, or they could go
But
against.
suppose they're not. Suppose they're 5.
Suppose they're not. I mean, I guess I'd say tough titties is the smaller problem in the scale of things. Like I really feel bad for that kid, but if it becomes
You don't
down
have
to
to
that
bite that
kid,
bullet. No,
no,
I don't
I
even
am
bite that bullet.
I'm gonna bite the bullet. If it comes down to like
No.
That's wild.
little hold on, here, if it
No.
comes down to little Pedro and them like doing this like one time, this one rare instance of the Jehovah
Gibbs.
Witness, and no, but hear me out.
That's probably
Gotta hand it to Gibbs. He does
No,
bite those bullets.
yeah, I am gonna bite the bullet because I feel like it's
Are you a
bullshit.
patsy, dude? Do you ever
No, it's not a
make
patsy.
arguments that conservatives actually believe
This is
in?
really I do make these
Oh.
arguments. You just don't let me finish them because you go on your philosophical rant for 30 minutes. I even have a timer going for your timer right now, and you have 8 times the amount of time everybody else in the panel has. Like, if we really want to get down to it. So I don't want to hear nothing out of you till I'm done. So
Say
I
some
want
anyway,
good
that.
value,
I want
then.
that data, by the way, Gibbs.
I got it. I'm writing it down as we go here. So we're sitting here and we're looking at it like this. All right, yeah, it sucks. One person died. And we hear this argument for the greater good all the time. That's the argument they're going to make. Oh, these people being able to opt out are
No.
going to affect them. Why should I? Like, that sucks for that one kid, but the government
No,
shouldn't.
the principle is, do you as the parent, if it violates your religious principles, if it violates what you
Well,
believe, do you have the right to refuse life-saving health care for your child?
well, I
Do
don't
you
know.
have the right
I
to
don't base it off
refuse?
religious, but I think the parents should have full custodianship up to a certain point.
So
Yes.
they should be able to allow their child to die if it violates the religious principles to receive that health care?
Up to a
That's what I'm
certain point
asking.
is a very important qualifier.
Yeah,
Like
I
you're
feel
gonna have to specify what that means.
I mean, exactly. And that's kind of where the
So
debate
this
is.
is
right
why
here.
libertarians have the only answer to this actual question, because
We got
Oh, here
you're
we go.
both
But not
arguing the
lactose, not
exact same
libertarian.
thing. FQ and Admiral Gibbs, you're making the same argument. You're making the argument that the
No,
state
the
has more
argument I
ownership
want
of
to
the
focus
child,
on is actually
and
what parents
Admiral
should
Gibbs
engage with.
is that the child has that the parents should have more rights, and the
Yeah,
actual
that's that.
argument
Okay.
is custodianship. Admiral Gibbs, you already said it, custodianship, right? It is the parent's responsibility, duty, and/or right to be a custodian of the child. The moment that the parent is interacting in such a way that it makes it impossible for their injuries to be healed, that their bodily autonomy is protected, which includes the preservation of their body in its natural state, is a moment that the parent is superseding their rights as a custodian and
No,
infringing
I
upon the
disagree.
bodily
I
autonomy of
disagree.
the
What if,
child.
what if,
If
if
that is
but
the
hold on.
case,
Here's
if
the
that's the
argument
case,
against that, though. Here's the argument against that. That's if you're not religious, right? Say you are religious and you deeply believe that if by giving this child a blood fusion, you're sending them to hell and they're going to burn for eternity, would it not be your custodial like job as that person then? If that was your true belief and nothing could convince you otherwise, wouldn't
No.
you be doing the right thing? Oh, that's the
I don't
debate.
care that you're crazy.
All
I don't
right.
care that you're crazy.
I mean, it's
You're
not me,
yeah,
but I'm
infringing
saying.
upon their
So
body.
I gotta move on. We got a little time. So FQ, it's your turn. Tom, Corey, Aiko.
A very simple question for you. So if that's true, then why not the vaccine? Then why not force like parents to administer the vaccine to their children? Why does it not
Is a
meet that
vaccine a
bar?
natural state of your body? Number one, is it a natural state of your body to be vaccinated? Are you
That's
born vaccinated?
why are
No,
you?
but are you
Okay,
born
so
with
we're
full
no
and
longer
deep? Are you
preserving. Listen, we're no longer preserving the natural development of the child. We're now using medical interventions that may or may not be necessary in order to preserve their life. Okay, so now this
So
becomes.
Hold on, though.
okay.
See
But
the
you can hold
problem
two
here?
things
No,
here.
no,
You can
I
hold
don't.
two things here.
I got
Like,
sorry, Gibbs. We just gotta move on. We gotta keep pushing. We got a few more people.
I think Corey had his point, but so I'll let him go and then I'll go.
No, that's good. You go, and then we're gonna Tom.
So because
Corey,
it's an
Tom, Corey,
unnatural
Aiko.
state, I mean, so in that case, like that could fall in. There are so many things. Like the natural state of man is a loincloth and a spear, right? The natural state of a person is to die before they turn 30 with their teeth falling out without getting
That's not
proper
true.
dental care.
An ambulance
Okay.
is unnatural.
You
There
can
are lots of
proper
things in
dental care.
life that
Listen,
are.
proper dental
I'm
care, as you
sorry,
just
Scott.
examined.
There are lots of things in life that are unnatural.
I'm
Asking your kid to
I'm
brush
just
their
proving
teeth
you
every
wrong
morning
over
is
and over again
unnatural.
because
Okay. Do
you
you think
thought you were
fluoride?
prepared to
Do you
debate
think
against
do you,
libertarianism, but you don't understand what it is. So again,
friend? I need you to be quiet.
dentistry
For
Hey, hold on.
is
You're
the
gonna let me go, but you wouldn't let
Are
me
preservation
you
go at all.
of
against
your
brush-
teeth.
brushing their teeth?
You
Are
wouldn't
you
let me
against
go.
kids
You
brushing
wouldn't
their
let me
teeth?
go. I got a whole different thing other than
Yeah,
libertarianism
you
for the
keep
5,000th
arguing
time.
against straw man. You're being
Are you
hilarious.
against
No,
kids?
again,
Answer the
are
question.
teeth natural? Do you grow teeth? Do you grow teeth?
Are you against kids brushing their teeth or
Do you
not?
grow
Answer the
teeth?
question. Yeah, answer the question.
Do you grow
I
teeth?
couldn't keep going.
Want
Are you
it or
keep
not,
arguing
Scott?
about
Answer the goddamn
I'm gonna help
question.
you understand
Are you
basic
against
logic.
crust?
Yes,
you grow
yes,
teeth?
you grow teeth. Oh my God, yes, you grow teeth. Oh,
All right, so since you grow teeth, what would brushing them be? Would that be preserving the teeth that you grew?
Oh, you mean like vaccines, like preserving yourself from getting measles and from getting polio and
That's
from
not
getting
a preservation of a thing that you grew. That's
not a
something that to
preservation of your
interact with a
health. It's not a
potential
preservation of you
outside
getting
threat.
sick. Really? You think that getting a vaccine is not a preservation of your health? You don't think so? You don't think it's at all
Look,
similar to you
if you want
brushing
to
your teeth in the morning?
if you want to redefine that all preventative
It's a
medicine
very simple
against any
question. You don't
potential
think these things are the same?
no, they're not the same. They're not the same, right? Because saying preventative medicine is that all forms of preventative so like let me give you an example, right? So if a child eats a poor diet, right? Well, that has potential risks, potential issues, right? So if you by your argumentation, if you or if you the one you're trying to create for me, the straw man you're trying to create, if I were to ever feed my child chicken nuggets and French fries, right, then I would be abusing the child. I would be engaged in child abuse, and it's not that difficult to see how CPS, in a different dimension might get to
No.
that point. At
I'm
some
not
point.
asking you.
No,
No, we're not talking about a
Right,
bad thing
so-
that you're giving your child. We're talking about a good thing that you're giving your child. Brushing their
Right,
teeth,
you're
giving them a
allowed to brush
vaccine.
their teeth because it preserves their body.
So
It
why aren't you
preserves their body
allowed? Why is
autonomy.
it? Do you think that do you think that if a kid goes into a classroom and you could visibly see that they have cavities and their teeth are falling out, do you think that the teacher should call CPS and complain? Do you think they have a basis to complain?
I don't think CPS has a basis to exist, but nevertheless, I think it is a sign of potential other abuse, right? The fact that a child has cavities isn't necessarily proof of any abuse, right? But it certainly points towards neglect, and we would want to investigate that neglect and see if the child isn't being fed properly, if the child isn't given some forms of interactions to maintain the health of their body.
Should these things
When
be
we're talking about a
mandated?
vaccination,
Right. So if a kid shows up to class and they have measles, am I not supposed to pick up the phone and call CPS? Why is that different?
why would so if a child has a cold,
They
you're
haven't been
supposed to call
vaccinated.
CPS?
Suppose it's not required. They're not vaccinated and they come to school and they have measles. Should I not be able
Yeah,
is it wrong?
they call it a childhood sickness.
Yes, that was
What's your-
preventable. That
one.
was preventable. A
child- yeah.
preventable one that they could have had a vaccine.
so
Just
is-
that they could have
right.
brushed their teeth to keep their teeth in their head.
Well, first of all, even if they were vaccinated, there's no guarantee that they wouldn't get measles. They're just way
Nevertheless,
less likely to get
there's no
measles.
guarantee you
There's
won't
a
get cavities if you brush your teeth
96%
every day.
guarantee.
But
No, because it's no longer a 1-to-1, right? So the moment that you start saying, "Oh, well, it was preventable because there was some action that you could have done that would have reduced your risk," is the moment that I can say, "Oh, you got measles? Well, what's their diet look like?" Because there are actions you could take in their diet that would make them healthier. And since you're not feeding them a proper diet, we're taking your children away because you gave them chicken nuggets. Chicken nuggets is not the most optimal way to maintain the health and body of the child.
Yeah, but it's a
The
question of
difference
degree
the
does
difference
matter.
is-
Like you can't
degree is
say
not the
that
issue here.
a 96%
black
reduction
and
in
white.
risk is not the same as a 2% reduction. In
I don't
risk.
think it's
I
black
think
and
you
white,
have to
Scott.
make the
I agree.
difference between
Listen,
those.
I agree. I agree that a 2% reduction in risk is different than a 96% reduction in risk. What I'm saying is that when you say that percentages based off of data that is determined by politicians and scientists that get government fucking grants is how we decide as a community
fake
where the
news?
rights end
Fake
and
news
begin.
is the reason
No,
you shouldn't
but hold on.
vaccinate your
I
kids.
wanna-
we do
I
that
wanna
anyway.
jump on that.
We
If
do
I
that
might.
anyway.
Fucking debate vaccines because I'll fuck you up. You can't even touch me. Like if you want to talk
I
about
don't
it.
even
But
care
thing
about
is,
the debate
is
the
we'll get
vaccine
this shit
thing.
taken off
I want
YouTube
to talk
in a
about the
heartbeat.
thing that she's talking
Oh
about.
God. Okay. So let's go. So Tom, Corey, Aiko. Sorry, Lactoid. You'll get the final word on this.
Yeah, there's a number of things that I wanted to address. The first thing is slavery word, like it's kind of like a buzzword that we use to describe things. Like generally, yes, you are in charge of your child. You're able to decide what they do and don't do. That includes whether or not they're doing chores, whether or not they're homeschooled, go to a private school, go to a public school. You get to decide if they have to mow the lawn today. You get to decide what they eat, what they don't eat, when they eat, when they go to bed, when they wake up. Like, yes, you decide all of these things for them. You can call it
I have
slavery
kids.
if you want. We'll also call it
That's not
like
right.
we call people working in prison slavery. We call people who have to work wage slaves. We call all sorts of things slavery, and we use this buzzword because we think of chattel slavery, but it's not chattel slavery. So if you want to call it slavery and say then you're pro slavery, then yes, then I'm pro slavery, but it's not the same thing as though like it's chattel slavery. These are insanely different things. And so yes, you practically own your kids. You are in charge of literally everything within their lives, and you
I
decide
don't agree with
all of
that,
those
but
things for them within a limit. But and then the other thing that like kids grow themselves is like a kind of like saying like cars drive themselves or turn themselves on. Like you're doing all of the actions to make these things happen, and because of
What?
your decisions and your actions. So if I like turn the key for my car, there's a ton of other things that I'm putting in motion that make the car turn on. When I turn the wheels, there's a ton of things that I'm putting in motion that make it turn, but I'm still the one driving the car.
Can children run
But you
away
would
from home?
call that them driving themselves, right? I
Can
make sure
children
that
run away from home?
I mean, if you abuse them,
This is an
yeah.
asinine
Right.
argument.
yeah,
Tons
Children
of
can run
things.
away from
yeah,
home,
sure.
right? Like they
Well,
can do
they
things completely independent
they
of another human being. A car can't. A car can't run away from
they're
home.
not even
This is a silly
born with that
argument.
Wait till we get the
making it.
self-driving
No,
car,
they're not
Scott.
even.
Then the
They do
argument
not
changes.
even. They do not even start growing, or it can even have the ability to be born until you put these actions into play. So yes, there are like
Doesn't
it is
matter.
your decisions in the things that
Children
you're
have a
doing that
will
make
of their
them
own. They're
grow, just
humans.
like you turning a key
Cars
in a
don't
car.
cars don't get abused by car owners and then run away from home. Okay? It's a stupid argument. They're not the same thing.
Maybe
I
he
don't know.
makes Tom. Maybe
They're
here's
gonna
another
be
way. Here's
they're
here's
gonna have self-repossession cars, right? So maybe
Tom. Here's maybe a different way of looking at it, right? Like just because I can put a key in a car and drive it doesn't necessarily mean that I own the car, right? You could have somebody, yeah, you could have somebody else own that car, never drive it, never do anything with it, and I could be the sole user, but I still don't own that car. I could
Yeah,
have the complete
and if you
say.
don't take care of the car's not going to exist at all.
Sure, I could have the complete say over how that car is driven. I can have a say over what kind of conditions that car is in. But at the end of the day, if I don't have the title, I don't own that car. Even though I have control over that car and I'm telling the car what to do, I still don't own the car, right?
actually have
Okay,
an answer.
what is
I,
this
I,
supposed to?
So
I have
what I'm trying to draw the analogy here of like you own your self ownership is like the one. It's kind of like a bedrock principle of like of all facets of libertarianism, right? This concept of you own yourself, right? It's almost tautological, right? You have to kind of boil it down to some kind of base level principle of like what's the base level of ownership? Well, you have to own yourself in order to own anything else afterwards. And so if we the given of you own yourself here, like yeah, parents can have a say over what kids do. That doesn't mean that they own their kids. That doesn't mean that the kids are their property. They are granted a level of, like Gibb said, like custodianship to look after the kids, to make sure the kids are doing their best and in their best well-being. In the same way that, like, if I am borrowing your car, perhaps I have the duty to look after your car and make sure it runs the best and make sure it does the best. Even though I don't own the car, I'm just doing that for the owner of the car. In this case,
Yeah,
the
but
kid owns
I'm not
themselves.
understanding the
I
differential because even if we talk about like actual chattel slavery, they like those people still had the ability to make the decision to not do what it was they were told to do, and then they would get some sort of punishment afterwards, because they
That's why it's
refused to
wrong.
do it. But
I
that's not
I
like,
I
well, we're not talking about right or wrong. We're talking about like the fact that yes, even though you have the ability
I
to
am.
make the decision, it didn't change whether or not we called them
I
property.
FQ, if you got a quick response, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, I have a response to that. So Laxoid, you mentioned just because like you use the car, just because you click your key into the ignition, it doesn't necessarily mean that you own it. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have the title, right? But suppose, for instance, I go to my backyard, I get a bunch of scrap metal, and it's 50% of the metal is mine, and 50% of the metal belongs to someone else. And we get together and we build this car together. Do I not own the car?
again, a human being is going to be like fundamentally different than any other thing that you can think of, because this is like the base level moral subject that we're talking about. I see it actually in my mind. I envision it more like colors a little bit, where you take yellow and blue and you put them together and now it's green. This green is unique. It's its own color, right? It owns itself. It is green, right? Yes, it took blue and yellow to make it, but now it is distinct. It is no longer like something that like necessarily flows from one or the other. It is a unique thing which, on principle, has self-ownership.
That might be I still think that there's a case to be made that like it's at least 50% yours and 50%. I think that you could like follow that logic train down, right? Because like, why do I own myself? Well, why do I own myself in the first place? And it's tautological. I get that, like,
Base level axiom, yeah.
Yeah, I understand that, right? But if I truly own myself, then I own all parts of myself, including my genetic material, right? Meaning that if I choose to reproduce with myself, that's my genetic
You
material
do.
within that person, which means I own that person.
No,
because
again,
that person is an extension of my genetic material.
You do.
They are a piece of me.
You own your genetic material just in the same way that blue owns blue. But once half of genetics gets mixed with half of another person's, it has taken on a completely unique character. It's not just like irreducible to half. This is a
It has its own unique human DNA.
It's a unique human DNA. It's a human being. And I agree with you that in any other context in which we don't have like a person established, then it would make sense that the ownership would just simply transfer to whoever had put in the effort, right? Whoever.
It's more accurate.
But the fact that there's like, this is a person, it is in a whole category of its own, because personhood is like the basis for property ownership, even having like for even having. Hold on.
We got to move past.
I know. Please. Personhood is the fundamental basis for property ownership, even being coherent, because without personhood, who gets to own property? What does it mean to even own property if you don't even have people? That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so quick question. Quick question is not a quick question, like, but TLDR for me. Lactoid. Would you own your clone, your fully grown clone?
If it's a person, no, you can't.
But you said like it's half of the DNA. Once you mix it, that's the point where things change.
No, but that's
why I said moral actor.
Right, it's a different person. It's a unique person, so a unique subject.
Right. So you don't actually mean the.
What if it's an AI based on your brain?
Yeah, I don't see ownership as necessarily like transferring along like DNA.
So sorry, I know Corey, you wanted to go, but I have more questions about that.
I'm sure we're going to revisit this in the next topic. I'm pretty sure there's space to explore this in the next topic.
Fair enough.
But yeah, a couple questions. Well, first I want to point out, Lactoid used, a color analogy, and I think Lactoid previously said that he doesn't see color, so a little bit suspicious. But but a couple of questions to Gibbs and Scott, just to maybe clarify. So Gibbs, you mentioned previously, I think, is sort of, I understood, like, custodianship up to a point. So I'm curious where that point sort of, if you can flesh out where it lies to. As in, I asked the question, do you think parents have the right to corporally punish their children or spank their children? Is that permissible for you?
Yeah, I think they absolutely have the right to spank their children.
Interesting. And well, yeah, we would disagree there. That's another story. But yeah, I strong disagree. And okay, yeah, great. And Scott, sort of to maybe clarify your position to hopefully understand it better. So when you were engaging with Fairy Queen, and I think I understood you brought up this concept when you were talking about the vaccine, of like, sort of preserving the natural state of the body, and that the MMR vaccine doesn't fall into that category. So I'm curious, if, let's say, for example, your child happens to get bitten by a rabid dog, do you have the right to deny the vaccine after biting, since the guidelines stipulate that rabies is essentially a death sentence, and the CDC guidelines recommend that even.
It's very quick. Yeah, the key word here is after. Right. So if you're bitten by a rabies infected dog, right, then the presumption here is as soon as possible get them this, even though it's not necessarily 1-to-1 that the dog is rabies infected, right? Which I think is where you're going with this.
Yeah, well, I said rabid dog, like specifically. Yes, absolutely.
Oh, right. So I mean, you could even take it further, right? Which is like, we assume the dog to be rabid, but we don't actually know, right? Same thing as like you step on a rusty nail, tetanus.
Yeah,
shot,
tetanus,
right?
etc., etc.
So Right. So post injury, right? Now we are discussing a medical intervention to restore the body to its natural state. This is not the same thing as giving a preventative medicine that is presumed to reduce risk of potential harm. Do I
So,
think you should give your kids the MMRV vaccine? Yeah. I think you're an
well,
idiot if you don't.
okay, so I'm
But like
curious if
I don't think you get to force people to do so via state mandates when there isn't any rationale there other than the state has a right to force you to your children to take things that are medical interventions because we say it's in the greater good. Like rotavirus. I fucking hate rotavirus. Why is rotavirus on the vaccine schedule? We all know why. Because Dr. Paul Offit owns fucking rights to it. That's why it's on the fucking vaccine schedule. Your kid doesn't need fucking rotavirus vaccinations. Worst case scenario, they get rotavirus. You know what happens? You fucking squirt some saline in their mouth and they're fine. We have
uh,
access to clean drinking water in the U.S. We don't need that shit.
so what you're from if I'm understanding you correctly, as in if the MMR vaccine functions the same as the rabies vaccine, then you'd be okay with pretty much that's a violation of rights. As in, if it's a pretty much after the infection, it's really just the
Mhm.
preventive aspect that you take issue
Yeah,
with,
yeah, yeah,
right, as a
yeah.
distinction.
Exactly. Fairy Queen gave an analogy of Jehovah Witnesses, right? So their kids in a car accident. Blood transfusion is designed to restore the body's state to its natural the body to its natural state, right? If you're denying saline, you're denying lactated ringers, for example, right? To pull interstitial fluid, which wouldn't. I don't. I think Jehovah Witnesses can use lactated ringers, but
I can't remember.
but blood transfusion, right? If you are denying a blood transfusion because the evil blood, right? Like fuck off, right? This is a medical intervention designed to restore the body to its natural state. It is not the same thing as a vaccine.
Then I'm curious, just to clarify quickly, when you say natural state, does that like how does that intersect with congenital birth defects or
Yeah.
genetic conditions?
So for example, yeah, I understand. So like if you have a cleft palate, right? The assumption is that the natural state of the body is to be normative, right? Without that, right? So it's perfectly reasonable to fix a cleft palate because the assumption there is that this is some form of mutation that hinders their development and growth. However, if the child was, let's say, 16 and never developed any breast tissue beyond like a super low A cup, it would not be in the child's development to just give them breast augmentation because they want it, right? You need to wait until they're an adult.
I mean, I agree with you there, but there's more that I want to unpack, but well, I'll set it aside.
Uh, well, to Corey and to FQ, write down like your questions because I really do want to. Like, it pains me that I'm interrupting these conversations because they're really interesting. So please write down those questions.
I gotta
And
take
maybe
a leak.
we
But
can yeah. Okay, so let's go to Aiko, and I promise Lactoid the last word. Yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to let's say I agree, like with Scott when he's talking about preserving the natural state as opposed to like introducing something new into the system. That still leaves a question of should the state be mandating that those normal states like be protected? And it sounds to me like I think with the toothpaste question, it sounds like Scott was agreeing with a state mandate here that the state mandate that parents like require their children to like to brush their teeth on a regular basis, and if they don't, that's child abuse. And even if I got that wrong and he wasn't agreeing to that, I do think that he would agree because he said even earlier on the conversation about someone like throw them in jail if this happens or whatever. I think he agrees that abusing children it should be mandated against, right? So there is a point at which you do trust the custodialship of the government over that of individual parents, at least when there's abuse happening. So it seems to me that there are like, at least in principle, we're agreeing to the possibility that the state sometimes has greater authority than the parent.
It's super quick because I know you got to be fast. Super quick. It's not about state mandate. It's about forestalling guardianship. When you abuse a child or neglect a child and you fail to be able to take care of the child, feed them, or you get them to brush their teeth, you are essentially saying, I no longer care about this child. Anybody that wants to take care of this child can come and take care of this child. Should the state do it? No. Should a private adoption agency or a family member do it? Yes. But if the state does indeed come in and remove a child from a parent that has neglected them, that is just a different actor, because the parents have lost any rights to say that they're a custodian if they have neglected or abused the child, even if it's not their fault, right? Like if a woman has no money and can't afford to feed a child, she might want to keep her kids, but sorry, you're not feeding your fucking kids. They're not your kids anymore. Like, you have neglected them. You have not given them what they need to survive. And you have said, if someone else wants to take care of these kids that actually can, go ahead. You have done that via your actions.
And the state is on that list of people who have that authority.
No, but I don't want to get into anarchist theory. I just want to say that, like,
Okay.
the state existing is a problem, right? But like, it should be a family member or someone else, right? But if the state does it, it's like that parent didn't have a right to violate anyways. So like, yes, the state is violating the child's rights, but if the child, would be better off in a different state.
Okay,
Well,
but then you're
here's the-
talking about individuals who are going to then have conflicting claims as to the custodialship.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Like,
So
right there,
what?
Joe.
So, like, you have to have something that adjudicates between these disparate parties that have claims to custodialship of the children.
Yeah, I don't want to. Like I said, I didn't want to get too deep into it. Like,
Okay.
I just wanted to correct the thinking there. But yes, I'm willing to have that conversation, just not right now, because I
Okay.
want him Prime to move.
Yeah, Lactoid, final word on this, and then we'll move on to our next. Again, write down your questions, because we can maybe circle around to this, but go ahead.
Sure. So final word, property rights based, self ownership based. But I actually wanted to ask a question.
Can't have the final
What do you?
question.
I'm sorry, I have
It's
to.
unanswered.
It's very important. Corey and Fairy Queen, and I've heard it argued to me that circumcision is essentially like a vaccine, in that you are, like, quote unquote violating the bodily autonomy, if we, depending on what our definitions of bodily autonomy here are. But there's like
Male
some
genital mutilation's bad. Yeah.
yeah, there's some like very small, like reduced chance of like certain diseases and certain conditions in the future. Would you consider a parent that refuses to circumcise their child to be like more neglectful or more abusive, even to a marginal degree, than a parent who did circumcise their child?
So
Go ahead, Fairy Queen.
my answer is not going to be very satisfying. It depends. It depends on the level of risk. It depends on the level of benefits. It depends on how much of a benefit there is, as opposed to how much of it outweighs it. I know that's not very satisfying, but it's essentially a risk analysis. That's what my unsatisfying answer to you would be.
Me, I would say I agree it's a therapeutic, or rather it's a risk analysis, but yeah, pretty much in virtually every case, there is no therapeutic benefit at all to circumcising your child. Even with the data of HIV transmission, et cetera, it's not really good quality data. It's like, yeah, there's, and that is reflected in the overall guidelines, both in Canada and most of the developed countries, of like, yeah, there's actually no therapeutic value whatsoever in circumcising your child.
So there's a lot of medical institutions in America that say differently, and maybe they're spreading medical misinformation. So if they're doing that, shame on them.
Right now.
But I think, besides maybe Scott, I think we're all in agreement that there's some level of risk, which I think I even started out by saying, like, there's some level of risk where, yeah, it's unacceptable, like, you should have to do this, but like, there's just a real question where we can't just be going in and legislating every single thing all the time about how parents raise their kids. And if the risk profile is low enough, then perhaps it's not something that the government needs to be involved with. And the real question here is just, does this MMR vaccine fall within one category or the other?
Rothbirdie gave 100 bits. If you're still here, Rothbirdie. Barty, excuse me.
Was this like 3 hours ago?
Probably. FQ. Calling me out there. You're really calling me out there. FQ taking property rights to the extreme. FQ real libertarians. Scott and Lactoid fake libertarians. I think that's a message we can all agree on. In the end, it's something to bring us together. All right, so
that's what a real libertarian is. I don't want to be it. Fucking Pete Quinones in here now. I'm now opposed to it.
Okay, all right, yeah. I do. This conversation is fascinating, and we didn't even get to the Tuvix question, right? My friend Aiko is bringing the real interesting philosophical debates there, and hopefully maybe in the after panel we can talk about that. But that it's a really
Justice
interesting
for
discussion.
Tuvix.
Justice for Tuvix, really interesting discussion on this sci-fi character, but like it relates, it does relate. Anyway, let's go on to the second topic. And before we do that, guys, if you've been enjoying this, oh god damn it, uh, Mock Gaming Bot, thank you for resubbing 22 minutes ago. Shut up, guys. They say, LOL, why does Fabian get free reign on this shit, but others get cut? Why does Fabian get free reign over this? Here's the thing. Everyone, like, go back to that conversation. Everyone's responding to Scott. Everyone's like, as a question. I'm like, hey, FQ, like, what do you have to say? And she's like, she's got a question for Scott. And Gibbs, right?
I ran an SRP clinic and have given like thousands upon thousands of vaccines. I was more than willing to just talk about vaccine science and data and engage in internal critiques of y'all's system. Y'all wanted to fucking make it about ANCAP.
Yeah, to be fair, it was Fairy Queen that kind of
It
drove
was
us
the
off.
woman.
It's interesting, isn't
It
it?
was the
Do we
woman.
really
Yeah, it
regret
was-
going down this road?
I regret it.
Yeah.
I regret it quite a bit.
We always go in a different direction every time. It is what it is.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Gibbs.
Yeah.
No,
But
it's literally part of the show, the plan.
yeah, but to like address what they're trying to say directly, not just about this, is that like Scott's entertaining and he participates with these questions like deeply, right? Like he has things to say. You know, because this is a question people like bring up with me, right? Like yeah, he's got like a lot to say and like interesting things. Things that I may disagree with, right? But interesting things like on a consistent basis, and so it kind of just like stacks up the amount of time. Like if Gibbs is telling the truth, he was actually timing Scott.
I have it. I have it right here. All the notes. We've been clipping it. It's been a whole meme on my thing for the whole panel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, no. But okay. Well, yeah. Fair. So, yeah, I'm addressing this. Is that like he like consistently is engaging, and then people want to engage with the things that he says, right?
Yeah, it's our fault, right? Because even when you get off of him, we just ask him a question.
Yeah. I try. I'm like, go somewhere else, and you guys go back.
I'm guilty of it too. I am.
Yeah. So okay. But I think Scott, because he is like involved. Like I say this to him, seriously. Like I think
You're
him for
welcome.
his yeah.
You're welcome for making your show so fucking entertaining. All right, let's move on.
All right. Okay. All right. Subs to the channel, give us a good subs or hype chat, super chat. Thanks. All right. Moving on. Topic 2. The Alabama State Supreme Court has handed out a controversial ruling that says embryos used in IVF are considered children under state law. This has caused a panic as damage to these embryos could theoretically leave a clinic open to serious criminal charges. Many clinics have now paused treatment in response. Furthermore, some out of state clinics have refused to see Alabama based patients as they are afraid that it could open them up to litigation if something went wrong. Conservatives have long said that life starts at conception. So, does this ruling make sense? If so, how should cases of damaged embryos be handled? And is the damage done to fertility services worth this cost? Yeah, I mean, I think most of you understand what's going on, what we're talking about. This is a new thing that just came down, and like, I mean, I think this is an interesting exception. There's so many things I want to talk about in terms of like the politics of this. I'm not sure we'll really get to hone in on that, but the politics of this moment, watching the Republican Party navigate this in the wake of Roe v. Wade being uh, eliminated, right? Like there's just so many interesting parts to this. But at the very least, I want to get to like the if it makes sense, this narrow ruling in terms of IVF, and expand on it later on. Let's go to our friend Lactoid.
All right, so I have not read this full decision in complete depth, but I have read through it in not complete depth. And based on what I can read, there are some things here that make sense. and there's some things that don't make sense. So the specific statute, wrongful death of a minor, this is important, right? So Alabama has a statute that was enacted in 1872 called the Wrongful Death of a Minor Act, allows the parents of a deceased child to bring a claim seeking punitive damages when the death of a minor child is caused by the wrongful act, omission, or negligence of any person, provided they do so within 6 months of the child's passing. The act does not define either child or minor child, but the Alabama Supreme Court has held in two separate cases, 2011 and 2012, that the wrongful death statute allows an action to be brought for the wrongful death of any unborn child, whether inside the womb or outside the womb. So there is some settled Alabama law on this, which would indicate, look, the law says this from a textualist argument, right? It says this. This is what it, this obvious reading of it. It's not an exception for whether or not it's in a woman or not in a woman. So obviously, you should be able to bring damages. You should be able to bring a suit for these kind of damages here if it's determined that there's a wrongful death of a minor child. Later on in the opinion, they start getting really biblical. The Supreme Court does, directly quoting the Bible, directly quoting Thomas Aquinas, directly quoting specific spiritual Christian theology as to the sanctity of life. And I'm a little bit troubled by that. I don't like the idea that the Alabama Supreme Court is siding with such authority, the Bible, in their decision. It seems a little bit creepy. Well, not creepy. It seems a little bit unconstitutional, if that makes better sense. Specifically, the First Amendment. I think there's some issues there. But I think that there's a strong intent originalist argument against this, which was, when this was created, nobody would have thought, this was created a long time ago, reaffirmed a couple times recently, but nobody intended for this to apply to IVF. Now, IVF wasn't around in the 1800s, so obviously it wasn't intended to apply to IVF. So you can make an argument, well, if they knew about IVF at the time, then they wouldn't have allowed it. And I guess that's a whole discussion to have there. At the end of the day, I see why Alabama came to this decision. From a legal perspective, it probably was the right decision. Just don't cite the Bible. That's a big no-no.
Thanks so much. Scott, please.
I agree with Lactoid here. No surprise here on this one.
A socialist?
Almost 1-to-1 here. Well, I can agree with socialists on some things. But I'll add there's a couple of things here that I think are interesting. So when we talk about IVF, what we're usually talking about in a process here, the majority of it depends. It depends on who's donating the eggs, right? If the eggs are donated by the female that is attempting to grow, it depends on surrogacy. Like there's a lot of different things. But under most circumstances, what occurs is that you have a batch of eggs that you fertilize. And then what ends up happening is we look at the strength of those embryos, and then we go, yeah, none of these are really viable. So we're just going to we're going to destroy these. So the thing about IVF, assuming you're pro-life, which I'm an evictionist, which changes some things, but that also makes me pro-life. And is that like you are killing fertilized eggs intentionally as part of the process of trying to find the best viable egg, and on occasion you may even have multiple viable eggs. Now, if you look at this from a consequentialist perspective, there really isn't anything wrong here, because we don't know, but it's somewhere between 50 to 90%. It's a big category, but almost certainly a majority of all fertilized eggs end up killed in the womb anyways, right? So if your argument is, well, God wouldn't want it that way, it's like, well, God's a genocidal motherfucker because he kills a lot of babies in the womb. He loves killing babies. He's killed more babies than humans have ever existed. If God allows this to occur, right? And it's not some free choice, free will thing. So it's a silly argument to use the Christian argument here. Unless, of course, the Christian argument is just using Christian ethics to determine that the right to life exists. And if a right to life exists, as I think it does, then IVF in most cases is murdering a fuck ton of babies. And so what does it mean if we stop doing this? Well, what it means is that the cost of IVF skyrockets and the viability of IVF plummets, right? Because we're not because it takes a while, right? Like you have to make one. If you have to make one at a time, it's going to be a long and arduous process that for many women is going to not have a viable embryo to implant past their ability to give birth to children, unless they're using a surrogate.
Past ability to pay.
So yeah, or that too, right?
Mm.
But in terms of like the fact that Roe v. Wade federally changed, and so like this is a state of Alabama issue, surrogacy is retarded expensive. So we're mostly talking about super wealthy people here. And so like if it's super important to you, like I don't want to make the argument that you can just move because I don't believe that. But if you're a lefty and you believe that, then like it's really not that much of a concern for you because these are upper middle class to rich wealthy people that very easily could move. So that's kind of a thing there too. But I'd be interested to see what you guys say about it.
Thanks so much, Corey.
Well, I don't see fertilized eggs slash embryos as whatever persons are having personhood. So pretty much I have no problem with them being destroyed, although with some caveats. It's not haphazardly destroyed, or rather, from what I understand, a lot of this was brought on by like an incident of like some person just like wandering around and like dropping a bunch of eggs. So I'm not in favor of that. But like responsible disposal of the embryos, I'm totally in favor of. And yeah, I just like Lactoid, I haven't read the entire ruling. But I read some excerpts, and like, yeah, it is particularly disturbing to me of not only how much they're like quoting a lot of biblical text, but they're also like it seems to be from what I observe in the media, like the people that wrote the rulings, like they're explicitly proud of like them citing the Bible, of like they want to move more like in this direction, basically theocratic, and so I think also you're seeing pretty much as usual sort of the confrontation that religious people have to confront with technology, as in like this is affecting I think religious Christian conservatives as well, because they want access to IVF treatment, and there's some stories of pretty much them being denied, or pretty much having to put their fertility treatments on hold. And so, yeah, as I think you pointed out in the opening, Prime, of like conservatives will have to grapple with this because it's affecting their own base. As much if they want to be staunch about this, they got to bite that bullet, and then you will be denying IVF treatment to a certain amount of Christian fundamentalists. And so I'm very curious to see how it will be play out. I'll leave it there for now.
Donors.
Republican base is wealthy. Let's go to Admiral Gibbs, and a wealthy individual right there.
Yeah. So yeah, as a wealthy Republican, I don't know wealthy is the right word, but doing all right. I would say that this is really the abortion ruling, the Roe v. Wade being overturned, has really been what I would like to call a poison pill for the Republicans, right? Like maybe it's because this wasn't an issue that I thought was forefront in my mind, when I went to go voting, because there were so many others, or the timing of it, et cetera, et cetera. It's been a massive poison pill. It's a massive issue. But I'm going to stick with my guns on this one, which comes down to I'm not a fan of government overreach. This seems like government overreach. If we're going to sit here and like talk about like what is life, what's the definition, and now we have the example of religious overuse. Like, it just also seems disproportionate. Like to what they're doing. They're going to charge a woman for a crime for trying to have a baby in a process that seems like where it's fraught with inherent dangers, like in the whole process as a whole. It seems like it's going to disproportionately affect women and like their treatments for the in vitro and whatnot. It seems it's heavy-handed, one-sided. And then if we're going to start doing this, what's like? It's also a slippery slope. What's next? Are they going to come for the sperm banks? Is that what they're coming for next? I mean, it just seems like once we start with one, why are we going to keep going? It just seems we need to draw a line in the sand and stop government overreach, whether it's conservative or liberal overreach, in my opinion.
Interesting. Interesting. Okay, I like that. Let's go to FQ.
So I'm going to copy what Corey said. I don't think that embryos up to a certain point they have achieved personhood until they achieve consciousness, which is the justifiable reason upon why I think abortion should be legal, because we value conscious human life. And so I would agree with Corey. I do have a quandary and a question with that. And the question that I have, and this is more for me maybe than for anybody else in the panel, if we see a woman, and if a woman is pregnant, and let's say like she's only a few weeks along and she's murdered and she's shot in the head, should the court be able to sue for double homicide? Like, that's sort of the question. That's the sort of rub. And I can't justify it based off of my position, but it seems like you should be able to. It seems as though, like, if you're somebody and if you're pregnant and if
The
somebody
Holy Spirit.
shoots and kills you, listen,
The
man,
Holy
you
Spirit acting in you.
okay. Listen, you were like early. We can talk about spirituality. Okay. I think your whole color thing that your friend over there was talking about sounds like a pretty spiritual reason to me, but we'll get to that later. It seems to be the case, like if that happens, that you should be able to like pursue double homicide. And if there is someone on here who can justify it and can agree to that, I wonder like if you can also why this wouldn't also count as murder on the same count. We can get more into that. That's sort of the question that I had.
Thank you. Let's go to our friend Tom.
Yeah, these are like stuff like this is a little bit more complicated for me. I grew up pro-life. I would still consider myself pro-life. I don't think the label doesn't mean much these days because there's such a broad array of people who fall under pro-life. So I would say that yes, like morally, I think that life begins at conception, but also when it comes to like legality, I think consistency would fall into like something having rights based on whether or not it has a heartbeat and brain function, just as we would consider something dead generally once it doesn't have heartbeat and brain function. So we'd consider it a life at that point and consider it that personhood. So generally, I would like legality. I would put rights around like second trimester, beginning of second trimester, but the so I would like agree that like it would be a double homicide just after second trimester, not before. um, but as far as like the embryos go, I don't understand like how the state would be able to sue for these things. I could understand somebody who has a personal investment in those embryos wanting to sue for like financial reasons, or even for like their own uh, emotional investment in those things, but not for the state to do so. That doesn't make much sense to me. So I don't like the idea of the religious part being added into this either. I haven't really read much of the Alabama's decision, so I'll probably be reading on a lot of that during this panel. But like I grew up like involved in the March for Life and a bunch of pro-life orgs and stuff like that. But I think that the directions that they've gone has been pretty puritanical and ridiculous. And I was super happy with the overturning of Roe v. Wade, just not really what the states have done with it since. So yeah, that's my opening statement.
Thanks so much. And to address the very beginning of your opening statement, I mean, we're finding out that pro-choice is apparently a bigger umbrella, as we as we discovered in the first topic. But thank you so much. Let's go to friend Aiko.
Yeah,
Did I say pro-choice? I meant pro-life. My bad.
there's some
No,
technical.
you didn't say that. I was making a joke about Scott.
Oh, okay, my
Yeah,
bad.
no, it's fine. Go ahead, Aiko.
Yeah, I have some questions about this that maybe I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit later. Corey can answer. Like one of them is like because in the prompt it talked about life starting at conception, right? But my understanding is that conception is when a fertilized egg attaches to the uterine wall, right? And these things are not attached to the uterine wall, so conception has not happened yet, or at least that's my understanding as to what the distinction is. How much that matters morally, I don't know, but that does seem to be a sort of a technical distinction that gets made here. But I'm also very interested in like how all of this works out in terms of the internal consistency of what the Republican Party is willing to do to placate its base. One of the people I'm surprised nobody's mentioned yet, who was affected by the politics of this very heavily, is Mike Pence. His son is the product of IVF. And he's been asked about this in the past, and it's really hard to square his statements on life at fertilization, which is often where the GOP is now starting to go with this, not just at conception, versus like his own actions. And so I know a lot of these donors, I know a lot of rich people have like gone through IVF specifically, and I just don't know where they'll go. I've had many conversations just in the broader topic of abortion. I remember back in the day where people were sort of libertarian leaning and were voting for Trump, and guaranteed to me that there's no way Roe v. Wade would ever be overturned. And if and if it ever did, then they wouldn't vote for Trump anymore. And so those kinds of conversations make me think that they're really like between a rock and a hard place in terms of where they're going to go with this politically. So I think there's that pragmatic sort of political question of where everything goes, and of course the question of hypocrisy, right? And then also the sort of technical question is there a distinction to be made between these embryos and something that's attached to the uterine wall?
So much. And finally, our friend Doobie.
Unfortunately, I think I agree with Lactoid. I think potentially.
Unfortunately.
I think, yeah, unfortunately.
The socialist.
Yeah, terrible. So yeah, I think within the I think it's internally like within the perspective of the Republican Party or conservatives or what the fuck, it seems to make sense, right? Like if we're gonna say that somebody that an embryo that's been fertilized immediately after it's fertilized is like that's now a child, well then yeah, it makes sense to say that these IVF embryos are. I don't agree with punishing anybody, obviously, for disposing of embryos that aren't not valid. What's the word I'm looking for?
Viable.
Viable. That's the word I'm looking for. Aren't viable. And I think it's terrible that this ruling has led to people no longer wanting to see people from Alabama. I think it's terrible that this has like ended a lot of practices in Alabama that were giving people access to, and I hope somebody stops it. I think this.
Okay. And again, you're so quiet, Doopy, but we did hear what you said. All right, open to the.
I want to
yeah.
jump out first before. I'm going. I'm going. I just want to. It's mine will be quick. I also want to point out the motive, and this is a big thing I think that really about Alabama's Republican Party is missed is the motive for these people. Like the people doing IVF, they want to have children, right? They're not. They're picking like the most viable candidate of these embryos, as far as I understand it, to have children, right? They're going for it. It's a lot different than like say. Like you're getting, oh, I'm pregnant now. Now I'm getting an abortion. Now I'm going to kill something that's already, debatably alive, right? Kind of thing. This is like they're picking the best option because they're already having like issues having a baby anyway. Like they're trying to give life to the world. So I don't know why this is suddenly the crowd they're going after. I think it's kind of dumb.
So I'm
Real
glad
quick
that
question, Admiral Gibbs, super quick. Did you or did you not know that the Supreme Court justices of Alabama are elected every 6 years?
Hey, well, that's why maybe they can vote him out.
So-
I mean, it
Okay.
probably has to be
Oh
like
my
consistent
God.
though. Like
Not
they
this
have to
again.
have some
I'm
sort
just
of
teasing. I'm
consistency.
just
If they
teasing.
are
I was
saying
just teasing.
fertilized eggs, if they are saying that fertilized eggs are like conception, then yeah, consistent. Like in order for them to be consistent, they probably would have to say that these are some sort of life.
Lactoid.
So a couple things. I wanted to correct myself. The Bible shit actually came up in the concurring decision. The primary decision, from what I'm looking at, actually doesn't have the same kind of biblical stuff that the concurring decision have. Now, now the concurring obviously is a vote in favor of the decision. So there's at least somebody there who thought it was a good idea to cite all that shit. But it's important to note that because the actual ruling that's going to be cited later on going forward doesn't have that stuff in it, which is good. The other thing is kind of in line with what Gibbs just said. I think this demonstrates the level of principledness and consistency that pro-lifers have. For a very long time, what I've seen is people very angrily yelling about how this was all just a ploy to control women's bodies, about how all this was actually because, people hate women having freedom and et cetera, et cetera. And these are the real motivations behind the pro-life agenda. But here you see with IVF an almost complete opposite situation of like abortion, right? You have, instead of like somebody who's pregnant, right? I've heard people make the argument, well, they just want to turn women into brood mares of the state. That's why we got to like, stop, the pro-lifers. Well, in this case, you're actually stopping somebody from getting pregnant and having kids. And the question is why? Well, to be frank with you, it probably is because they're just being fucking consistent. Like they think it's murder and they think it's wrong, and here's their definition of life, and here's how they're applying it. There's probably I'm not seeing like this ulterior evil motive that pro-lifers have. It probably is them just being principled, and so for that, I give them kudos because I think that's what it truly is here.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
so
I go ahead.
yeah, here's your ulterior evil motive. Donald Trump, and therefore by definition the GOP, because they're one and the same at this point, are opposed to this decision. Okay, so there's your hypocrisy that you're looking for. Yeah, it's true that there's some true believers on the Alabama Supreme Court. Okay, but the party itself is being just as hypocritical as you would expect, and is trying to back away from the consequence of this decision. Because maybe they do see women as broodmares.
No, that's not why.
Now you're talking about a different group.
Wait, no, but yes, this is not like principled pro-lifers, I would argue, and I would expect the reason why Trump and the Republican, if there truly is this massive outcry from the Republican establishment, I don't know if there is, I haven't seen that, but if there is, I would assume this probably
they're going to follow Trump on this.
I'm assuming this probably is a lot more to do with the political ramifications that happened during Roe v. Wade. And they're concerned about that having the same effect this election season.
Yes,
so it could just, it could be that they're just like those specific people are more concerned about the election. But I'm talking about the principled pro-lifers, like the fucking Alabama Supreme Court here, right? Or and the people who've been arguing for the pro-life agenda for decades.
Or like Mike Pence.
Mike Pence is interesting because I think that if you sat Mike Pence down and explained to him IVF. I wonder if he would still have the same position afterwards.
Have to explain. He's been through it. He knows exactly how it works.
No. Like
he's conceived a child that way.
Elucidating the moral qualm is what I'm trying to point out is like if abortion became as technology in seeing fetuses expanded, you actually began to see like more of a pro-life movement because like our morality. For most people is often dependent on just like how visual something is because most people like have a difficult time with concepts and have a much easier time with abstracting concepts is more difficult,
there's so
right?
many laws for like forcing an ultrasound.
Exactly, right, and why those laws are quote they're effective for the agenda,
and
for the pro-life
creates
agenda.
A ton of misconceptions. Yeah, no, I agree, and that in fact that's why I wanted to point out. I wasn't going to bring this up before, but now, the misconception.
Hold on.
I'm against
what?
What?
A Christian, like a hardcore Christian? You're against ultrasounds?
Catholic.
A hardcore Catholic.
I've never have I ever described myself as hardcore, but I'm Catholic. I've described myself as a very bad Catholic. But the difference between what I think is moral and what I think should be legal are two different things. But before I will get into that if you want me to. But what I wanted to get into, somebody else had mentioned earlier, the concept of whether or not these things are alive, and the question isn't whether or not like these things are alive, because we know that they're alive. I mean, they have cell division, they have growth, they do all things that a scientist says are alive. They're absolutely alive. Question isn't whether or not they're human either. They're human. They're not pigs, they're not dolphins, they're not anything else. They are absolutely human. The questions really come down to personhood and citizenship. That's where the questions come, right? The citizenship will tell you what rights they have, and personhood will tell you like what their moral status is. And those are the questions that you would need to ask, right? But I don't think anybody should be debating whether or not a fertilized egg or an embryo is alive or human.
Well, we're not debating that. We're arguing a level of consistency here, right? Because
someone had brought it up.
Right. What Alabama is pointing out, though, in their the main thrust of their opinion, which I think makes a lot of sense, is there is this strange hypocrisy where in most places in this country and in Alabama, like if you kill a pregnant woman, regardless of how long she is, that's double homicide, right? Now, abortion was an exception to this, where in fact, in my state's legislature, it's quite the statutes quite literally read with this specific exception, with no others, it's going to be considered homicide. And Alabama's reads that way. And now that Roe's gone, right? I don't know. That's a pretty reasonable way of reading the statute.
I think you misunderstand. I agree with your statement that internal to the GOP logic thus far, you kind of have to go in this direction because their argument is their argument is that these not just are humans and alive, but that they are also people, and that I guess have citizenship rights as well, and that there's really just no way of getting around giving them that status as frozen embryos any different than if they were actually attached to a uterine wall.
Just to clarify, not only do I think that, like, from the pro-life agenda position, there's obviously the glaring argument there of why IVF is morally equivalent to abortion, but then legally speaking, like, these laws are on the books, and judges have the duty to interpret laws, like, reasonably. And the only thing keeping a lot of these states from enforcing this shit was Roe v. Wade. Now that that's gone, right? Like, there's no reason for the Alabama Supreme Court to not read the statute this way. It's the most reasonable way to look at it, right? The statute does not specify whether inside or outside the womb. The statute does not specify any of this shit. It just says straight up, like, if you kill, like, an unborn child, born or unborn, right, and it's wrongful, then there's liability. This provides civil liability. And by the way, just a clarification on what Tom said, or what Tom was pointing out, this is not necessarily the state bringing criminal charges. This provides a private cause of action. So in this case, the parents could sue the IVF center that they gave the eggs and sperm to.
And
So,
also,
okay,
I mean,
hold
if
on,
these
wait.
to the
It's
extent
the
that these are
I feel like I'd
or the person
update that
receiving it.
contract, you know.
Ask
Is
your
it the
question,
donor
Tom,
or
and then we got to go to court.
Well, no, that's a fair question. I'll have to clarify that, but it's a private cause of action, so it's going to be one of the. It's going to be one of the two.
In the article that we read, the lady seemed to be worried that she would get in trouble by receiving the embryos, and so it sounded like it was the state that was, or it could be a Texas
Yep,
situation where
that's
literally any
hysteria.
citizen could.
So it looks like what it looks like is
Uber
both of
driver.
them. What it looks like is both of them are listed in the lawsuit. James LePage and Emily LePage, and then also William Tripp Fondy and Caroline Fondy. So it looks like
Well,
they've.
the one that I was looking at wasn't about, or maybe I'm okay. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing.
It's one. It's like
Ali-
I'm just the reason I point that out is it creates a private cause of action. It's not necessarily the state coming after you. It's, I guess, technically the state has the enforcing power, but it would be somebody like a private citizen coming after you.
Ali and Polar Knights, thanks for the individual subs you guys gave. Thanks so much. Okay. Who else wants to? Oh, Corey. Yeah.
That's okay. Yeah, Fairy Queen. I think in your opening statement, I think you brought up a really good question in terms of whatever the double homicide aspect.
Yeah.
Where and I also have a question for Lactoid later. So the way I think about it, whether this actually provides clarity or not, I guess we'll find out. But I view it sort of as a double violation, almost, not quite, a double violation of the mother's autonomy. As in, just as, I'm not saying this is a good thing, but we generally feel different, as in, like, a child being killed or murdered versus an elderly person, in terms of, like, just, like, the potentiality. As in, like, if, let's say, someone, let's say in Canada, who is pretty much, like, is going through the process of MAID, and they're murdered, that would, I think, our intuitive, I'm not saying this is a good thing, but our intuition would view that sort of as a lesser extent. And I think the same thing would hold true of, like, the scenario that I imagine, sort of very crudely, of, like, yeah, if a woman is carrying, an embryo, whatever, they're walking down the street, and whatever, they're sadly horrifically murdered. It changes it would change, at least sort of intuitively, the scenario for me of, like, if I found out, if this information was available, of, like, I found out they're walking towards, like, their abortion clinic because they have an appointment for an abortion, in terms of, like,
Yeah, okay.
and then also Lactoid, for which, so I would ask you the question: would you say, to be consistent, in Alabama, to be really truly consistent, not to, like, go in this direction too heavily, but do you think that, given that they're recognizing embryos as children, that they should lower the age of consent by about 9 months?
Oh my
No,
God.
I get what he.
Brain development
I
is
zoned
the
out for,
same
like,
either
a
way.
minute there, and then I came back to lowering the age.
Yeah.
By 9 months, exactly.
I under the most, it depends on actually how the statute's worded. If it's attained 18th birthday or is 18 years of age. I mean, obviously, the originalist position here is that term has always was intended to and always has meant this specific thing. So that's what it's going to
Imagining
continue.
like a 40-year-old dude, Your Honor, she was 17.
Yeah. I mean, that's
technically she obtained her 18
right.
years of age
So-
3 months before this.
So that's what I think the position is now. From a straight, like if the most hardcore fucking
You want them to be
strict,
consistent. That's what you brought
well,
up.
But
no,
you should be able to vote at 17.
well,
just
so
semantics.
yeah,
It's
so
like
consistency is important. Like again, judicial philosophy here is important when we're talking about consistency, where you can be consistent along like an originalist frame of thought with the Alabama ruling, without necessarily having to go to like the strict fucking like this word means this word means this word means this. It has to do with original intent and what a reasonable extrapolation is of those rules.
Yeah.
Now, could you if you were enacting in bad faith, could you read it that way? Potentially you could. And I want to see somebody try that and lose. But
a pedophile. Definitely.
Can I ask a quick question to Corey?
There's just quickly. There are some Asian countries where like
I know, yeah.
Yep.
your wife's
They-
Yeah,
in
that's
Korea.
what I was gonna say. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you gave an example where you were framing potentiality as an argument for the double homicide, right? Which is that although the child in the womb doesn't feel anything at a conscious level, there's some level of justification for a double homicide because of the potentiality. You've murdered a human. But that this would change if that woman was, outside of a Planned Parenthood walking in to go abort the fetus. That it's like you would feel that you would intuit that there's some lesser crime committed. I don't know that I understand your rationale behind that, because that would just, if you were being consistent about the concept of a right to life and murder here, right? That would just change the murderer from the woman to the murderer, right? So the woman was intending to murder her baby, and she was stopped from murdering her baby by a murderer who murdered her and her baby.
Okay, yeah, I understand. So I guess I probably understandably use confusing language. That's as in sort of the potentiality of like the actual woman. That's why I sort of a double violation of the mother's autonomy, where generally, as in what the mother wishes for herself, their potential, in terms of we generally see or we generally view as in like if I'm murdered, okay, for whatever reason. I don't have any children. I don't have a direct family. However, it's generally seen as more tragic if it's found out that someone who's a father is murdered because they have a family. It's the same thing, at least for me, that holds true in terms of this person wished to start a family, and we tend to place more value on that. I'm not saying that's a good thing, just as like I said, if I happen to again, in Canada, if I happen to murder someone an hour before they're scheduled for maid, I think we would view that as less heavily as in if I murdered a child.
Yeah, but that's not any like that. There's no logic there for law. Like I'm sure if
I'm not
Martin
saying it, and I'm not
Shkreli
making an
was
illegal
murdered,
argument, per
right?
se.
I'm sure like if like some Antifa kid murdered Martin Shkreli, right? The guy that like jacked up the HIV medication because he got the patent and was like, this drug is way too cheap. And his argument is like,
thought it was insulin.
this will fund more research. It was HIV. I know because he made the joke when Shane Gillis was trying to mess with him about it. And Louis Gomez said, it turns out, isn't laughter the best medicine? And then after they got done laughing, Martin Shkreli interrupted and said, yeah, but it turns out laughter doesn't cure your T cells.
Yeah, but wouldn't
is
you
wild,
argue
right?
that
So
like
I'm sure
the way that we
if
feel
he was
about these
murdered,
things
right?
is human nature? Like to go
Yeah,
back
sure,
to his other point
yeah,
is that
I
like if we value these things, don't we value them because of some sort of human nature?
okay, sure. Humans value things that they like, and they don't value things that they don't like. And some actions are going to be not valued highly or valued negatively by a majority of the population. But it doesn't change whether or not someone has a right to murder Martin Shkreli. Like, you might not like him, but if they're not one of his presumed victims, even though the only people that got charged a lot of money were Medicaid and insurance because they were working with groups to give out to poor people, the medication
Well,
at
it
the
would
same
change how
price.
heinous we consider it on some sort of
Right,
spectrum.
right. That's what I'm saying. It's like you feeling like, ooh, I don't really give a fuck that guy was murdered doesn't and shouldn't change whether or not we charge people with murder or whether or not victims have a
No,
right to restitution and justice for their crimes. And the
no,
same would be said for the parents of a daughter that was going into MAID if someone murdered their daughter, uh, that those
I
parents
don't
have a
think
right to
that was.
seek
I
yeah,
take issue
no,
with
That
your
wasn't his
characterization of
argument,
Martin
though.
Shkreli,
He
by
was
the way.
talking about. He was talking about like an interpersonal value, not some random person. Like how I value some random person in Africa or some shit.
yeah,
It's more about like how I value my family.
but even then, I think
right, but
there
you were
is
talking about the concept of murder here and the legality of it. And I'm
well,
saying that should be you should
Yes.
avoid the emotional rhetoric here
I don't
as
I
a
don't
means of punishment.
I don't fully disagree, but I think there is some basis. Like obviously Canada's different, but like we like so we have as in like there's the distinction between like crime and like you can have more severity as in like as a result of whatever the circumstances surrounding the loss of life, it can result in a more harsher penalty. As in like hate crimes, there are hate crimes in Canada, and that tends to result in more harsher penalties. I don't see why you can't apply the same sort of approach of like, yeah, I agree, murder is bad in all circumstances, but based off of what we value, we sort of value murdering a father versus someone like me who is fatherless. I'm not saying that's a good thing, but I think there's some intuition there that it
Yeah,
is.
no. I agree. I was saying I agree that we as a society tend to value fathers more than we do Neats, for example, right? Like if Asmongold was never a streamer, but Asmongold got murdered, his obituary would say he's survived by his dad. People would be like, "Oh, sucks to be that guy," and they'd move on with their day. Whereas, like, if it was someone that was like a father and had done a bunch of cool things, people would be like, "Oh man, that's so tragic that these people." Right? Like, I understand that there's emotions involved, and that we tend to value certain things higher than others, but that doesn't change whether or not it's murder, right? Like just like it wouldn't
Yeah,
change whether or not the IVF destruction of viable embryos because there's one that's slightly more viable is or isn't murder. It doesn't matter that I don't feel as strongly connected to it.
no, but all I'm
It's
saying
murder.
is, yeah. Well, I would say I'm just gonna. I'm more speaking to like Fairy Queen's specific example, as in like she. I think if I remember correctly, she pretty much uh, gave the example of a woman
Mhm.
who has conceived something, not a person for me, and that like yeah, we can see that as like if that person is murdered, that can result in more severe punishment as opposed to a woman who has not conceived an embryo. I think there's a rationale for that.
Yeah, sure. I'm so,
Sounds like we
so you're
disagree.
thinking
Like I
okay,
think
yeah, I'm like I'm following your logic when I say sure. Because I'm looking at it from I'm trying to look at it from your perspective that you're saying that there is um there's rationale in your opinion based upon the level of development for double homicide in certain situations as
so
opposed
that's where I'd
to
make the distinction. I would not
the
call it
rights. Okay,
I wouldn't call it double homicide, as in like
okay,
this is still
yeah, but
murder.
you're still arguing for harsher penalties though.
Yeah, just as I would, as in Canada, we have harsher penalties for hate crimes, as in we have a special category of like,
So are your
as in like,
harsher right, are your
as in like
harsh
me
where are you
assaulting
deriving that
someone,
from?
where
Because
I'm
you're not deriving it from an additional victim, right?
no, I'm not.
And you're deriving it saying, well, the victims feel worse about it, therefore the punishment can be larger. And I don't know that being able to say that a punishment should be worse based purely off of the feelings of those that are victimized. Because if your only logic is that the father, let's say, of the 4-week embryo and the mother, right, he deserves a greater form of justice, and we're not going to call it double homicide, but a greater punishment because of this situation, based upon the fact that he values her at a higher level. We start getting into really weird shit where all of a sudden the subjective value of victims is what is actually at stake here. And if you start doing that, my friend, you're going to get into my territory of whether of how restitution ought to be handled and how
Sure.
and things of that nature.
I don't necessarily disagree, and like I'm not saying there's the I should make the distinction as like in terms of like how I think society should operate, and like given sort of somewhat analogous to you, of like you understand that the state exists, and so you try to sort of like work within that framework on sort of uh, trying to divorce yourself, as it you know where you want to go in terms of eliminating the state, but you recognize, especially in these debate panels, of like, well, the state
Yeah,
exists.
yeah. We're not talking about that. That's fine.
I know, but that's sort of what I'm, as in, like, I'm not, for me personally, I don't want to live in a world, yeah, that we even sort of necessarily penalize murder in all circumstances. Like, I think the context
Bitch,
matters, but
what the fuck did you just say? I don't want to live in a world where we don't penalize murder in some circumstances.
yeah, I think
What
that's
circumstances
well,
should murder not be punished?
but that's a larger philosophical conversation. But
Well,
Yeah, I want to
wait,
know
the
because that's an
murder.
insane fucking thing to say.
If we say murder, we're already you're. It sounds like you're saying killing, not murder.
yeah, sure, that's fair. Killing, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
sure.
you mean like self-defense? It's okay, all right, cool.
Well, no, but even that, like we carve out
No.
exceptions for, no, as in
What
like,
exceptions beyond self-defense?
as in for those that we deem mentally incompetent, et cetera, et cetera. Like, we're gonna get into like what is penalizing someone.
Okay,
where-
I don't
Okay.
want to spend. I do want to
Okay.
move on. Yeah. Uh, Doobie, you haven't said much. I would like to hear what you have to say on, well, anything really. Um, but if you have something to say now, go ahead. If not, I'll move on to someone else to give you time.
No, I have nothing to add.
Okay, well then I'm gonna come back to you, Doobie, because I want to hear you say something. Because I'm curious what you have to say. So we'll circle back around. Um, so okay, moving away
Actually,
from.
I'm sorry. I do have a question. If that,
Okay, go ahead.
la-
You cut out, but I heard an
Would
L.
you
Are you talking to
support-
me?
Yeah.
yeah, lactoid.
Yeah,
my
he's
friend.
talking to
Would
you.
you support this being like overturned, or some kind of campaign to replace these justices to get this over? Or if this were being like
You're
proposed
cutting
in
out
your
again.
state,
You
right? So,
still got to lower your.
okay, if this
He's
were
trying
being
to talk
proposed in your
quietly to like
state-
not wake somebody up is what it sounds like.
No, I'm just a quiet person generally. If this were being proposed in your state, lactoid, would you support it? And if not, then why?
If this was being like, let's say this was legislation that was being proposed.
Yeah, it was a case that the Supreme Court of your state was looking over. Would you be in favor, or would you hope that they would come to a similar?
So I want to separate the two questions into if it's legislation that's going to be passed, or if it's like the Supreme Court's considering it. If the Supreme Court's considering it, they should rule what the law is, and like regardless of what I want from my own personal political perspective. So in that case, based on what I know of Wisconsin law, they should probably rule similar to Alabama in this case. Now, politically speaking, though, I probably would support legislation to legalize this due to a number of very complex reasons. I think the pro-life, pro-choice debate is super complicated. It's like one of the most difficult moral questions for me, and I sort of there's reasons why I'm in favor of abortion, which like utilitarian end goal reasons that I think would probably also apply to IVF, right? Where, I mean, the kind of people who are getting IVF are generally wealthy, well-educated people, right? Like the kind of people that we want to have more
Right.
kids.
Yeah, typically it is very expensive. So yeah, typically.
Right. So like it's the kind of people that we want to have more kids and to like continue propagating.
Okay. No, do you want more follow-up, OTB?
No, I was just curious. I think.
Okay.
I mean, I disagree with this whole like. I don't really care whether or not these are children or not, or the embryos or the unborn babies or children. I'm totally in support of abortion in just about any context, right? For any reason, up to like the day of the birth.
Jesus
So,
Christ.
Yeah, like the head could be coming out. And she could have said, I don't want this thing after all, and they should abort it right there. So I don't know,
Crowning.
this seems like yeah,
Well,
crowning.
can she stand over like a grind, like a
Maybe she just doesn't want to
wood chipper or something? Are you okay with
Cut
that?
this thing apart before it comes out. Okay,
At what point? At what
We
point of
deliver the
exit?
baby and we make the baby comfortable. Okay, we can make the baby comfortable until they have a decision.
Doobie, at what point of
Get the
exit?
fuck out of here.
At what point of exit do you all of a sudden say, "Okay, we can't kill that now"?
When the last foot is out of that coochie, it's a whole.
But the
other
umbilical
ballgame.
cord's still there.
Maybe there's an argument for it not being free until the umbilical cord.
What if you don't cut the
This is
umbilical
like a
cord?
meme.
What if you don't cut the umbilical cord until, like, I don't know, let's say it's possible 2 years of age? Then what?
Just in case you're not committed yet.
Yeah, you're not, yeah. Well, no, I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
yeah.
Like, let's say it doesn't rot, it doesn't fall off. Like, the umbilical cord actually stays attached for 2 years afterwards. Then can I kill the toddler?
I mean, there is a pretty interesting argument that I saw a long time ago. And I guess it is kind of a meme, where for extending abortion to like post birth, right, up to like 2 years, up to like the development of
Peter
optic
Singer.
dominance, I think it was. Yeah, that's interesting. I guess I think it'd be kind of gross.
The
living in
logic,
a
yeah.
society that allowed for that, but yeah, well, no, I'm exaggerating. I think that obviously, if you're crowning, go through the fucking abortion. Go through the birth. Okay. But I'm like much more accepting of abortion than I think most people. Most people, even on the left, or on the pro-choice side. So I think that I don't know anything that gets in the way of that to me seems wrong, and I think this is like it sounds like the Supreme Court inserting their religion into into the equation here. Maybe not in their reading of the actual law as it currently is, and there are plenty of laws that are old, outdated, need to be reformed or written. But the fact that they included like Bible verses apparently in their in their
That's strange.
statement is really fucking weird. And I think that should be like that needs to be snuffed out like immediately, like that kind of thinking that it's even okay to include these Bible verses or to reference anything in
like-
the Bible when they're making this.
Unironically, right? I was waiting to put this position forward, but unironically, libertarians, hardcore ANCAPs, are the only people that actually have a workable solution within the nation state and within the legal apparatus, which is evictionism.
You have no nation state, right? That's the workable solution.
Regardless, well, yeah, true. But regardless, like the philosophical position of evictionism is the only one that actually maintains both of these rights. So a woman has a right to choose, and it is murder to intentionally dismember a human embryo or fetus or 6 month in the womb, etc. Right? So what is evictionism? Evictionism is very simple. Just like if a homeless person comes up to me and is starving, I don't actually have to feed them. I don't have to feed a fucking baby if I don't want to feed a baby. If I do IVF and I don't want to take these unviable fetuses and try and preserve them and give them food and put them in an artificial womb and wait for them to die at 6 months because I know that they're not going to make it, I don't have to do that. What I can't do is go into a woman that's, having a late term abortion at 12 to 14 weeks and like pull the baby out a little bit and put an ice pick to the back of its skull and crack it open and then take clamps and pull it apart piece by piece so that its body is in nice little chunks. But we got to make sure we try and make sure the chunks are big because we're going to use that for medical research. So the thing here is very simple. If you want an abortion, you don't get one. Go fuck yourself. But if you don't want this baby anymore and you want a C-section, then get a C-section. You don't have to fucking keep the baby. You can give it up for adoption. And if the baby dies because it's not viable, that sucks. You might even consider that immoral. But from a legal perspective, that's your prerogative. That's your choice. As it's the same as the violinist argument, right? It's like
Exactly, yeah.
I need I need not be hooked up to make someone else live if I don't want to. And it's the same is true with the IVF, right? It's like, look, you might consider it morally wrong or reprehensible to not put those embryos somewhere, but legally, you have every right to not take care of things. Because to say that you forced to take care of something,
sometimes you have an obligation.
At the theoretical level
to someone else.
That's not too different from the Roe reasoning, right? Which is why Roe uses viability as its standard. Now, maybe in terms of how its application is, it's
Viability
not the same
has
as.
nothing to do with this.
Well, it is with evictionism, right? Because you're saying, well, if you're not viable, you're going to die, and if you are viable, then
no.
it can
I'm
be
saying-
adopted.
I'm saying if someone comes into your house right now and breaks into your house, or is magically teleported against their will.
What if you put them in your house?
In your house, no, doesn't matter if you.
That's
put them in
important
your
to
house,
this, though.
right? Okay, they didn't protest because they had an inability to protest, etc.
Yeah, but you put them there.
Some person poofs into existence in your house, right?
Is that how
And
babies are made? They
press-
poof.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
you press the
I got
magic
pregnant.
button. You press the magic
It
button,
just
and
somehow
the button
happened.
creates a fucking human being in your goddamn house. And then 6 months later, you're like, you know what? I don't fucking like this person. And there's a blizzard outside. And the blizzard is gonna be outside no matter what for weeks on end. You are not required to take care of this person in your house. You can evict them into the fucking blizzard
Scott,
and let them die.
Scott, how far do you
There
take?
you go.
How
Go
Scott,
die.
how far do you take this? So like,
All the way.
let's
And the
okay.
blizzard is
Well,
the
I'm
symbol for
gonna give
viability.
you a reductio that I'm gonna give you a reductio that you will not bite the bullet on because you can't.
I will always bite the bullet.
Oh, no, I'm gonna give you one that you won't. Okay,
Gibbs
so
will always bite the
Gibbs
bullet.
might. I don't know. Who knows? But let's say I put a child in the position of being in a car seat in my car, my property. I'm driving 90 down the freeway. All of a sudden, I tell the infant, "You're no longer welcome on my property. You must leave." Okay, and the baby doesn't know what I'm saying, so I grab the baby and simply evict the baby. Now, I'm not killing the baby. I'm evicting the baby from my property.
No.
Gravity
you're not-
killed
that's
the
not
baby.
The gravity.
How-
It wasn't
how
even
are
me.
you evicting? No. It's important, right? Because
You have to
what you're
slow down to
talking about, right,
45. Give it a chance. All right.
Listen. We had this conversation earlier where you forestall or you abandon custodianship, right? Right? You can't abandon custodianship by like blowing out the kid's brains. Like, I don't want the baby anymore. Boom. Right? So when you're saying, well, it's okay as long as you're not the one blowing out the brains. No, what I'm saying is that the blizzard outside is everywhere. There is no area that isn't blizzard. And the reason I'm saying that is because that's what it means for, let's say, a 16-week-old fetus, right? Once they are out of the womb, they're
talking
not
about
viable. They're
viability.
almost certainly going to die.
Wait,
They're
so you
almost
could-
certainly
Wait.
gonna die.
No, this doesn't.
You could take that
That's
baby
what I
and
mean.
put it outside
No,
the
it
door
tracks.
during
It
a
tracks.
blizzard
It
and
tracks.
then-
It doesn't
No,
track.
It absolutely tracks. Where's the contradiction?
Okay, here's the no. It's I don't know if it's a contradiction.
find the contradiction.
Hold on, I don't know if it's a contradiction if you're like thinking that the fact that the blizzard's everywhere and the pavement and the speeding car is not, as if that's relevant, right? The only relevant question here is you put a child in a specific position. Now the child is dependent on you to make sure that they get out of this dangerous position before you can just abandon all obligations that you have for them. This could be a speeding car. This could be a boat. I can't kick a baby off my boat because they're trespassing. If I'm the one that put them in the fucking boat, or any other, like if I'm on a rope bridge, should I be able to oh, that's my rope bridge. I'm pushing you off the rope bridge. No. Like if I put you there,
we'll take it.
now I have the obligation to see you out of danger because I put you in the danger.
I've dealt with a departurist argument before. Silly. Like, let's go.
Departurist. What? You got a word for everything.
Listen, bro, he had a word for touching grass. You expect him not to have a word for that? Come on, man.
I mean, if you came up
Let's
with
go to
departurism on
Juby
your
and
own,
then
that's
Fairy
fine.
Queen afterwards. Go ahead.
Yeah, so very quickly. So using an example of like, let's say a boat. What we're talking about here, what the distinctive argument between the two of us, right? If we actually discuss what it is you're arguing that there's an implicit contract, and that implicit contract is made by creating the child. That I have a contract that says I will not, just like if I were to get into a boat, and then the boat guy says halfway through getting from one side of the river to the other, you know what? I don't want you on my boat. And then they throw you into the water and you drown to death, right?
Yeah.
But there's a contract that says I'm going to take you from one side of the river to the other side of the river. Your argument is there's an implicit contract by creating the child that says I will maintain and care for the child until such a time that they can be taken care of.
Yeah.
I disagree. I don't agree that implicit contract magically exists just because you birth the child. I don't see the logic or the rationale. I mean, I see the attempted logic behind it, but I don't think there's actual foundation behind it. I respect
we all
that.
agree
That's
you
the
can put 'em up
departurist
for
position.
adoption, though.
I do respect that.
So,
right? So the
okay,
departurist
what's your answer
logic
then to the
leads
baby?
you to-
What's your answer to the boat? The baby in the boat.
Well, the baby in the boat is a little bit different. So the departurist argument that would be then you'd have to wait until viability, right? You'd have to wait to evict until like 23, 26 weeks into a womb to someone else, right? And I can somewhat respect that to a certain degree. I disagree, but I can respect that opinion if that is your opinion. My answer to it is that I don't have a moral duty or obligation to take care of a life that I don't want, that I cannot give up in any capacity. I don't believe that there's an implicit contract that the mother makes when she gets pregnant that says, I will now take care of this child until such a time that someone else is capable of taking care of this child. I don't believe in that implicit contract. Just like I don't think if a homeless person, comes in and says, "Hey, can I get a bite to eat?" And I go, "Yeah, come in, man. It's cold outside. There's a blizzard outside." And then the blizzard stays there for 6 months, that they go, "Oh, actually you have an implicit contract to let this homeless guy sleep in your living room for the next 6 months because you invited him in for supper." I can rescind his invitation at any point in time because there was no contract.
Scott, specifically the boat example. If I put a baby on a boat and I sail out in the Pacific, can I trespass the baby and then promptly evict the baby into the Pacific?
Hold on. You put a baby on the boat.
Yes, I put the baby on the boat.
Trespass the baby. What do you mean?
I trespass, I consider the baby a trespasser, and then I evict them from my property. My property is the boat. Right? I own the boat.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're the boat owner.
I'm the boat owner, and the baby that I grabbed and put on the boat is now with me in the Pacific, and I decide to evict the baby into the Pacific. Is this acceptable?
No, I would say that does imply an implicit contract.
Okay, so if that implies an implicit contract, why does creating a child not?
Well, so the creation of a child is substantively different than putting someone in a process and then immediately stopping said process to evict them into an intentional homicide, right? Like you're throwing them in a place they can't live when you easily could just turn the boat
like outside of a womb, yeah.
Yes, the difference here being in scope, probably time, right? So you could make the argument, for example, let's say there was hospital A and hospital B, right? And hospital B was way, way better than hospital A. Should I be forced to go to hospital B instead of hospital A to evict a baby because they'll have a better chance of living at hospital B, right? You can, and that logic can go on and on and on and on and on, right? So the question is, if the question of, is there an implicit contract from the boat trip, and is there an implicit contract from the birth? Now, the implicit contract from the boat is that you are a guardian of a child's life. You have agreed to be a guardian of the child's life.
How did you agree?
Voluntarily, you communicated it. You communicated it by exercising those rights. You homesteaded it by exercising those rights to other people. You said, "This is my child. This is my baby. I want this baby," et cetera, et cetera. I want
you
like
can
this
give up
is
that,
this, I put
that
it in a cute
guardianship,
little
right?
hat.
You can decide you no longer want to be held responsible for this baby and
Right.
evict it from
But
your
having already agreed to the contract previously, you are beholden to not abusing the child. If you don't agree to the contract, so you can make the argument that, say, if a woman says, "Oh my God, I'm pregnant. I'm so happy. I want this baby," and then 2 months later she goes, "Actually, I don't want it." I would accept the logic then that she's agreed to the contract. She can't evict.
Well, then why wouldn't you say
Let me respond to
that
this.
should
No, Doobie, you haven't talked a lot. You should probably finish, and then I can respond.
Yeah, please.
No, I was just gonna,
we can't hear.
So if the logic works for that, right? Why wouldn't you say that a woman who was okay with being pregnant for a month, and then decided later that she wasn't ready for the pregnancy? Why wouldn't you say that that was her implicitly agreeing to the contract, and therefore she shouldn't be able to evict?
Well, she'd have to communicate it to a certain degree, right? Because
maybe at the start she was excited to be pregnant. She wanted the
that
baby.
is what she's
yeah,
doing.
if she goes on
What women do.
Facebook, right? If she goes on Facebook or Instagram or whatever, right? Shows her baby photos and says, "Oh my God, I'm pregnant. I love this. Everything's great. I can't wait to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera," which you shouldn't do because, wait, because you might have a miscarriage. They're super common, but nevertheless, she does it, right? And then a month later, yeah, I would think that you go out of the domains of assuming a contract to where you have communicated said contract. Once you communicate
only
to
works
others,
if she's never expressed that she's happy to be pregnant to anybody. ever. And the
Not
moment that
about
she does,
not about being
she's agreed
happy,
to this.
but that she wants to take care of this child and that she doesn't want to get rid of it. What I'm saying is, for example, let's say you're raped, right? Under this circumstance, you're under no moral obligation to maintain this child until viability due to your rape because you never wanted said child, and it's not you're not required to be connected to this person. In a lot of ways, it
Well, yeah,
That's the
mirrors
violent
pro-life. I
argument.
understand.
Well, what if it's something
Right.
that's more common, right? So you're with a person, you got pregnant, and then the relationship
Mhm.
falls apart. Maybe they cheated on you or something. So you decide, okay, well, I can't handle this pregnancy on my own. This relationship fell apart, so I can't have. So in this case, if they expressed to other people that they were excited for the baby, that they wanted the baby previously, they wouldn't be able to evict the baby because they've already agreed to the contract to take care.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say you'd have to wait. You'd have to wait to evict the baby until viability. That's
But
when viability comes in.
but the contract
Is
was
once you've already
contingent
made the
on
contract.
other stipulations, right? Like that you'd be able to take care of this baby. And I see you, Queen. Don't you would definitely get your chance.
I mean, maybe if you had an explicit contract, I don't think you would imply those exceptions.
Why
If you had an
why
explicit
wouldn't you
contract,
apply?
maybe.
Why wouldn't you apply? Yeah, the implication, the clear implication is that me and some supermodel, right? We're having a baby because and we're going to do it
I
this
can see it.
together. With I could definitely see it too, me and the supermodel. But we,
Separate beds,
that
though.
we're going to. Oh yeah, sure. Then we're gonna take care of this kid, right? And she or me, I guess in this case, I decided to fuck off. Like now she can't do it by herself. She's distraught over my loss. So
Yeah,
why wouldn't that be implicit?
you're saying that any stipulation that I might come forward where I no longer like it is not implicit. That doesn't make sense, right? An
No, I'm
implicit
saying
contract is
it is.
you agree to do a thing. Now, if it's explicit, right? Like if you have, let's say you're in a church, right? And you draw up a contract, right? And it says we're getting married, and part of my marriage contract via the church is this is what we're going to do in the event of pregnancy. Then you can say, well, there's a stipulation here.
I'm just saying, why isn't implicit good enough in this situation? Like you're saying, in some cases, implicit is fine, and I'm saying this is very much implicit that, like, hey, we're going to have a kid together, right? Let's say we're on Facebook and we're like, hey,
The
we're going to do
implicit
it.
portion is to maintain the bodily autonomy and development of the child. Okay?
Okay.
You don't get to evict said child that you've communicated that you want and that you will take care of until such a time that you can
Um,
reasonably evict said child, which would be viability. Well,
okay.
maybe
Well,
not viability, because viability
what if you said
technically
something,
means
So-
50%.
posted this on Facebook with the understanding that this would be like a healthy born child, and then a few months in, you find out that they're going to have some terrible defect, right? That might lead to them to having a terrible life and might make it very difficult
It's
for you
like
to support them.
Tay-X or something, right?
Yeah,
Sure,
yeah, sure.
something.
Or
Right?
leftism.
So, like, why wouldn't we say, well, hey, now that this has entered the picture, right? This person, even though they've expressed their willingness to take care of this baby and raise this baby, well, it was with the understanding that it would be a healthy baby. So
Yeah, so this is
shouldn't
where
they still be able to?
evictionism starts. Yeah, this is where evictionism starts getting closer to pro-life, which is I don't care if your baby has Downs. I don't care if your baby has some disease. You don't get to kill your baby because you think it's going to die in the future.
Okay. FQ.
Right. So I'll just pose the question to everyone. It's the cabin in the woods hypothetical, which everyone here probably has heard before. So, woman, she has a baby. There's a blizzard outside, and she has no food, and the only way she can feed her baby is by breastfeeding her baby. Should she be compelled to breastfeed the child? What do you think?
It's going to come out.
No.
There's no food, right?
No.
Understanding that the
That's
baby will
socialism.
starve to death if it doesn't
Yeah,
if it
that's
doesn't
what
receive
socialism is.
breast milk.
Yeah, that's what socialism
Yeah,
is. It's
I'm
like
a little
poor people
conflicted
are
with this
poor.
one.
We
I
need to
would
take some of
generally,
your money to make sure that they can live.
I think that we would probably expect them to do it, but I would have a problem with there being some sort of like I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
hard to say. I think
Yeah.
we would expect them to do it,
I
but
don't
that
think she's
doesn't
a
mean
piece
that I
of
would say
shit.
that they're wrong for
Right,
not
but yeah.
doing it, or
Well,
that they're like
I'd
there should
need
be some legal
clarification.
responsibility to
Does the
do it.
I
woman
was gonna
have
say she
food?
should eat the baby, but I guess I'm off the basis on that one.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah.
leave that on that
Eat the,
field.
Right.
At least you gotta
baby.
survive. You can always make
Wow.
another one.
Full-blown
But,
Cannibalism
cannibalism.
and child
I mean,
slavery in one night.
Does,
Or she
does
should cook herself.
we do it all on a
Jesus
you can
platform
always
Christ,
make a new
kids.
one.
channel? You
You
should
know what
Oh
I'm
sub the
saying?
God.
channel.
The baby
But
wasn't viable, so you had to eat it. You know, I
does
live.
does the woman have food? Because she doesn't have food, she's not making milk. Right? That's what
That's
people in Gaza.
my clarification was like, is there a risk to the mother of any kind,
That's
or
the assumption.
is
The
it
assumption
safe for
is
the?
the assumption is like she can either breastfeed the kid and then she dies and the kid lives, or the kid dies. So I'm guessing.
Oh well, then
how that
no.
works.
Then there's not an obligation.
Is that
I don't
am
think
I
that
right on
Then
that,
it's going
Fairy
to
Queen?
kill the mother to
No,
breastfeed the
that's
child.
not
Then
the
obviously,
no. The assumption is not that there's a risk to her. It's that it's just there's
The-
it's not a complication for her. It's not that hard for her to do. Do we expect her to take care of this kid and keep it alive? Regardless of whether it's breastfeeding or if it's feeding the child or whatever, this isn't her kid. She has no responsibility to it.
No,
She
no,
has
no, no, no. That's
Oh, it's not
that's
okay.
not.
Okay,
Yeah,
we're all
Can
misunderstanding.
I just
let's
can I
hear it
just
from her.
clarify
It's her
very-
hypothetical.
Let her.
I'll just
Let her
clarify
clarify
very,
first.
very
Let
specifically.
men
Okay.
do it. If we're doing just
Yeah,
fine
yeah,
until
come on.
you interrupted
Okay,
us. Go
look.
ahead.
Okay, the mother, it is her biological baby. Okay, it is her biological baby that she has given. It does. There are no complications.
Okay.
Assume for the sake of the hypothetical that she is able to feed herself with solid foods, but she can't feed the baby with the solid foods. Don't ask why. For the sake of the hypothetical, it won't work. The only way she can feed this baby is by breastfeeding. There's no formula. She can't leave. She's snowed in, and she just doesn't want to do it. And
Okay.
that's literally
Wait, so
it.
she's not even gonna
Literally-
die?
She's not even gonna die.
Oh, then never
No,
mind. I
she's
take
not gonna
back what I
die. It's
said.
literally
Oh,
should she be
okay.
forced to do it. Okay, she
Oh,
can't
then
go out.
yes.
She's stuck there for 6 months. Okay?
Absolutely. Not make it 20
Yeah,
years.
yeah.
Fuck it.
Yeah, she has to do it. Like I normally the way that I've always heard the cabin in the woods is that like it's somebody else's baby and that they're just like it's just a question of whether or
Everyone's
not they
on
have a
the stage, yeah.
responsibility to take care of somebody else's kid. But yeah, if it's theirs, then yeah, they
Yeah,
can.
of course. It's
HB
wild.
compelled. I'm with the socialist lactoid.
Wait, Fairy Queen, what's your position on this hypothetical?
What's my position on the hypothetical?
Yeah.
My position is I've given the other answer. I have said no, she shouldn't be forced to give the breast milk. I would say that if you've chosen to have the baby and if you've chosen to give birth, you've accepted the implied contract, which means that if you don't breastfeed your baby, then that means that you are choosing to kill your baby. So therefore you should be charged. But I have given the opposite answer before when debating some very
Why?
hardline pro-lifers.
Why?
Just a wee bit of
Why?
trolling. Just a wee bit of
Wait,
trolling.
are you saying are you saying that you intentionally lie in debates so that you can hopefully try to win and that you don't actually care if you're consistent?
No,
Or are you
I
saying
try
you
out
changed your
different-
opinion since then?
I think she's saying her opinion has changed.
I mean, my short answer to you is that like when I'm in private, like talking to friends, like I try out a ton of different positions. Okay, I argue a
So
lot of
you
crazy things.
intentionally
Okay,
lie to your
exactly.
friends?
No, she could be also like fleshing
And
out an
also
argument.
There's
Thought
actually-
exercise. You don't even thought
Yeah.
exercise with
Yeah.
somebody?
Also,
There's actually a word for this in academic debate. It's called hypotesting. It just means that you try out different answers to see what the logical conclusion is and to see what you're comfortable with until you.
Doing that in like writing it down to see where the logic runs is one thing. Intentionally talking to your friends and saying, I've tried different arguments that I don't believe in, hoping that it will change their opinion is manipulative and
Or that you're
lying,
not sure
Or
you
changing
believe.
and
your
it is
own
a
opinion.
shitty thing to do to humans.
No,
Like,
you wait.
those
Hold
are
on,
the
hold on.
things-
I want to
Your
push back
own
against that.
opinion?
I want to push back that. What if you're in a group like this? Hey, we're all sitting here. We try a thought exercise. You don't ever flesh out your thoughts with that. That's bullshit, and you know it.
Trying a thought
Hold on.
experiment is not the
Back
same
to the
thing
other
as
thing. It
intentionally
is.
trying
If
different
you're intentionally
arguments
over here trying to like
convince
convert
people of
whole
things that
baby,
you don't
but like,
believe.
nah.
You can't start out every
You live-
position with absolute certainty that
Yeah.
you already know your
That's-
conclusion.
I said I
You
asked
have
if
to, like,
she's
think it
changed
through.
her opinion.
But no.
She's saying
Anyway,
she
back
hasn't
to
changed her
the
opinion.
the
She's
baby in the
just
woods thing.
tried out different arguments, hoping that they'll be more effective, even though she doesn't believe in them.
Oh, that's cool. Listen. Anyway,
That's
back to
not
the
what I
baby
heard
in
her
the
say.
back to the baby in the woods.
She's
What if
trying it
it's
out
your-
to convince herself.
Yeah, right. What about what if it's
Yeah,
your baby, but you've already given it up for adoption, and
It's
somehow
fucked
you're
up.
trapped in there with the baby again? Well, does y'all's position change?
Sorry, what? So, repeat it.
I want to say, so say you have say it is your baby, but you previously given this baby up for adoption, not your baby no more, and suddenly you're stuck in the room with the baby again in the thing. All right,
Oh,
does that
okay.
change the situation?
It does change my position.
Yeah, yeah.
Doesn't change mine.
Not at
Just
all
happen
for
upon
me.
a cabin in the woods and like somebody else's baby
Yeah,
that
not
used
at
to
all
be
for
your
me.
baby, but somebody else's. I can say you're an immoral asshole, right? I can say like I don't think you're a good person.
How would you put it, Gibbs?
Legally, are you a
Tough
criminal?
titties?
That's-
Is that how?
Tough titties,
Well,
Tough
that's
titties,
the,
tough
like,
titties.
if you
Yeah,
guys have
that's
ever heard the hypothetical where like a kid is drowning as you're walking by the lake, like
The
whether or
puddle.
not you have
Yeah.
a moral responsibility to jump in and
Yeah.
save it. That's what the cabin in the woods is generally supposed to be. It's the same thing. There's a baby in there. It's not your baby. Do you have a responsibility to take care of it, feed it, like make sure that it's safe by the end of the blizzard? Like that's the idea, and that's generally like it's a hard question because yeah, I think that like you would expect that person to do it, but it's hard to say that they have a moral responsibility, and then saying that you expect them to do it kind of is a moral responsibility. So it's like a pragmatic expectation of like, oh, I would think somebody would do this, but that doesn't mean that they have to do it. That doesn't mean that I like think that they're like yeah, it doesn't mean that I
Yeah,
think
but
they have an
the drowning
obligation to
analogy,
do it.
the drowning analogy is different though because there's a certain risk you take, right? Whereas the one Fairy Queen has proposed,
Normally, when
specific version
anytime
of
I've heard the
doesn't
drowning
have a
Normally,
analogy,
risk.
is that there isn't much of a risk,
there's no
and that
risk
you
other than
can.
like you might wet your shoes or something. That's typically the
Yeah,
risk of
nor the
drowning.
drowning analogy
yeah.
always says that there is no risk
Well,
and
when you
that you
say
can
they're
just grab
drowning,
them and pull them.
I just in my
I think
head
of
I
a
just
deep
know that
river.
people that
Yeah,
are drowning.
yeah.
Yeah, most people that are drowning, it's actually really dangerous to try and rescue drowning victims, and they often
Yeah,
No,
but
no,
if it's like a
it's
toddler in
actually
like a
it's
like
actually
a
Bruce
puddle or
Willis
very
in
Yeah,
small,
yeah, I get
water,
it.
Unbreakable
like
and like a puddle of water.
Yeah, there's no
Yeah,
risk.
just
Yeah, okay, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, or Naruto, you can just like stand on the water and just like pull them out of it.
Yeah, you're standing on a dock. They're drowning there, and you can just reach from the dock and pull them
Yeah,
up
yeah,
like it's a yeah.
Um,
yeah.
uh,
It's
uh,
was,
yeah, Lactoid.
Yeah, I just wanted to put a little bit of a pin on the prior discussion with the baby in the boat, which is the baby in the boat is kind of a modification of the famous violinist argument. But I always thought the violinist argument really misses the mark because it just assumes, right, kind of like the poofing into existence that Scott was talking about. It just assumes that all of a sudden there's this violinist that just appears and now suddenly needs to like to hook himself up
yeah,
to
yeah,
you.
yeah.
When in
Yeah,
reality,
it's an analogy for rape. It is an analogy for rape.
it's a
'Cause you
stronger
didn't
analogy for
consent
rape.
to being connected to them.
Right. It's a stronger analogy to being rape, but even then it's not perfect because if it's a rape analogy, the death would be caused to the person who did the moral action, the rapist, as opposed to this third party who did not commit a rape, which would be a more accurate representation. And so there's a couple like uncomfortable,
No,
like
it's a rape analogy 1-to-1.
well, you're hearing what I'm saying,
It is
Because the
Scott.
concept
It
is a
is a rape
violinist.
No, I understand. I understand. Like the
Violinist,
the violinist. To my understanding, the violinist argument is the violinist is the one that will die if the violinist
He's
doesn't get
saying
your
you would
kidneys,
have
right?
to
Yes.
connect the rapist to the person. So he's saying
Right.
the person who put the violinist in that scenario,
Y-
that you would connect them. So it's like saying if you hit somebody with your car, do
No,
you
I
have a moral
understand it.
responsibility to
Yes,
keep them
Tom's right.
alive?
No,
Kind of like
I
Yeah.
understand it. I'm saying it's a 1-to-1 with rape because
Okay,
the
you know,
baby
you're
is the
Fabian.
violinist.
Scott, you're not hearing me. Okay, let's say
Before
here.
before you do that, hold on, hey guys, we
I
are
think he is. I
just
think he is hearing you.
yeah, hold on. I'm gonna
I'm
like
hearing
to.
you.
Don't worry. I'm gonna give you the moment to do this. Just let you know that it's past 11:30. So anyone who like you can leave. You have like feel like you gotta
He's
leave.
not holding us hostage anymore.
Indeed, not anymore. Not anymore. The guns are
You
like,
Been
have
here
a
since
moral
5:30.
responsibility to
do
finish out a
So-
payment.
We're no longer attached to the violinist.
nah, no, we finally cut the umbilical cord, right?
Yeah,
And now
we're
you can
born.
go into the
The
We
threshold.
can
final
go to the
string.
snowstorm.
Doobie, thank you for joining us. I really do appreciate it, friend. And I had a fun time hearing from you. I know you gotta head out, so yeah, thanks, friend.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
It was good to talk to all of you. See you.
Yeah.
Take care,
Glad to
Doobie.
hear
You
you,
Awesome.
guys
buddy.
See you,
support
brother.
the channel by subbing or gifting subs. If you've been enjoying this, consider supporting the channel so I can do more of this for you. Subs to the channel, get biscuit subs, hyper chats, super chats, all those good types of chats. All right. Go ahead.
I've been
Frank.
rating you on YouTube for like the last month, and I don't think you ever see all the people flooding
Do they
into you.
come? They don't type. They don't type.
They
Like
don't. It's
literally, it's
actually
me.
true. When I raid other people, they flood in with like tons of emotes. Every time I raid you, nobody says anything. It's kind of weird.
Okay.
You'll have
If
like 80, 90
Because
viewers,
he
and they're all
he's a
kidding.
moderator for a panel. He doesn't like talk to chat when they come in that much.
True.
Whereas like
if
if you raid like one person, like they'll immediately be like, "Hey guys, welcome raid." You know what I mean? Like you're gonna get more.
I think it's
You're gonna
because
get
he's
more from
black.
that.
That's what it is.
Maybe.
if the comment section doesn't fill up from a raid, did the raid even happen though? I mean, can we be sure? Who knows? But I'm sorry, Lactoid, go ahead, please.
So the reason, okay, I think the violinist argument is a bad argument in terms of it's just not comparable.
Mhm.
So a better, like I think the baby in the boat example is a much better comparison to like the person who made the choice to put the baby in the boat. And the hypothetical doesn't even change if there was somebody else who agreed to help you put the baby in your boat. If you agreed to that and then you sailed off, I still think that you have an obligation to see the baby through, even if it takes 9 months to cross the fucking Pacific. If you put the baby in the boat, you got to see the baby through. Now, I'm curious on what the answers here are going to be. We can turn it into a rape hypothetical, which is what if somebody put the baby on your boat without you knowing? And then, like, a month later, while you're out in the Pacific, you find this baby. Does anybody here think it's okay for you just to toss the baby overboard?
I mean, that's
So-
one amazing baby that survived a month without any
This is
care.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, you
fine.
can put the baby on the boat,
48
you
hours,
have
but
an
it's too late to
obligation.
turn back, okay? Can you just throw the baby out into the water and now the baby dies? The
If you
baby
put the
didn't
baby on the
ask
boat,
to be
you
put there.
do have an implicit obligation. Like you made the choice to put the baby on the boat. You have a responsibility to the baby now. Yeah.
I agree with that if you put the baby on the boat. But then the tough question is, what if somebody else put the baby on the boat and you didn't agree to that, and now
That's
the baby?
not a tough question. You still have a responsibility.
You shouldn't have
Well,
left the dock then.
legally, you
still
don't.
have the same. You're
Legally,
still
you don't have
agreeing
any
to it by
responsibility.
leaving with the baby there.
Legally, you don't have any responsibility. Morally, obviously, I would say that that's a bad person, right? Like it's a very anti-life position.
Well, this is the
Like,
rape
do you know
hypothetical
that the
then.
baby's
No.
there when you leave the dock? Do you know it's there,
Yeah.
or do you find it
No,
like?
no, it doesn't. It doesn't matter.
You don't. You find the baby a day or two later.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether or not you know or
To
you
me,
know the
that
baby.
makes all the difference.
Well, no, the
So, yes,
reason.
if you're leaving the dock with the baby there, then you are agreeing to take care of that baby.
No, the reason why it doesn't matter is like,
Oh my God.
for one reason or another,
You're adding new shit to it.
for one reason or another, you did not agree to the baby being on the boat. This is a rape hypothetical, right? So like, should a woman who's a victim of rape be allowed to get an abortion? That's the question.
Oh, well, if it's a rape hypothetical, then yeah, I would say that they should be able to get an abortion, which means that they didn't know that the baby was on the boat. They didn't agree to the leaving the dock with the baby on the boat.
So I
And
can
then they
toss the
find it
baby
a day or
overboard
two
if I
later.
find the baby.
It's not
I
a
would-
1-to-1 because tossing
Yeah,
the
I don't
baby overboard
think you
is
can
an
kill
act
them.
of killing, right? It's not
Yeah.
evicting.
But
But that
you
doesn't
know, it's
mean I
evicting
have
them from my
keep them
boat to
take
certain
care of
death. It's the same thing.
No,
Maybe
no.
maybe
There's a
I'll
difference
bite that
because
bullet.
hold
I'll
on,
bite that
wait,
bullet.
hold
No,
on,
I'll
wait,
bite
wait,
that
wait,
bullet.
hold on, no.
You're not a fucking evictionist.
Killing them is one thing.
You literally
Having
just
to
heard
take
about it
care of
today.
them is another thing. These are two completely different things. So to say that like that you have to feed them and take
Right.
care of them and make
The
sure that
boat
they stay
is the
alive
womb.
is totally
The
different.
boat is
But
the
if
womb.
you
Do
but
you? No,
throwing
you're
them
not. You're not
overboard-
understanding.
I am understanding, but it's a
You're
it's a
not.
baby
It's
that's
okay.
already born.
The sharks are waiting
baby-
outside
the
the boat.
The boat is of the womb. The
I
question is, can you
understand.
get
With
it off
lasers
of
in their
your
heads.
property?
They're like,
I get it. Yes. I
Boat
understand.
is womb as ocean is to outside.
It's
Okay,
hard,
that's the.
right? So
I'm
in
pro-life.
the situation of
understand. I'm
evictionism,
saying no, you
right,
can't throw
in the
over the
situation.
boat.
Listen. in
So
the
then, why do you think a
situation
rape
of
victim should be able to get an abortion?
Hold on, God damn it! Shut the fuck up! You don't understand the fuck. God damn it, dude.
Let him speak for once.
Trying to. Oh
Been
my
trying
God.
all night.
Scott's the
in the
nephew. Go ahead.
Jesus, in the evictionism analogy, right? And this is why I spoke earlier about going to hospital A versus going to hospital B. Like, are you required to go to hospital B as opposed to hospital A? And the answer is no, but you are required to go to a hospital. You are required to communicate to those around you that you are evicting a baby and that if someone would like to take care of said baby, please come and take care of it. You don't get to, for example, do an at-home C-section and then leave the, like, let's say 28-month-old baby in development on the floor and be like, well, that's not murder because I finally got it out. Like, you have a responsibility in some regards, right? To one, you are forestalling guardianship, just like if you had a child, right? Let's assume it's the child's already been born and they're 4 and you're done with the child. You're like, I hate this fucking kid. I don't want to take care of this kid. The kid, all it does is cry. I don't like it, right? You want to give the baby up for adoption. You don't get to give the baby up for adoption by just putting it in the middle of the freeway, right? Like, you have to drive to the adoption clinic and say, hey, or to the fire department and be like, hey, I don't fucking want this. Like, you take it. And then you're good. You have that right. So your responsibility is the transportation of the child to the next caretaker. The question is whether or not that contract requires that even if a caretaker wants to take care of a child, some level of viability. I do not think that implicitly requires some level of viability, because that's just a game of percentages. Viability currently, medically, I think in America is like roughly 24 point something weeks. That just means that there's a 50% survival rate. Okay. Right. So, like, well, we could say, well, that's not high enough. You've got to wait till 8 months, or you have to wait till full term. Or, well, some children die of COVID, so therefore you can't give up your kid for adoption because kids die of COVID. No, what it is you have to transport it towards someone that is willing to take care of it as a means of getting it out of your body. And so the same is true if you're in the boat. You don't throw the baby into the water. You go, fuck, there's this baby here. Well, next time I'm at the next dock, I got to go, I don't know whose baby this is. Who fucking wants it? Because I don't want this baby.
Yes, this is what I'm trying to explain, is that it's like this analogous in that way, because when we're talking about a body, we're talking about bodily autonomy and the reason that you can evict from your body. But in the boat analogy, I wouldn't say that this is analogous, because yes, this is an already born baby that is not physically
not
attached to you. This is
transporting
not
it
a
to the
bodily
next person.
autonomy thing. And so yes, so I would say that in this case, you can't just throw it in the water, because now you're murdering it. So you have to transport it to somebody else. Whereas like in an abortion, when you're raped, I would say that yes, you can get an abortion, because there is the question of bodily autonomy in that case.
FQ?
All right, so I have a question. I want to modify the boat analogy just a little bit, because some of this is, I think, affected because we are talking about a baby, and it makes sense because if you're pro-life, you think it literally is a baby. But let's modify it a little bit. So let's say instead of you just go to your boat and you notice that there's this baby, and you didn't know the baby was there until you found it out a month later, right? That's the original one. But now instead of that, let's say that before you get on the boat, a man comes to you with a 2x4 and he beats you senseless. He beats and thrashes you in front of the boat. And then you go on and he leaves you on the boat. You are unconscious on the boat. And then you wake up on the boat and you are doing your business. You are fine on the boat. And then a month later, you find out that this man's brother is downstairs in the boat. Do you think you have the right to take your gun? Okay.
Well, let her finish it.
Do you think you have the right to take your gun and to shoot the man on the boat?
Yeah,
Is it your boat?
Brother? The guy that didn't beat you?
Do you have the right to shoot the brother of the man that beat you senseless?
Is it your boat, though?
So that it's your boat. It's
Oh,
your
yeah.
boat.
Bang, bang, bang!
They absolutely do. They absolutely do.
Wait, hold on. Like, you don't get to shoot random family members of people.
No, Scott.
No, he's on my boat. He's on my boat.
I'll answer the question. This is going to be really hard to say, but I do think that you should be able to shoot the brother. And to be frank with you, unless you put the baby on the boat, you should probably also be allowed to toss the baby overboard. But if you put the brother on the boat, then you should not be able to shoot the brother, because you invited the brother and put them there. So consensual sex, no right to abortion once it's a baby. Rape, abortion rights up until birth.
Well, hold on. With the boat analogy you just gave doesn't even fit that, though.
Do?
Yeah, hold on. Well, it doesn't matter.
The brother's on my boat without my permission. That's trespassing.
Yeah, trespass, whooping time.
They're off the boat.
Is he tied up?
But it's more than that. But it's more than. But it's more than that. It's more than that. The point is that this person who is on your boat, right, is related to the person that beat you senseless, so that he could put his brother on your boat. That's the point.
The relatedness
That's
doesn't
the
matter.
reason.
The relatedness doesn't matter to me. Like
Wait,
it could be
doesn't
a
matter.
friend, it could be a
Matters-
brother, it doesn't matter.
I mean, she's trying to
Matters why
tie
he's on the
to
boat.
childbirth, obviously.
I understand, but the critical element here is, again, if you put this is a general legal concept too, right? If you put somebody in a position where now they need you, otherwise they die, you have an obligation to see them through. If I invited someone onto my boat and I kicked them off my boat, I'm getting charged, right? And not only am I getting charged, but I personally think this is horribly morally wrong because they need you now because you put them on your boat, right? And so if you put somebody in a position now where if you take them out of your womb, they die, seems kind of like a one-to-one comparison to me.
So, and so the evictionist argument is simply this: if you put someone in your house during a blizzard, you have the responsibility to like let them get in an Uber, but it's not your responsibility to determine, even if it's like the worst blizzard in 1,000 years, that they might die in said Uber, right? Like you got to let them get in an Uber. You got to give them to somebody else. You have to evict them from your house. Even if you're evicting them into like horrible conditions where they're almost certainly going to die, you don't have a responsibility to keep them in your house forever and ever.
They could
if you
swim.
don't want them in your house.
They could swim all over the Pacific, I suppose, right?
Well,
Well,
so
I mean,
I think
if there's someone there in a John boat, right? There's someone there in a John boat, and they're like, "Fucking, I'm gonna make it." It's like, "Hey, have fun with the John boat," and they're just got a little trolling motor and paddles trying to make it. Like that's that's on you.
so
Shouldn't but,
lactose. So we've had this conversation before, which is if you have a party in your house, you invite all these people to your house, and then you wake up the next day and you see a child chained to your radiator, and they're chained to your radiator for 9 months. Do you have the right to evict them? And you said no. Is that
well? No.
right?
So this is a hypothetical that I gave to Michael Moreno like years ago, which I asked if somebody chained a child to your fence without your permission, do you have the right to shoot the kid? And he said yes. He bit the bullet and was like, yeah, it's fine. I am very hesitant to say yes to that question.
I'll give you a hint. Say no.
Well, but does it change it for you? So suppose instead of it being a child, a person who is undoubtedly a person, who is undoubtedly a human being, suppose instead it's a chimpanzee. Do you have the right to go and shoot the chimpanzee?
That's not going to change anything for whoever.
Oh well, I don't give any rights to animals whatsoever. For me,
talk about
I understand, but the point is like that your analogy is dependent upon viewing potentially the embryo or the fetus as a person, as having achieved personhood. That's the only way that we could make this work.
Yes.
So if you don't agree with that, then the analogy doesn't necessarily hold or carry over, depending on like how far along.
I don't disagree, and this is the reason why my current position, and my position changes occasionally when somebody makes a good argument. My current position is that conception is not the line. For me, it is probably 8 weeks or so when you begin having brain activity, right? That's kind of where my line is, where now we have a person, now we have a human being, and now you're responsible. Some people might even say up until birth. I think that you have a responsibility up until 18 years unless you can transfer that responsibility to somebody else who will take care of the child.
Why is consciousness I don't understand. I never understand these
Yeah, I
never understand these arguments. Like if consciousness is your argument, then
I didn't say consciousness.
You can't harm any man.
I think he's prefrontal cortex.
I said brain activity. Some kind of electrical brain activity, because that's I'm very consistent on that, right? Like if there's no electrical brain activity in a
vegan.
Well, no, I don't.
Brain.
So for me, I'm actually very consistent on this, right? So like if someone's brain dead, I consider them to no longer be a
necessary
person.
but not sufficient condition. Like consciousness is one part of what has to be there, but obviously there needs to be more than that.
Right.
I don't even value consciousness.
You just drew this magic arbitrary line. Like, what are you talking about?
Your line is arbitrary.
If conscious,
hold on.
If conscious,
hold on,
wait.
You're not being consistent.
I will answer your question. The reason that they say consciousness is because they believe that is the thing that we value. It's human consciousness. It's the fact that we are human, and our type of consciousness is the thing that separates us from all other animals. And so that's the thing that makes us
an 8-week-old doesn't have quote unquote human consciousness.
Right.
It has achieved some level of consciousness with human DNA.
It has human consciousness. It doesn't have fully developed.
It has a primal streak. It's like an 8-week-old fetus.
No,
doesn't even
its
have an autonomic
consciousness is
nervous system.
different from a lizard's in one way or the other. It's
Okay,
not
if
on a
that's the
spectrum
case,
where it's like it just born,
okay,
now it's
right,
lizard consciousness.
right.
It's still human
but
consciousness.
it's arbitrary. That's arbitrary. You're just saying I value human
Human
consciousness.
consciousness is arbitrary. The things that
Listen,
we
listen,
value
listen.
are
Stop
arbitrary
it.
to some
Stop it.
extent.
Stop it. You're saying that it's explained when it's not explained. It's not a reasonable explanation. To say we value human
I don't
consciousness.
use consciousness. I'm telling you this
Right.
is why they use it, is
Oh my
because they
God.
believe that
Right.
this is the
Okay.
thing that
Well,
they
then
value.
you're
You're
why are
saying
you
it's
piping up
arbitrary,
to
and I'm saying,
defend
yes, of
someone
course,
with an
all of our
argument that you
no, no,
don't
no,
believe that you're
yours
also not willing to
hold on,
let me
hold on.
argue?
Because
This is dumb.
you're not actually engaging with what I'm saying. I'm saying that is the thing that we value, and then you say it's arbitrary. And of course, our values are arbitrary to some
No,
extent.
but I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that if you value human consciousness, when that type of human consciousness doesn't exist in an 8-week-old embryo, human embryo. What you have is you have the beginnings of some level of consciousness that is extremely limited, and then distinct human DNA. You don't have human consciousness.
Sure, I think that they can make a potentiality argument at that point, but it's still human consciousness. It's not
If it's a
human
potentiality
over
argument, then
and
it starts
above,
at
but it's
birth,
still
conception.
but it's not on a
That's where
spectrum where
viability
it is
comes in.
a different
Move
type
on.
of consciousness. It's still
Gibbs,
human
I feel like
consciousnss.
I skipped
Oh,
you
dude, you're
previously.
arguing with a straw
Didn't
man.
get
It's
you.
hilarious.
So Gibbs and Corey.
So while we're on the conscious subject, I think that's kind of interesting because didn't I feel like conscious is kind of a really bad metric personally, because if we start doing this, what is consciousness, right? Like, it's an octopus sentient? Is
That's
it
why I
conscious?
don't use it.
It's like
Exactly.
is that like an AI? What it like maybe not now. Is it sentient? Is it conscious? Do they have rights? Kind of thing. And
Good question.
like what point do these things what if like so we I don't know if y'all played Halo or seen Halo, but like Cortana, right? She's based on a human AI,
She's
like
more
a
fucking
human
conscious
yeah.
than we are.
Right, yeah, she's based on a human brain, right? And so, like, that might be conscious. Do they get rights? Are they the same as like a clone, right? Like, probably, like we're just cloning parts. No, but it's a clone, with a brain that's active. Like, is that conscious, or what if we just like
Exactly.
make them a clone, but they're brain dead? Like, is that like a person? Like, I don't know. I feel like conscious is kind of a real arbitrary thing. Where's the line on that? And like, I know we keep throwing around arbitrary. Everything's arbitrary. I mean, that's why we're having the discussion, right? So, like, what is the line here? What's the difference between like, hey,
The
yeah,
line
but
is
this
simple.
well, so it comes back to the virus thing from the first one, right? So say we say an AI is conscious, right? All right. Do we have the right to like install computer antivirus software on there? Like
So it's really simple.
I would say the
It
problem is
has two things to
arbitrary.
have
Like,
rights.
the problem isn't that it's arbitrary. The problem is that we don't even know what it is. We can't even describe what
It's
consciousness
I
is,
it,
or like what
okay.
separates it from other
It's
things.
really
That's
simple.
the real problem.
Does it have a body? Does it belong to a category that is
define a body.
that includes moral actors? Material. Does it exist in the material world?
Okay, does a
Yeah,
fertilized
this is
egg
how
make that
Peter
material?
Singer concludes that you don't have the right to live until about age 3 or 4, because
No,
you're not a
that's
moral
not.
actor at that point. He argues that
That's not what I said. You don't fucking try and put words in my mouth to make me fucking Singer. Okay?
that,
Well, but that is
that's
kind
the
of what you're
argument. If
arguing,
you're gonna
though.
I don't
say
fucking. I'm not pro. No, it's not the argument.
Okay, so Scott
Specifically,
supports Peter Singer's
I
argument. Does anybody else
specifically
want
stated-
to?
I specifically said, does it have a body in that it exists in the material world? And does it belong to a category of species via speciation? I didn't add via speciation. Does it belong to a category of species that includes moral actors? Because mentally ill, toddlers, elderly,
you're
people in
talking
comas,
about
they all
essence
belong to a species. Right?
versus accident.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So I want to engage with that.
Orcas.
I want to. So then.
Right. Yeah,
I'm
I'm slowly leaning towards the position that certain whales and dolphins might actually be
So-
considered moral actors, and it would actually be a violation of the non-aggression principle. They
Uh,
have their own language.
My
They
blubber
have fucking
stocks.
languages that they use.
They have cultures.
Languages that they have languages that they use specifically when they engage with other species. They have an intermediate language that they use that they change when they find other species of dolphin and whale. I'm starting to get to the point where it actually might be that the Faroe Islands might actually be genocide.
Okay.
I know it's crazy, and I sound like a crazy vegan, but like I don't know if
I hear
I'm
you.
no longer
I hear you on
confident
that
that
one.
There's something to
Corey.
they're
that.
not people.
so to understand your position, Scott, like so a fertilized egg meets those two criteria for you. Is
Yep.
that like okay? So
Has a physical body, and it belongs to a species that is obtained that has moral actors.
so does every cell in your body. So why is not every cell
Yeah.
in your body a separate entity? Like, as in, why are you allowed to wash your face, and that's not a mass genocide towards your skin cells?
Because my cells are a part of my body. They're not distinct human DNA. It's
Yes,
not a
they do.
distinct thing.
Yeah, no.
No.
Whoa, no. So are you
Hold on,
making the
so you're saying my
argument?
skin cells are no longer my cells? They're their own entity?
Well, so what is granting them their own entity? What's different
Their
between?
own distinct DNA.
Oh, okay. So that's the crux. You think every single genetic code in every cell in your body is identical?
No, I obviously understand that there are like errors in RNA transmission, and that you will have
DNA,
individual cells,
DNA.
right, that will change the DNA because it mutated. And then does this then become a life in and of itself? Well, sure. If you want to add potentiality to it, we can as a means of getting around that. That's fine. I don't mind adopting the Christian argument there in terms of that.
Then with
But
technology,
what we were
potentiality.
talking about, right?
comes-
What we were talking about now is we're no longer engaging with the philosophy. We're engaging with the semantic argument to try and find a way to weasel around what is the thing we're talking about, right? So
Isn't that part of?
if we
isn't
have to go
semantics part of
all the
philosophy?
way,
You
yeah,
you
but if
you
we,
said
if we
well
want to go
you
all
said
the
bo-
way,
you
if
said
we
body
want
you
to go
said body and you
all the way,
defined it as a separate
if you want to
entity,
go
as
all
in
the way,
you
if you
recognize
want to
that
go
a cell
all the
body is
way
different
to
than a
its
dog
core,
body. You defined
right?
body
If
in a
you want
very
to go
specific way.
all the way to
I'm
its core,
asking
right?
you.
Yeah, right. You are trying to find ways to change the concept of its body via linguistics so that you can make an
That's what you
argument that
did.
isn't commiserate with the concept
Okay,
that
so
I'm putting
why is
forth.
a dog body
Right.
different than a cell body that you just
Why is
defined?
a dog body different than a cell body?
No, what about a
Is
giant
that seriously the
amoeba?
fucking
Because
conversation we're having?
yeah,
Why is a
absolutely.
dog different than a human? Right.
He's a
Again,
Yeah.
this is, I
biologist,
brought
just so you know.
right. It's again,
Fair.
you're
So
not
how do you?
engaging with the argument itself. What you're
I
trying
am.
to do is you're trying to use
You.
no, listen, shut up, shut the fuck up. You're trying to use the limits of the English language and the fact that that it's sometimes difficult to convey concepts to avoid talking about the concept
And you're
itself
pivoting.
and trying to attack the
Yeah.
language as
So
a means of
define
saying
me.
that you don't believe the thing that it is.
No,
I'm
no.
not going to answer the question is how is
Exactly,
a
because you don't want
mutated
to.
skin cell
Because
different than
I
a
asked
fucking
you.
dog?
Everybody
It's
can watch. I
retarded.
asked you for your two criteria. I gave your two criteria, and then I pretty much deconstructed. As in,
So
what
hold on.
said.
When
You
someone makes a
said. You
typo on
said.
Twitter,
You
do you
said
immediately
distinct
discount their
DNA.
entire argument because they made a typo?
Well, so if you want to
You
clarify,
It
period.
depends what the typo
Argument
is. If it's
typo?
if you want
your,
to,
Whatever
you
yeah,
bet your
is
yeah.
your
ass.
argument
If
the
you want to
typo is
Your.
if you want to
Right, like
clarify
make the
your
dot an
position,
apostrophe.
if you want to
Right?
clarify your position now, okay, if you want to, that's totally fine. As in,
Yeah,
I asked
if I
you to
needed to
outline.
clarify that the law of identity exists and we can recognize that this pin and this pin, right, are made of similar material components and designed to be the same thing. But I also understand that this is a unique pin and this is a unique pin, and that they might have the platonic essence of pinness, right? But that they share fucking pinness, but that these are unique individual fucking pins. If you want to get that fucking nitty gritty because you want to
I
try and
do.
justify
Yes,
abortion,
I
I mean,
do.
then
you would
sure,
have to
we'll
get that
fucking go there.
nitty-gritty.
Okay, yes,
you
the
brought up
mutated skin
you
cell is
brought up
not the same thing
you brought
as
up
the
distinct.
individual
You brought up
identity
the word
that is
distinct.
named
I
and
did not do
created, that is
this.
separate,
So
and will
ask
add
me.
potentiality to it.
So you brought up the word distinct. So I've asked you. That's why I want you to clarify. You put forward two criteria, as in
This is my
what
pen. I
pretty
love
much.
my pen. Yes.
Yeah, and so that's why if you want to go down the road of distinctness, and that's why you want to backtrack
Just
and not
engage with the
actually
actual
engage with
fucking
it.
argument.
I did.
Instead of
How am I
playing
not
silly
engaging?
games.
So make the argument as to why a distinct cell in your body doesn't fit the criteria for like personhood, and you have no right to kill it.
I've said multiple times that I will that we are talking about identifying a specific and different thing, and I said, sure, I'll add potentiality to that argument. I've said like 7 times, let's just add potentiality, right? So that we can understand that this species, that this thing, untrammeled by coercive elements of nature, right? You know, we'll live in the fucking communist utopia where nature is no longer coercive and doesn't fucking cause miscarriages, right? And that there's none of these bad things happen. That it develops and grows into its own human being that is distinct by a Bayesian inference, right? We can use a Bayesian analysis to understand that this human is not the same thing as my human because it's not the same thing as a dead skin cell.
Okay,
it is
yeah,
something
sure.
entirely
You
different
don't
and
need
unique
to
in its
finish
own
off your
that
ramble.
eventually
I
develops its
understand what
own
you're trying to say.
consciousness.
So, okay, if you want to add in potentiality, okay, if I'm driving down the road, okay, and I'll use your hospital analogy, as in hospital A and hospital B. Somewhere down the road, the technology is I can use a skin cell and I can develop it into a fully fledged human. Okay, if I slough off some skin cells as I'm driving, okay, do I have to go to hospital B that has the technology as opposed to hospital A that doesn't have the technology to develop my skin cells?
So the question is, your skin cells can become a distinct human being that's
Yes,
no longer
as in
part of your DNA.
yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. As
So,
in
so,
with
so
the
it's not a clone.
technology, the pet, yeah, it's not it's well, it potentially is not a clone, depending on again if that is distinct. It's that happens to be the skin cell that has that one mutation, that
Mhm.
one little base pair that's different. Okay, and then I have two hospitals. One, the modern super advanced with the technology to fully
Yeah.
develop the
Right. So
potentiality. Am I
potentiality.
obligated?
Right. So potentiality here, you're adding human action into the potentiality equation, right? Which is, you're not saying the skin cell left untrammeled by coercive elements in nature, right? Like you're not saying, you're saying that a human has the capacity to go somewhere and create human life based off of skin
Yeah,
cell
designer
in
babies.
this futuristic world, right? That's different because that requires human action in order to engage. The potentiality requires me to interact in the world and create life. What we're talking about is life that has already been created, left untrammeled by our actions that stop said life from being
Okay,
created.
well, so yeah,
These are distant
and then
outcomes.
I'm curious. Then for you, it's presumably permissible.
I'm
Uh,
sorry. Someone in my chat just said Cody is a dog face pony soldier, and I had forgotten about Biden saying that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
so then, is it permissible for you, if like, yeah, a woman has an embryo that they've conceived, that they basically, how does that intersect with let's say risk? As in, if they go on a hunger strike, okay, and that increases the risk of miscarriage, is that whatever legally or morally permissible for you?
Yeah, this is so all of the other shit that you were doing before was hilarious and disingenuous. This is a genuine question, and I'll engage with this genuine question separately from all of the other bullshit that you were spouting.
No,
This is actually a difficult question to answer.
clearly deconstructed your criteria, and it's on display for everyone. I have no
Yeah,
problem
no. It's
writing that.
it's fine. It's fine. It's I would love for people to show it on display and clip it because it was amazing. I love you.
You
So
even
moving
changed it.
forward to this argument.
You had your two
Come on,
criteria. Yeah,
let me just
go for
respond
it.
one
Yeah,
second
like
so we can move
17
on.
times before you accepted it. So, anyways, here the question is a hunger strike, some means of are you required to do this? So I would say, as an evictionist, you're required to, if you so choose, to give up your child, to follow the gentleness principle in the sense that you are to transport them to where they can be evicted. If you are attempting to keep your child, but you're doing things that will intentionally kill your child without giving up your child, um, it depends upon. I would say this is where it gets weird. I would actually have to add some level of mens rea here, right? Because I, this is at the limits of my philosophy here. Actually, I'll admit that. That's fine. I don't know. I'll go with that because, like, smoking cigarettes, right? Is that murder?
Mm.
Is it murder to smoke cigarettes? Is it murder to eat an unhealthy diet? Right? Because we know, statistically speaking, that a lot of miscarriages that occur within the first trimester are simply due to improper pH balance. And if women took better care of their of themselves and had a better pH balance, or for example, if
Or drive
men
fast down
were
the highway.
were more careful, if men were more careful in having sex with women, to the point where they made sure that they were showered and clean and that they use unscented lotion, then that might less adversely affect pH. But like, you can take this to an extreme degree, and so I don't know where the line is there, and I don't want the line to be arbitrary. So I don't have a perfect answer for that question. Whether or not a hunger strike is considered murder, I can't. I intuit that it is, but I also understand that there's a problem with accepting that because the reductio to that would basically make all human action that isn't perfect health.
You said interacting with the environment with my car analogy and driving to the hospital. So I think that poses some problems for you.
So let's go to Admiral Gibbs, Ico, then Lactoid. I'm sure FQ has something to say, something brilliant, and so I'm going to put her in line because she'll come up with something at some point. So Gibbs.
So this is two parts and they're related. So don't cut me off at the first one. All right, that's good. All right. So the first one, right?
All right, Ico, if you can.
No, so
Yeah,
oh, go ahead.
sure. I'll just say quickly, like, I think the reason Corey went with the direction that he did with the skin cells and all that stuff.
I'm sorry.
What do you guys?
It's my fault. I'm dumbass. It's okay.
I'm sorry. Because no, Gibbs,
You just
please.
started
Don't
off
get mad.
like, okay, I got one thing. Don't cut me off. And you're like, all right, man. So here's my thing.
Admiral Gibbs, please go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. So basically, right, it's not even a long thing. It's just I know there's going to be so we're kind of arguing over the moral actors in the body thing, right? And so this really kind of has two things I keep coming back to. Like, so how are we going to define a body, right? That's I kind of think it's been a whole debate. First one is if we look at something like an AI, right? Like, if it's in a server, would that server be its body, or does it need to build a body where it can move around on its own? Like, what at what level do we define this as a body? And then we talked about the cells with Corey here, right? And consciousness and whatnot. And I think I'm kind of I don't know if we brought up sentience, but sentience is I think a big thing. I think they just declared a bunch of squid and octopus as sentient, right? Or like a bunch of numbers of countries, right?
Yeah.
Now here's the cool thing about the squid and octopus, right? They actually have the ability, from what I understand, some of them can rewrite their RNA because they do have RNA. They're one of the few animals on the planet that have RNA, right? Now I'm not a biologist, so I can't speak to all that. But what's interesting to me is if there's an animal that has the ability to rewrite its genetic code, it's going to perceive consciousness and body autonomy quite a bit different than how a human would, right? So you talked about the non-aggression principle earlier with the dolphins, and I think that was something we discussed, right? How would we even apply something like that when we describe morality to something like an AI or say a squid or an octopus who's going to have a very different sense of what morality is?
Well, I think Scott's
Yeah.
line of like a law of identity is definitely going to like play.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
pretty
mean,
much.
they
We're
identify.
going to
Just real
think
quick to
of
the server.
octopus
To the
as
server.
a separate identity, just as we'll look at each AI as a separate identity as well.
Yeah, I would just say the issue with the server and the reason why I said it needs its own body is the server owned by someone? Like if I have property and then the AI is within my property,
What if it's chatting,
right?
bro?
It what I'm trying to say is right, like I don't want to get too. I just want to like to simply answer it. Right? Is that if it has its own body that is not owned by somebody else, then it is its own thing, right? So if the AI, is given permission, like let's say, like slaves under chattel slavery in the beginning of, in America, right? Thomas Jefferson, one of the cool things that Thomas Jefferson did, good old TJ, he let a bunch of his black slaves, like have like days off work where they would apprentice to be blacksmiths. And one of his slaves, for example, was actually like the best at making roofing nails, right? So as a slave, he eventually had the money to buy his own freedom. If the AI is housed on my property and I make the thing, right? It's fucking mine. It doesn't matter that it has a mind of its own. But if it gets its own body, if it's able to purchase through its own labor that I give it, right? And I say, hey, here, on Saturdays you can work for Sony. I don't care what you do, right? And then I let it go get enough money so that it buys a body from based off of what it did. Then all of a sudden it can house that body. Yeah, then it has its own rights if it's a moral actor, in that it can engage in moral propositional, if it can evaluate moral propositional claims, for truth or falsity, and engage in those conversations, and it has its own body, I would consider it.
What about the Kraken then, bro? How does how do you define Kraken morality, bro? Like, what is the octopus's moral actions? Like, they have their own body.
Yeah,
They got
yeah,
their own
like if it
code.
if it can if it has its own body and it's capable of evaluating moral propositional claims as truth or false. Now, I can't prove whether or not it can or can't, right? There's always a potential that any species is capable of that and we just don't know. But there's not a lot of evidence that they're smart enough. But like, if we want to go
Not a
like
lot of
space
evidence that you're
troopers,
smart
or
enough.
sorry, right? Yeah, there's plenty of evidence.
Let them
Shut up.
know. Let them know.
If Starship Troopers, like if Starship Troopers is real, right? And like the bugs are able to communicate, we might not like the bugs. We may think the bugs are evil. And as soon as they try and drop the meteor on us, fuck the bugs, right? But if the bugs are able to like make those valid propositional claims and they have their own body, then it's a violation of the non-aggression principle to start fucking killing them for no reason.
So, like,
That's it.
you would say that all the calamari is bad now. It's all murder.
If squid was capable of the things that I just
Yeah,
said, which I
they're out
don't
there,
think they are
they're out there
at all,
punching fish maliciously and shit. Have you not seen any of the studies?
that's not relevant. Like I said, I
mean-
think dolphins. I said I think dolphins might belong to a category where it would be a violation of that because, and I gave some supporting evidence. The other evidence, for example, of dolphins is we've done studies now where
Yeah,
we've
but they're mammals.
trained
They're
dolphins.
not like
We've trained dolphins to say with sign language, do something new and unique, and we've trained them separately.
they've done
And then
that with
as
the
a group,
cephalopods now
we've said,
too.
hey, do something new and unique. And then they communicated. And then they together did something, a new trick to try and earn food that they collectively, none of them had done before. That to me is like, I don't know. It's starting to make me think that like they might be in the category where it would be a violation of
Gibbs,
NAP.
did you ask
to,
your
like,
second question?
whale 'em.
Yeah, I mean, it was the
Yeah,
2
now,
point. I
I
don't think I
appreciate
really
it,
got
guys.
an answer. I
Take care,
think he's
Tom.
kind of.
Always a pleasure.
I think
Okay,
Y'all have a
see you,
good night.
Tom. Have a good one.
So I don't know how you. So I guess I didn't really get an answer to the second part, which is if it's something like a squid or like an octopus, which we've now pretty much decided is probably smarter than a lot of these animals, like dolphins and whales and whatnot, which are basically on there. They're the smartest
We've
shit.
not determined that.
Yes, that we have. They can use some of them use tools. We've got seen all sorts of shit. They've built societies. They have like a squid or
Dolphins
octopus
use
city
tools.
somewhere, like all sorts of shit, right? So they're arguably as smart, if not smarter, than a lot of these mammals. However, mammals share a lot of similar characteristics. We also, but when we're looking at something like a squid or an octopus, how would you even be able to relay like what morality, like your perceived lens is going to stop you?
Yeah.
Whenever this
I
they
see
can
what you're
rewrite
saying.
its genetic code, how are we going to determine that? Same with
I
an
mean, that's
AI. Yeah, you might make it, but like how you can't think like this thing. It can perceive like thousands of different things at once, but we can only perceive what we got going on right in
okay.
front of us.
Okay. What you're saying is that it's difficult to communicate. Thus, it's difficult to
No, I'm not
determine
saying it's
whether or not
difficult
it's
to
a moral
communicate.
act.
What do we can communicate fine, but like we can't even
Well, then what the fuck are you saying?
It's a whole different
You're
process of
saying you
perceiving reality.
can't wrap your mind around their perspective, right?
Yeah,
They're
basically,
limited.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's difficult to communicate and understand whether or not they meet the criteria of being a moral actor or moral agent. I concede that already. I said that every animal has some level of potentiality. Like I think, for example, it's possible, though extremely unlikely, that some breeds of dogs are moral actors. All of the evidence that we have so far kind of shows that they're not, right? Like they do some cool things that we associate with that behavior, but it doesn't seem that they are capable of even dolphins, which I said there's a lot of evidence for, like they rape people all the fucking time, and they don't seem to have like any concern for the morality of that whatsoever, right? So there's active evidence against my claim that
They
they
don't
might be
understand
moral
consent.
actors or moral agents.
Yeah.
Right, they don't understand the concept, right? So like what I'm saying is like just because it might be difficult to understand that mind doesn't change the objective fact of whether or not they are or aren't moral actors. It just changes whether or not we know that.
No,
Okay.
I'm arguing
I-
that your morality wouldn't be the same. Like, so you're saying you have this idea. Say, like, this could sound bad, but dolphin rape, right? All right, that's bad, right? But they're mammals. That's crazy. We're arguing all bestiology, all this stuff. But like an octopus
It
or a
would be
squid,
immoral not to rape.
yeah, they might
They
be
don't.
like, well, we're doing this. We're doing them a solid. We're trying to spread the clan of octopus, right? You know what I'm
the
saying? Like,
highest compliment, right? The highest thing you can do for your fellow creature is to put your DNA inside of them, right? If you're not doing
exactly.
that, then what
Like,
are you
so, like,
doing?
how are you going to compare, like, put your morality on, like, a whole nother, like, species? Not even, like, another species we share stuff with, but another species that has a totally different genetic makeup
You're
down to,
silly.
like, RNA. No, I'm not being silly. This is a real problem. Like, what if we meet a silicone life form in the future? Are we going to
No,
just go Starship
listen,
Troopers and, like,
you're being silly.
exterminate them? Woo, they're not real life because they're
Why are we?
silicone based.
Silicone,
Like,
a silicone life
yeah,
form.
like,
Yeah.
yeah, I
Like
mean,
this is
like,
no,
no,
you're
this
being
is a
silly.
real thing. No, this is a real
Listen.
thought exercise, and
I,
you're just calling a real thing
No.
silly because you're, like, looking like a
it's
jackass.
not a thought exercise. I'm not being a jackass. It's just really silly. So like like listen, moral relativism aside, right? Like if whether or not you believe morality is objective, whether or not you believe morality is subjective, and that there could be relative differences, it's a completely different thing from is someone a moral actor or a moral agent. Okay, these are different things. You're not comparing like variables. So I can say, for example,
What
that
if
the
you're like you're an
semen
animal that
war-
you got all
no,
wait,
stop,
that,
no,
that,
no,
that,
no,
that
no.
thing.
Let me help you. I
No,
can
I mean,
say that the semen warriors of Papua New Guinea that rape children and murder the children who refuse to suck cock are deeply immoral people, that they're evil, that there is a hard pressed to find a more evil society in the world and throughout human history. And at the same time, I can also say that they are moral actors in the sense that they are capable of understanding and evaluating moral things. They're able to say man ought do this, man ought not do this because of these reasons, right? So it doesn't matter if their morality is different or if they
no,
have
that's
a
cope.
difference.
That's cope. That's cope.
That's
What
not
if like?
cope. All right,
Let me give
you're
you another
literally
example.
too
Let me give you
stupid to
another.
talk.
No, it's
That's
not because
fine.
look, what I'm
I
saying is
got I gotta
they're little animals that
I
in
gotta move
nature. Hold
on.
on. Oh no, we're finishing this one. There are little animals that like in
You have
nature.
been
They're
finished,
like
sir.
yeah, there are little animals in nature, right? If these animals gain sentience, they physically like their process of their breeding would be what we would call rape, right? So for you to sit here and go, hey, that's shit right there, that's immoral when their physical like nature depends
Are
on
you
that.
fucking
Like
retarded?
No, no, I'm
Are you
not. You're being.
genuinely
You're
retarded?
sitting here arguing. You can put
Are
human
you
morality
sped?
onto
like
You had
another
special
animal.
education as a
like the
No,
child.
face
I
huggers
think you
from
were though, and you've
aliens, right?
overstudied things.
Like
You're
that would be like
and you just
right?
have words
Right?
like for everything here.
I
Like I
hear
mean,
you. The face huggers from aliens, like they
right?
inject the DNA into you.
That's a
That's the way
perfect
to
They're
example.
moral
get
actors.
That's a perfect example.
They're
But
moral
they could.
actors. They're deeply evil society of moral actors. You know how I know? Because they built fucking pyramids and they constructed hives and they were capable
But they're
of
not
determining
immoral. They're literally
that they
propagating
kill
the
people
spread of
for
the
sport.
No,
species.
he didn't say they're immoral. They said they're moral actors. Yeah, moral actors. Yeah.
Right. They're deeply evil psychopathic killers, but
It's
they're
cool.
capable of communicating with their queen, right? Like they're shown in Alien versus Predator that they're able of making alliances. They're almost certainly moral actors, and yet they're evil as fuck.
No, it's just cope. It's not evil from their point
You
of
Okay,
view.
can't
lots
just
of
You're
say
the
things.
cope
evil.
because you're
Lots
too
of things are
stupid to understand what someone's
okay.
saying.
We're gonna
Like, this
we're
is
gonna move on.
crazy.
We gotta move on, guys. We gotta move on. We gotta move on. All right, all right. So we're gonna go to Aiko. We're gonna Lactoid and
No,
Red
no, no,
Giant.
no, no.
So
That moment has passed.
no, no, no. I want you to do something else though. So I'm
Oh,
gonna
okay. All right.
yeah. So before we do, and we're gonna go to FQ, right? She's cooking up a fantastic point, right? It's in a pressure cooker right now. It's about to explode, so we got to give her space. Before we do that, just really quickly. Hopefully, this is a very quick TLDR from our friend Scott. Previously, you talked about if like as part of your criteria, this the subject has to be part of a species that's capable of moral acting, right? Like you said that, right?
Yeah.
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 Would that count for AI, right? Like or AGI? And that like
We would
we
also
can
need a body,
design.
but yes.
Yeah, sure. I hear you, right? But we can have an AGI that is what we can say that they're capable of moral actions. But then there's another one like the model of the year before, right?
Yeah.
Maybe
Hold on.
not, but
Pause.
like
So,
yeah,
so like a mammal. Like there are a lot of species that exist to mammals, right?
mhm,
Speciation is a difficult thing to define in artificial intelligence, right?
yeah,
Because AI versus a self-aware AGI. I'm not certain that AGI or AI ever can create consciousness,
yeah.
or whether it ever can create rights. I don't make the claim that it can or can't. I lean towards I lean ever so slightly towards the fact that it can at some point. But when I say lean, I mean like 51-49, right? Like I don't really know. And I don't know enough about it to make that assumption. So what I'm saying is, right, so I don't know about that. But let's assume that they can. We have to kind of reevaluate what we mean by speciation because we're no longer talking about organic life. Even with silicone based life on like other planets or something, like we're talking about something different.
Silicone,
And so we're talking about right,
silicone.
right. Well, yeah. It's getting too. It's too late at night for this shit.
Silicon. Yeah, go ahead. No problem.
Right. Silica. Right. Like. So yeah. So like, I would say like, if it has its own body, we would have to come up with new criteria for potentiality, right? So if it's self-writing AI, and we know that AI is capable of human rights, I still don't know, right? Like it kind of, if you've played Mass Effect, right? I think Mass Effect has a really good kind of conception of this, which is that there's AI and then there's VI, right? And so given certain problems, VI is capable of becoming AI. But I would say that it is still something distinctly different than AI, because the like any computer is in a way artificial intelligence or VI, right? Like your cell phone is VI, but like all technology and software can't obtain rights, right? So we would have to have a totally different conversation when that comes. And I don't know. I don't have the right answers. I'm stretched at the end of libertarian theory on that.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, so we're gonna echo Lactoid and FQ.
No, the thing that I was
I
responding
know,
to
but
was
I
an hour
want
ago.
you to do the thing.
You think that's relevant to this? Okay.
Of course it is.
I made a joke about Tuvix like
Star
2
Trek.
hours ago, and Prime wanted me to Trek. Two different people.
It's a glitch in the
See, this
Matrix.
is what I told you would happen, Prime.
Beat's about to drop.
Two characters got beamed together, turned into one character. They were going to split them back into the original two people, but they didn't have the tech for it, so they just decided, well, it's just going to be you're a new person now. 6 months later, they figured out a way to split them back apart into two people. He did not consent. They did it anyway. Was that murder? That was the question of the episode. Although I think the answer is obvious. Like, I don't even think it's like all that debatable of a question.
I think two people died.
Yes, two people died. Right, and to bring them back, they had to murder this one new guy 6 months later.
Yeah, that'd be my answer.
That's the obvious
paradox.
answer. Yeah,
it's like it's a teleportation paradox, right? Like I don't know, right? Like it's like, are you a dualist and you believe in a soul, right? Like if you are a dualist and you believe in a soul or dualism, right, and you believe in a soul, right, then maybe that soul is like suspended by the process of the new body, and like that, and those souls will be then reinstated. But like assuming I'm not like a Christian or like some form of dualist, I would just say that those two people are dead.
but even if you
resurrecting some other weird thing.
But even if you did believe that, like, you would
murdered
still need the consent of the person who's going to be like killed in order for that to happen. Like, even Catholic moral philosophy says that you have to deal with
There's too many
person
unknown
that's
variables
in front of you.
And there's too many unknown variables because like the new person is amalgamation of those two people. So are they not in some ways those two people?
Right,
There's too
exactly.
many questions of consciousness. Like I don't. Yeah, I'm out.
I guess the
I'm out.
utilitarian answer was, that two people are more important than one. I think that was the answer the episode
Well,
gave.
isn't there a whole debate in Star Trek with like every time they use the transporter, this person's dying?
Yeah.
So like couldn't the
That
argument
was
be
Dr.
like,
McCoy's
teleportation
point,
paradox.
yeah,
Yeah.
so
That's what I
couldn't
was saying, the
everybody be
teleportation paradox.
Yeah, so everybody got murdered there. So you just killed 3 people really, and I mean, I don't know. Like,
Well, I mean, like, but
Well,
yeah,
this
but
this
know if
question
they did or
avoids
didn't get
that
murdered.
question. Yeah.
yeah, it does. Yeah.
This one just assumes that that's not an issue.
well, no. So I guess okay. Did those 2 people have all their memories from while they were the same person?
They did. Yeah, they did end up having those memories. Yeah.
Ooh, it's a
Oh yeah, I
fucking
guess that matters a
All
little
right.
bit. Yeah.
Fucking got isekai into a body. Can you fucking go back to the old world? I don't know.
And I think the big decider on this one was the
I feel like
girlfriend
Ike
of one
Rich
of the two
doesn't get that
people.
joke.
was the what? Sorry. No, I think
Was
he does. Actually.
it was the girlfriend? It was Tess. It was the girlfriend of one of the two people that ultimately like pushed the hardest for them to be split back up again.
What happened to the 2
So
people?
she could get her
afterwards?
boyfriend back.
Yeah, did the 2 people afterwards be like, "Yeah, thank God we're back," or like?
Yeah, they didn't really go into it. Like, they just kind of like went back to doing their jobs again, and I think just nobody. Everyone tried not to think about it too hard.
Truck gun.
But it is one of the episodes probably the episode of Voyager that like is most talked about, like 2 decades later.
Yeah, it's fascinating, and I would
Mhm.
like we can. I know Lactoid and of course FQ has something they want to say, so I'll go through that. But like I think it's an interesting question to bounce around. Like uh, you're creating this brand new life, and this brand new life, has a chance to live and explore the world. I think at the first they were like compliant, like okay, well we will split up, right? But
Mhm.
then later on, like something new was born, and they had their own experiences and wanted to continue on, and then they just said no, we're going to split
Mhm.
you up,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like
The
I think
utilitarian
it's
will kill the person for
fascinating.
two people. Yeah, but I would say, given what I know, killing someone to bring two people back from the dead is not right. In fact,
Mhm.
that we have another name for that in fantasy called necromancy, right? Like
Yeah.
necromancy is not cool. You don't get to kill people with a fucking cursed dagger in the hopes of bringing your loved ones back, right? Like no, let's not.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's similar to the question about the killing somebody to give their organs to like 5 people so you can save
Yeah,
those 5
yeah.
lives. Yeah, it's similar concept.
Lactoid.
Okay, bear with me here because I'm having a little bit of an existential crisis.
You're about to be. You declare
happened?
yourself as a socialist? Like
No,
for real?
no.
Did you just become a father? Did you just find out
No.
someone's pregnant?
No.
On this panel?
No. None of
Now
that.
you're
Okay.
now you're questioning whether or not you're pro-life. You're like, hold on, this bitch.
No. I thought myself into a fucking.
right now.
I thought myself into like what is a person mean? Anyway, so my position on this, the general proposition is one of human chauvinism, where I rooted for the humans in Avatar, kill the Na'vi, take over the unobtainium. That's critical for the economy of Earth, which is ultimately the most important thing to me in that movie. So
Except for not.
it's easy for me. So for me, it's like a human brain.
Fucking libertarian.
Yeah.
Kill all the natives. Fuck Native Americans.
No, those aren't humans.
Genocide 'em.
Those aren't humans. They don't count. It would be very similar to like killing cows or killing like
Octopus.
ants or octopus, right? You can do whatever you want with them. I don't care. But
Calamari.
what I do value
That was
is
once the theory about black people. Yeah.
I don't disagree. It could be used that way, but I don't. For me, it's just all humans, and then everyone outside the club now, everyone outside this new club is free for all. You can do whatever. But like
It's the same argument.
The club is expand. It's not the exact same argument because black people are in my club.
You're on the list in the club. Get in.
All the different races of
Y'all
human
wonder why
beings
I
are in my
call him
club.
a socialist all the
Hear
time.
me
You
out.
get
Hear
to
me
be
out.
one of the bad guys
Wait,
now,
no.
Brian.
We're all. You
Congratulations.
guys are all in the club. You guys are on the club. Don't worry. You don't have to cry too much. You're all in the club. So and then who is in the
But
club,
what about
right?
my blue pussy I want? Like I want her to be in the club. Like fucking
You could.
I'm 6'5", dog. You know how difficult it is to find a woman as tall as me? Like I need
You
some fucking,
could. Yeah. I'm not saying
I'm
you
about to
can't
make
like.
an unobtainium wedding ring and find me some
Sure,
blue
it would be very similar to.
fuck?
That would be very similar to like I don't know those dating AI apps that are out there where you can have whatever kind of relationship you want that doesn't make it morally
dog.
valuable.
I seen that fucking tail do crazy shit. Don't even lie.
This
No,
is
that's
like
bestiality, bro.
computer.
this is kind of like Blade Runner, right? Where it's like, yeah, you can fall in love with something that doesn't make it morally like a moral subject. For me, a moral subject would just be like a human brain that has electrical activity, right? Some kind of living, and then therefore, as long as there's that, we have some kind of moral subject that we have to look out for. The problem with this, though, is I was thinking about this where, okay, I'm very consistent. Okay, if you split the brain in half without killing the brain, then you have two separate brains that are functional. So you have two separate people. I'm okay with that. If I kill two separate brains, so like if I split your brain before I kill each brain, did I just commit double homicide or single homicide? I don't know.
Sorry, what? Say that again?
Sure, Prime. Let me walk you through this. So there are examples of people who live a somewhat normal life, missing half a brain, like literally half a hemisphere of their brain.
Oh wow!
And they're able to live. Now they tend to have a lot of issues.
Ben Carson's famous for, by the way. You know that guy that thought we should put like grain, the Egyptian pyramids like
filled grain.
He was a famous neuroscientist.
He also he basically invented the surgery on like fucking
It was a conjoined twins.
Half the hemisphere.
Well, no, this was conjoined twins. He separated conjoined twins, but like there's people who live without half, like literally have half a brain.
The corpus callosum gets cut in half.
Well, right. Well, that's a common procedure in which they cut that. but they keep both halves. They just use that to mitigate electrical activity. I'm saying there's people who just simply don't have that. They simply just do not have the hemisphere, and they survive. So let's say the technology gets to the point or whatever where you do something similar, where you cut the corpus callosum and you take half the hemisphere and you put it into a different body. And now you have like two different people, because we already defined someone with half a hemisphere as a person. So now we have two different people that come from one person. So if this is the case, if we're comfortable establishing this, if I'm going to kill somebody, let's say with like a samurai sword, and I cut through their head perfectly vertically, and it separates their brain, and then each half, which is now a separate person, dies, did I commit double homicide or did I commit single homicide?
Star Trek's already done this, but that's
Yeah.
another
Right?
example.
Star Trek's done
Isn't it
everything.
amazing? Isn't it amazing being a fucking libertarian? Because this is not a problem if you were a
No
real
answers to
libertarian.
my question.
Right.
Yeah.
It
Well,
doesn't.
I don't
it
think
doesn't
you've
actually
committed
matter
double homicide.
Okay, wait, why
because it
have I
doesn't-
not committed double
because what
homicide,
you-
Corey?
It doesn't matter.
It does
Because you
matter.
killed
I want to
someone-
know.
No, you killed someone and or two people, but that doesn't change restitution.
Should I be charged with double homicide or single homicide?
You should be charged with the crime of homicide, regardless of how many it was.
What if it's a
and pay
conjoined twin?
You
restitution
should
to
be-
Well,
all
the
the
number of
you should
charges
be-
matters.
You should
No,
be
it
charged
doesn't.
with
Not if you're a
two.
real libertarian.
You should be charged with two half homicides.
What if
Oh,
it's a
whoa,
conjoined
whoa,
twin?
Which adds up to
Them
a
together.
single.
Wait,
homicide.
Aiko, are you saying
Yeah.
that people who are functioning with half a hemisphere brain, you're calling them like half a person?
Demicides. Demicides.
Wait, are you considering these people who are walking around living a relatively normal life half people for like moral
yes.
I
purposes?
thought democide was what Ashton
I
Kutcher
am.
did to that pussy.
Well, here's
Oh,
the issue.
God.
Here's the issue, right? So someone with half a hemisphere, if let's say they can
I
function
wanted
like,
that image in your head.
let's say they can function more or less equivalent to somebody with
Demi
like
Moore
some kind of like
style, yes.
learning disorder, right? Like, what's your measurement here, right? Is someone with like a mental disability half a person in terms of moral
Well,
consideration?
your hypothetical has kind of been done. So there are examples of people whose corpus callosum have been cut, and they actually end up becoming two people inside of a body, to the point where one brain was controlling the left part, and then another one was the other half of the brain was controlling the right half, and they were actually having conversations with each other.
Yeah. Well, on top of that, it was
Very
wild.
weird ways.
Well, no, to
Look,
back that up,
I
Aiko.
don't want to not be a libertarian anymore. But
Oh my fucking
Can
God.
we just accept that, like, Full Metal Alchemist brain babies, like, we just fucking get rid of them?
No, so I saw the study on that.
Edward.
I saw
Yeah,
this.
well,
There was a
but
study
what's
on
the
that.
difference-
Well,
Actually, what-
they cut it, and then there's a part of your brain on one side that's like developed to like to control speech or control a specific like way of interacting, and then most people the other like a different part of your brain on the other hemisphere controls a different part. And so if you cover up
Was
one of
more
their
visual.
if you cover up one of their eyes and then show them something, and then you say like, okay, like this is this, and then you cover up their other eye, draw what you just saw, they can't draw it because
Of course.
because they don't
Because
remember
it's a
it.
different right. Because the two halves of the brains are no longer communicating.
but what's
They're,
the
for all
difference-
intents and purposes, two different
Two
people.
different people. So if you kill that thing, it's two more homicides.
Right.
So what? But
Well-
what's the difference between that and a conjoined
Well-
twin with two brains that are like conjoined in like the body, like and like where they can't separate them? Is that a double homicide then too, or like?
I would assume so. Like a conjoined twin, like Amy and Brittany or whatever, the way they're joined at the hip.
Yeah, that's
That's two
question,
people.
because
It's easier.
It's obvious that it's two consciousnesses. Right.
Yeah.
Well, with a split, it's two brains too. It's two consciousnesses.
Yeah, that's kind of the
FQ's got
point.
something brilliant that I've been predicting this entire time. Go ahead, FQ.
It's
Now
not
Crow.
that brilliant. I just wanted to respond to that. Is the fact that, okay, so it's the same brain, it's split in the half, it's in two different bodies, okay? And if you kill both like bodies, like, are you killing two people or are you killing one person?
I think two.
Even if it's the case that the second brain has a different consciousness, it still technically has the same DNA, the same essence that makes the other brain.
So do twins,
you,
though. But
doesn't
we all accept twins as like being a different person. So it's got the same DNA, same essence or whatever, but it's different, right? And so in the same way, if you cut the thingy, like
Corpus callosum.
the corpus callosum, I think it's two different people. And in fact, I think when you cut it, you're murdering. Actually, this is my new hot take. I think if you cut that to like alleviate seizures, you're murdering that person and generating two new people. That's my opinion.
So we're all Tuvics, right? But if you cut the corpus callosum, we become Tuvok and Neelix.
I become Lack and Toyd, and that's just like my new person. 2 people you got to argue with now. Good luck.
So, what,
I
like,
love you guys.
What
I've
happens
been
if the
here
left
since-
side kills somebody and the
have a
right
good
side
one,
doesn't?
Scott.
Yeah,
Take care, Scott.
it's like I've been
Pleasure.
live for like 7 hours.
Catch you later,
Be
Scott.
well.
Have a good
I'm
one,
hopping
friend.
out here.
Thank you.
Could
so
you-
much.
Could you put one half in trial though? Like say like the left side shot somebody and was like, oh, I'm gonna put him on death penalty, and the right side's like, I told him not to do it. I tried to smack his arm away.
This is a
That's
typical
like-
issue with the conjoined. Yeah, it's like, what if
With
one twin kills somebody? What do you do? My solution to this was, okay, you take the twin who committed the murder, and you like deprive them of their senses by like putting like a helmet on that like blocks them from being able to do anything, and then like that's their punishment for however
Well,
many
no,
years.
but then, no. Well,
But the other one depends on them. I know. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious on the construction of this helmet, as in like they can't see, because as you know, like some conjoined twin circumstances, like one half controls one arm, the other half controls the other arm, and they need to like coordinate to walk. Same thing with like legs. So if one of them has no sight,
There's no case law in this, to be honest with you. And I'd be curious to see how a court would interact, because like we have an example of conjoined twins right now. If one of them pulled a gun and killed somebody, we wouldn't know what the fuck to do.
How does that work with consent as well?
Whoa. I have a
There's one
question.
in the
Okay, so
comments.
this is okay. This is to the hypothetical. Okay, so suppose I donate a kidney, right? I donate a kidney. I give the kidney to somebody else. Is the kidney not mine anymore because it exists in somebody else's body?
So yeah, I will
definitely not yours anymore.
I see the body. The brain is the irreducible you. That's the person, and then everything else is just your property. So if I want to cut off my arm and sell it, it would just be like selling my car. Like it's part of my body. I own it.
Well, but I understand. I understand that. Like I understand that you own your body. That's not what I meant. What I'm saying is, right, even if like I sell my kidney and I give it to you, right? And even if legally it is your property, right? Really, it is my kidney that is existing within your body.
It was my
You don't
kidney.
think so?
No, I'm curious. What makes it not what makes the kidney the separate? What makes the kidney in that scenario part of the body?
Okay, it belongs to me because it came from me, because I made it, because I made this
Yeah.
kidney. This kidney
Can
came
she
from my
reclaim?
body.
Can you
It's
reclaim your
attached to my body,
kidney?
and I gave it to someone else.
Oh,
Morally or
Merleau-Ponty
legally?
talks about this.
You gotta
as a
buy it
French
back.
Phenomenologist.
I guess.
What makes it part of your body isn't that it's your DNA. What makes it part of your body is that you use it to enact your will on the world. So basically, he argues that if you're driving a car, to the extent that you're driving that car for as long as you're driving it, that car is part of your body.
Wait, hang on. Wait. So if I get into a car crash, some sadistic
got a
freak
steering
takes
wheel
me
stuck
and
inside you.
steals my and like forces me to donate plasma or forces me to donate blood or anything out of my body, right?
Right.
Is it not mine when they take it away and if they use it to give a blood transfusion to someone else?
I mean, you may have
Because
like
now
legal
the blood
ownership
exists
of
in
it.
someone else?
You may have legal ownership of it, right? But he's talking about what it is existentially. And like once that kidney is in somebody else's body, then it is part of their body at that point. It's not part of your body anymore.
Yeah,
Well,
even
I
though you
understand
may
that it's
legally
part
own
of,
it.
I don't disagree with that. I don't
Yeah.
disagree that like it now exists within somebody else's body and
Right.
somebody else is using it. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is like the fact, even if I legally give up property rights to
Mhm.
of this kidney to somebody else, it's still my kidney because I made this kidney and then gave it to someone else. In the same way that if I was at had a grove of oranges right in my backyard, and then I take my oranges and I sell them to you for you to eat, legally you have ownership of the orange because you paid for it, but it's still my orange that I sold to you for you to eat.
You
No,
transfer.
it stops being your
product,
orange the
even-
moment
So-
It's your
you sell
product,
it.
even if it's no longer your property.
Right. You transfer. So your orange in this case, just like it's a shorthand for saying the thing that I created that I'm now transferring to you. Right. That's what it is. And now once you get it legally or morally, I suppose, then I would think that you own it. This reminds me of a Beavis and Butthead episode where Beavis lost his finger, and then Butthead used the finger to like do all sorts of funny things with it. Even though the finger wasn't attached to Beavis's body, Ico, when the finger came off, and Butthead grabbed it and started using it, was that finger now Butthead's finger?
It was a part of Butthead's body at that point, at that moment in time. Yes.
I hate that.
According
philosophy.
to Merleau-Ponty, that's what would happen. That's the way he would view it. Yeah.
Oh,
I
if
can
ever
send it to you. It's
you're-
called Phenomenology. Wait, no, I can't. I'll send you a text.
So like I said before, Star Trek had already done this to a certain
Mhm.
extent, because like the thing I was the thing about the brain, amazing. That's like the craziest thing I've fucking heard in like quite a while, right? And I've heard a lot of crazy things recently, but that's like amazing. Thank you for like you've blown it into two, and how this people. But but the Star Trek thing, and Aiko and I have talked about this before. There was another teleportation accident, right? And crazy shenanigans ensued. In Star Trek Next Generation, the first officer Riker, he was on this planet, and he was going to get up to the Enterprise. The planet had this storm that happened, right? Crazy storm. And as this teleportation began, right, like he made it off, right? Like he landed on the Enterprise, right, and they flew off. But like the beam split, it bounced off the sky or whatever the fuck, right? And another copy of him like was stuck on the planet. And they found him out. They found him later, right? And so you had these two people who had like were the same person originally. The second one was like evil. He became a little criminally insane for being alone for all that time. But they were like the
I
same.
would say
Like,
was evil.
uh, he like tried to blow up the Enterprise like a few times or some shit. Like he like everywhere he went, like he tried to sabotage things. And he was like underhanded. He was a criminal. He was a revolutionary in fucking DS9. He was like
He was in he was in the Maquis, but he had good reasons for being in the Maquis.
Maybe then that.
And I
time.
don't think
Like,
he ever tried to blow up the Enterprise.
he
Not
did.
that I
He tried
recall.
to take over. No, he tried to take over the Enterprise.
Yeah, he did try to take over. Yeah, he had a moral like disagreement with what was going on in the show. Yeah.
Okay. I know we'll have to debate that part later on.
Yeah.
But anyways, in case that one is split into two, right? And are now these two separate like moral agents, right? Like is that what you've created? Um or not, right? Like
That's
and
another
what
one where I don't think there's any ambiguity. They're obviously two different people. Like obviously. Now,
I
the degree to which that's true at the moment when the split happened, I would argue that they were very close to being the same person. But then over time, because decades, passed by the time that episode started, they were very clearly very different people.
Can I ask this question a little bit differently? So imagine for a minute, okay, so we'll go back to Avatar, right? Okay. So we all remember Avatar. You remember how you could transfer your consciousness, right?
Scott
From
remembers it.
you into the body of the blue alien, right? So here's the
That's what
question,
happened, I
right?
believe, actually.
Right. That's exactly what happened, right? So is the blue alien and the physical body of the man that's lying in the tank, right? Are these two separate entities? Are these two different people, or are they the same person?
In my view, they're the same person. It's like
The
if
same
you're
person.
playing a video game, it's like that. He's just controlling that other character, his avatar. It's not that like the consciousness didn't actually transfer.
Yeah, it's not
Alien
like that movie
grown.
Gamer where he's like being controlled by someone else and he has his own consciousness.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
grown, right? An empty-headed alien, right?
Yeah, yeah. As soon as the connection is severed, there's nothing going on upstairs.
Yeah, you're playing a
And
video game
yeah.
character.
Yeah,
You're
Yeah, but
playing a
that
video
changes-
game character.
That changes
yeah.
towards
It's like
the
putting
end
on a pair of clothes or whatever.
of like for Lactoid, like towards the end when whatever I think it's Sam, the main character, transfers fully to as an avatar. They're justified. The humans are justified in killing him.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a human
Just 'cause
species
he's
trailer or something.
Interesting.
Oh,
You have lost your moral consideration.
Now,
Interesting.
there is another
Well-
movie, Lawnmower Man, where there is a transfer
the
of
callback.
consciousness.
So I was going to bring up another
But,
Star Trek thing that I think I was trying to kind of touch on earlier. So this isn't exact one for one, but they also, how they have the Mirrorverse, and the Mirrorverse is the alternate reality. They have like the evil versions of like I guess
Yeah.
Corey's mirror version is here. We could see
right.
that.
So, and I'm gonna use that, and I kind of brought the silicone alien thing earlier, but I was using it from like Stargate Universe, right? And my idea was basically with the Mirrorverse kind of concept, right? Is if they brought up in one way, it's hard to recognize. I know we keep using the term moral actor, right? And with the Mirrorverse, we can go, okay, they have morals, they're just not our own, right? Versus my argument with like the silicone aliens from like the Stargate Universe, how do you even like objectively describe moral actors? Like, are you just saying all animals, all species like inherently have a moral activity, like moral action is like required to be sentient, or can you be sentient without morality? Wouldn't AI technically be like it's developing its own morality, like kind of thing, technically have be a more like a moral actor, less sentience kind of thing almost? Like, I mean, how do you define like moral actor? Because I feel like we're defining it through a purely human lens
Well,
kind of thing.
Freud takes a stab at this. Okay, what he says is, the whole and ego and superego
Ego.
thing, right? His idea is that you're born into the world as an id, but then you come into limitations in the physical world, and those limitations in the physical world mean that you can't have everything you want. And so, what develops out of the id is your ego, which is the part of you that understands that there are limitations and has to make priorities in order to feed the id what it wants most and prioritize the most important things up top. And then, after that, over time, you come up with external limitations. For instance, your parents, specifically parental punishment. And what happens is your parents punish you, and over time you start to understand that certain behaviors will lead to punishment, and in order to avoid that punishment, you'll avoid those behaviors. And that becomes that part of your brain that anticipates the punishment and tries to avoid it is called the superego. And that's where morality comes from. It's our brain trying to avoid parental punishment, which then like becomes its own thing, and then the morality ends up existing independent of our parents. But at least that's his theory as to why we become
Yeah, I
morally
don't know
just.
if that works, and I think that Prime kind of brought up a good point with the xenomorphs, right? And the reason I bring them is they almost have like a hive mind mentality with their aspect, right? They're parasitic to the point where they like they're I guess like they guess you could argue they're immoral because they built pyramids or something. But like the thing is, I don't even think they did build those pyramids. I think it was the predators. But I
Yeah,
digress.
it
The
wasn't them.
but so like their life form is parasitic. It needs another human to or like another animal or species to survive at birth, right? So like say they gain consciousness, like I'll use an example from 40K, the Tyranids or the Flood, right? Where I guess the Flood's not a great example, but the Tyranids are better. Each individual life form has its own sentience per se, right? But they're controlled by a hive mind, which like overrides that. So I guess they wouldn't have this like super id. So my point is when you look at something like this, which is like I guess purely a thought exercise at this point, it just to me it seems like we're sitting here trying to assign morality to things that there might not like they might not even have like a concept of morality because their lifestyle or life is so like well, I'll give you another example. Here on earth, most life is derived from like photosynthesis, right? We have like we eat the people eat the animals eat
All
the
life.
grass, right? Well, except I guess now they're finding out that there's what chemo synthesis in some parts of the deep ocean, right? So in theory, you could have like a species on another planet that came from a totally different form of synthesis, right? How would they you like how would like just our needs are going to be different for them. Our morals won't even be you can't describe them as a moral actor because they might not have morality at all like at all as a
Well,
concept.
I
Okay.
actually agreed
I,
with most of what you were saying when you were having that back and forth over this very topic in terms of that. But I will say this: that the one thing that would still be something we all have in common is we would all have some idea of consequence. Like something happens, and then there's some sort of like result and the result might be something you desire or something you don't desire. And to the extent that there's consequence, there's the potential for morality.
so here's a question I want to ask to you all. I wish Scott was here to ask him this as well. We're gonna let you next, Lactoid. Um, is like, what if we look at this in the reverse, right? So what if we encounter a creature that's so advanced, right, that it has this like what we just call it super morality, right?
Like the
It
squids from
can
Mass Effect.
for Mass Effect.
The ones that like made the Reapers or whatever.
Yeah. No, they weren't squids. They were okay. Sorry. So I we'll go back to that later because I love Mass Effect. It's great. But like any case, like a some sort of super intelligence with super morality, right? And it can consider these big questions that humans cannot consider. And would it be right for that entity to look at us and say, well, you can't consider these questions, so you aren't super moral actors, and so you don't deserve super moral consideration, and treat us as such, so the way that we treat others, like
But
lactoid will
that's a
treat
vegan
every
argument.
other species,
Yeah,
right? Yeah, this is a vegan argument, yeah, but
I love it.
but,
Okay, but
but
so lactoid, if a species, let's say a more advanced species starts treating you that way, what's your argument to them as to why they shouldn't?
Whatever kind of self-serving argument I have to like pull out of my ass to try to
Yeah.
fucking get them to stop killing
Okay,
people I care
alright.
about.
All right.
I mean, look, I would treat like this like in the same way if I saw a bear attacking somebody in the woods. Like I will do what it takes to stop the bear, and then once the bear is in a position where I can destroy it, I will. That's it. Really, all I care about.
But if
Like
it's
it.
more advanced than you, then it knows that that's your motivation.
Well, I mean, then I probably shouldn't be the one negotiating with aliens if that's going to be the case.
Wait. I have a question. Okay. So imagine for a minute, okay, the samurai, half of your brain is taken out, right? It's put into this clone of you, right?
Okay.
And you've chosen to do this, okay? But now imagine that the clone of you is now chained to a radiator in your house for 9 months. Should you be able to shoot it or not?
You love chaining people and putting people in cabins.
I'll have to
Cheeto,
think. I'll have to think about that
what
one.
was that movie with
It's
Samuel
an
Jackson?
interesting predilection
What
of
do you
Fairy
think?
Queen.
I don't.
What do you think?
I don't know. It wouldn't. If it's two separate people, it wouldn't change my initial answer. Just given the fact that, because it'd be the same idea like twins, right? To me, twins are two different people. So therefore, in this case, clone would be a different person.
Twins have a habit of one eating the other inside the womb, so you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, I got to crash, guys. It's been awesome.
Okay. This is nice talking to you, friend. Have a good one.
Always a
Yeah,
pleasure.
catch you later. Climate Life with TV. All right, bye.
Oh, by the way, should there be IQ tests for guns?
I no. So you didn't? Did you send me the full study on that?
Ah,
You got to send me the full study on that, because from what my tentative reading, and I don't have the full study, it said that there's some IQ measurements that are positively associated with gun proficiency, just not conscientiousness, which I thought was interesting. But
yeah, it is interesting. I'll send you the full studies.
what if it shows that people who own guns have higher IQ? Then are you going to be in favor of owning guns? I guess.
No, because you have to establish that it's causative. Like
we can just assume causation
as
from
in
correlation.
Like, would you be as in if you want to put it that it's causative, then is it mandated that every baby has a gun from day one?
If you care about their well-being,
it might be
intellectual
abusive not
ability,
to
yeah.
give a baby a gun. In fact,
Right.
Could be mandated.
Maximize IQ.
Yeah, I would agree.
I'll send you the study.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, so Prime, it's interesting you made that. Those cuttlefish basically make that argument to Shepard, right? They basically are like, you don't understand the working of this galaxy. Every time we've allowed AI free, they kind of turn into the Reapers and turns bad, or like we get
All right. Thank you guys for tuning into today's episode of Lactoid TV. We're going to go ahead and right on out into Prime for uninterrupted content, so you guys can continue to listen to crazy philosophical takes. I got a pretty busy stream schedule this week. Nothing tomorrow. But then on Wednesday, we have a debate with Econoboy on basically democratic socialism, Scandinavian models versus like a more capitalist model. And then after that, after the debate 1 versus 1 with Econoboy, we have a panel debate over on Lethe Waterkai's panel. And then on Friday, we are likely going to have a trial, a Stardust trial, just kind of like how we had last time with Adarias. This time is going to be a trial of Admiral Gibbs on whether or not he's actually Hispanic, or sorry, Latino, as he likes to say. So, yeah, that could be good. It also could be cringe as fuck, but it could also be pretty good. So we're gonna do it. Yeah, good shit. You ready? Be ready. You better be ready for Boy. I want to see tears. I mean, look, I've got some sources. I got some prep. This might turn into a little bit of a political philosophy discussion. You know, I can talk about economics. I'm a little bit disadvantaged. You know, I have a law degree. I don't have an economics degree. My understanding is that Boy does have an economics degree, which means that he's going to be a little bit better equipped when it comes to listing shit off and naming certain people and naming certain theories. So, but, and he's not stupid. He's not a stupid debater. So, but I don't back down from anybody. Even if I lose. So, you guys better be there to root me on. Or talk shit. You all, of course, have permission, as you always do, have permission to talk absolute shit if I choke or, you know, get destroyed. Because if I get destroyed, then I'm just doing a negative to libertarianism, right? I take the burden and I place it upon my shoulders. And I walk the world. All right. We're right on out into Prime. Thank you guys so much. All of you who are active in chat, give bit subs, follows, all that great shit. Love you. Thanks. And see you Wednesday.